cultivation world, I begin by getting struck by lightning. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 501 When did I become a man with tattoos? Su Fan drove the ghost crow to fly rapidly in the dark night. He sat cross-legged on its back and looked at the environment on the ground. After flying for several days, traces of civilization finally appeared on the ground, and a city was faintly revealed on the distant horizon. It was evening at this moment, the sun was setting in the west, and the sunset was like blood. At the end of the distant sky, half a red sun was slowly sinking, and the continuous city in the distance had been stained with blood. Only when he flew there did he find that there was a tall stone fortress, but only a piece of ruins was left. Su Fan landed in front of the stone fortress that was more than 10 feet high. The buildings here were extremely majestic, giving people a rough beauty. He jumped down from the ghost crow and his eyes were fixed. His consciousness was completely released. There was no trace of life within a radius of hundreds of feet. Su Fan slapped the top-grade ghost weapon on his waist, summoned Sister Zhen and Yaksha, and asked the two ghost slaves to go deep into the stone fortress for reconnaissance. Su Fan didn't walk into the stone fort until the two ghost slaves didn't find anything. The stone fort was full of broken walls and ruins. There was a rotten smell in the air. There were dried corpses everywhere. The clothes on the mummies were weathered and mottled. He walked along a dilapidated street and came to a huge square in the center of the stone fort. In the middle of the square was a huge altar that had been completely broken. In the middle of the altar was a broken stone tablet. There were corpses like mountains around it, as if they were guarding the ancient tablet in the center. Su Fan walked up to the altar. The ground was covered with dark blood and some broken bones. The ancient tablet in the middle of the altar was modeled in vicissitudes, with dense and obscure runes engraved on it. The bloodstains all over it had turned into green moss. At this moment, the sun set at dusk fell. The broken altar, the broken ancient tablet, and the sea of corpses and bones were shrouded in the blood-like glow of the sky. Looking at the scene in front of him that seemed like the end of the world, Su Fan couldn't help but feel a lot of emotion. If the King Kong Star region cannot stop the invasion of the Sulan Star region, the Torgai Ocean where he and his family live will probably be like this. Thinking of this, Su Fan clenched his fists hard. A trace of violent emotions arose in his heart, and the manic heat rushed to the top of his head. Su Fan waved his hand, and countless corpses of Sulan Star region monks piled up on the broken altar, almost completely covering the entire altar. His eyes condensed, and the sky and the earth suddenly changed color. An endless blood storm rolled up, and scarlet bloodlines like little snakes drilled out from the dense corpses and rushed towards Su Fan. Su Fan suddenly opened his arms, raised his head and roared loudly, and the countless bloodlines that kept circling around him were instantly swallowed up by him. At this moment, his eyes were as red as blood, and his body was filled with endless blood, like a demon from the underworld. On the broken altar, nearly 10,000 corpses of the Sulan Star region monks had turned into a pile of white bones. Boom! With a dull roar, perhaps affected by the strong blood, the broken altar under Su Fan's feet actually flashed a dazzling light. Then, the broken tall stone tablet in the middle of the altar also emitted a strange aura. The dense and obscure runes on the altar and the ancient tablet also began to flash. Although these runes were already broken, they were surprisingly connected together. Boom! A loud earth-shaking sound rang out, and the entire stone fortress shook violently. Countless ghosts gathered from all corners of the stone fortress to the broken altar, and finally gathered around the broken ancient tablet. Buzz! At this time, a huge light suddenly rose from the broken ancient tablet, and shot straight into the sky like a sharp arrow. The dazzling light illuminated the already dim sky as bright as day. Countless ghosts around the ancient monument turned into faces, looking at Su Fan calmly, and then merged into the light. Su Fan raised his head and looked at the light in a daze. God knows, I really didn't do anything. Why did I make such a big noise? At this time, Su Fan suddenly raised his head and looked at the sky, and saw that the distant sky had turned into a bright starry sky. In the bright starry sky, there was a faint eye that slowly opened and looked at Su Fan gently, which also made him a little creepy. What the hell are you looking at me for? It's too scary. The eye blinked slightly, and Su Fan felt a chill all over his body, as if a basin of cold water was poured over his head, and then he knew nothing. Until Su Fan woke up and looked up again, he found that a bright starry sky had disappeared. He couldn't help but shudder. He couldn't stay in this place anymore. Su Fan's eyes condensed, and he waved his hand to activate the bone-eroding wind scroll. A cold wind whistled across the altar mountain. Wherever the cold wind passed, the piles of bones turned into dust in an instant, and were swept up and blown away by the cold wind. Su Fan quickly patted the beast bag on his waist, summoned the ghost crow, and quickly flew away from the stone fortress, and rushed straight to the distant mountain. He drove the ghost crow into the endless mountains, flew for more than 10 days in a row, and finally found a place to land. Su Fan summoned Sister Zhen and Yaksha, and found a cave nearby. He went deep into a huge cave at the bottom of the cave, and then arranged 2 sets of hidden formations, which was considered a relief. Su Fan set up a tent in the cave, and took out kitchen utensils and ingredients to make a table of sumptuous meals for himself, and ate them voraciously. These days, he was so hungry that he had to swallow bottles of fasting pills every day. One fasting pill could last a whole day, but he had to swallow several bottles to just barely resist hunger. There was no other way. Su Fan made too much noise. Not only did he destroy the base of the Sulan Star region, but he seemed to be targeted by an unspeakable existence. Although in the eyes of the human cultivators in the world of cultivation, the emphasis is on my own destiny, and there is no such thing as gods. Even if a few evil cultivators worship a certain evil god, most of them only have a mutually beneficial relationship with each other, and there are few blind and fanatical believers. But this is not the King Kwang Star region. There must be races that believe in religion and gods. Just like in his previous life, there are countless believers of various religions. Su Fan knew in his heart that once he got involved with gods, it would be extremely troublesome. At this time, he suddenly felt his arm itchy. He rolled up his robe sleeves and looked at his arm in amazement. Su Fan found that his arms were covered with dense red runes. When did he become a flower-armed man? He was stunned for a while, and then quickly took off his robe, and then activated a water mirror rune, and a mirror-like water wave suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. Su Fan stood in front of the water mirror with his upper body naked, looking at himself. Fuck. I saw that my whole body was covered with all kinds of weird and obscure blood-colored veins, but fortunately there were no blood-colored veins on my neck and face, otherwise he would really be the same as an African chief. Su Fan sighed. These tattoos all over his body must be related to the strange eyes in the strange starry sky. Although he didn't know what was going on, he could be sure that from those altars and ancient monuments, he could roughly guess that the Taoism of this plane might be related to the witch. Some small planes in the King Kwang Star domain, such as the Nanman in the Xuanlo realm, have a witch tradition, but it can't make any waves at all. In this way, it makes sense. On the broken altar, Su Fan devoured the blood of nearly 10,000 Sulan Star region monks, and accidentally activated the altar and the ancient monument. What he didn't expect was that he used the blood of the enemy race of this plane, which produced the effect of the witch blood sacrifice. Su Fan couldn't help but sigh. No wonder it made such a big commotion. The blood sacrifice he accidentally created made the souls of countless witch monks in the stone fortress return to the heaven in their minds, which should have alarmed the gods worshipped by the witch clan. He looked at himself in the water mirror opposite, but what was going on with these strange and obscure blood veins on his body? Su Fan's current appearance is almost like a gangster with tattoos all over his arms and back. Could it be that the blood runes all over his body and back were a gift given to him by the god worshipped by the witch? Thinking of this, Su Fan's eyes condensed, and he activated his spiritual sense to scan his whole body, but he didn't find any changes. Su Fan knew that his blood-colored runes were definitely not meant to show off his personality. After all, they were gifts from the gods of witchcraft, and the gods were not so idle. Never mind, let it be. Thinking of this, Su Fan couldn't help but laugh at himself. As for the blood-colored tattoos all over his body, if he didn't have tens of thousands in his previous life, he would definitely not have gotten them. Su Fan was about to put on his robes when he suddenly felt his skin itchy, and the blood color on his body faded away instantly, as if it had never appeared. He was stunned at the time. What the hell was going on? Su Fan activated his spiritual sense again, scanning his body back and forth several times, and didn't find anything wrong, so he was relieved. It doesn't matter, anyway, those gods are quite mysterious, and he will know when he should know. Su Fan put on the robes, walked into the tent and sat cross-legged, then took out a stored ring from his arms. This is the ring of the nascent soul cultivator in the Sulan Star region base. He has been eager to see what is inside. Su Fan's divine sense swept it and his face was immediately full of surprise. This is actually a 3,000 square ring. It must be said that the Sulin Star region is indeed extraordinary in making instruments, and it can definitely beat the human cultivators in the King Kwan Star region by more than 10 straights. Even the nascent soul cultivators in Jiwaoshan and Kunlunshan only use 1,000 square rings. If it is replaced by some other nascent soul cultivators in small planes, they may still have 100 square rings. Su Fan sighed and then used his divine sense to scan the contents of the ring. It must be a nascent soul cultivator. The contents in the ring almost made Su Fan die of joy. Because the ring is large enough, the contents of the other party's ring are stored very neatly, and it is filled with rows of wooden shelves and various boxes. First of all, there are spirit crystals, which are neatly stacked in more than a dozen exquisite boxes, each box containing a full 100 pieces. This is a rare spiritual crystal. In the King Kwan Star region, even in the eyes of the God-transforming heavenly venerable, it is an extremely precious thing. Su Fan accepted such a dangerous task, and the demon venerable Dongming only rewarded him with 100 pieces. Now it seems that in the Sulin Star region that is invaded everywhere, spiritual crystals should be considered good things. These spiritual crystals must have been plundered by this Yuanying cultivator from all over. With so many spiritual crystals, the 5th level puppet in his hand will have a place to use in the future. Su Fan put away more than a dozen boxes of spiritual crystals, and took out a wooden shelf from the ring. It was filled with densely packed jade bottles, all of which were various kinds of elixirs. After all, the elixirs collected by the Yuanying cultivator must be the most excellent things. It's a pity that the names of the elixirs are not marked on these jade bottles, so they can't be used for the time being. Su Fan put away the wooden shelf full of elixirs, and then took out another wooden shelf with several exquisite boxes on it. He picked up a box and opened it, and inside was a pair of gloves as thin as a cicada's wing. Although Su Fan could feel a huge energy from the gloves, he couldn't guess what the gloves were for. Su Fan put down the box, then opened each box and looked at it. There were all kinds of things inside, including 2 pairs of boots and shoes, a cloak, 2 jade pendants, a mechanical device that can be worn on the hand, and a pair of goggles similar to those in the previous life. He couldn't guess the purpose of any of these things, but after all, they were the collections of Yuanying cultivators, so they must be extraordinary things. Su Fan put away the wooden frame, and then waved his hand, and suddenly there were more than a dozen mechanical puppets several feet high in the cave. Looking at several powerful mechanical puppets, his heart began to pound, and his face and breathing became rapid. These should all be 5th level mechanical puppets. Su Fan sighed, but it was a pity that these were all mechanical puppets from the Sulin Star region, and he didn't know how to control them at all. The devours of the puppet path of the Sulin Star region were completely different from those of the King Kwan Star region. However, this time he seized a large number of rings from the Sulin Star region monks in the base. There should be a lot of inheritance about the puppet way in them, and he can spend some time to study and figure it out. Thinking of this, Su Fan put several 5th level puppets into the ring with satisfaction. In fact, there are many puppets of various shapes in the ring, but Su Fan has no idea what these puppets are used for, and he can only wait until he studies and figures out the puppet inheritance of the Sulin Star region before he can say anything. In addition, the remaining things in the ring are more messy. Except for a small number of Taoist tools and talismans used by human monks, the rest are some items from other races such as the demon race and the witch race. Of course, the most rare materials are various rare materials, and he can only recognize a very small part of them, and the rest he has never even heard of. However, every material in the ring should be a rare boutique. Chapter 502, No Choice, If you fall behind you will be beaten. Su Fan collected a ring of the nascent soul cultivator from the Sulin Star region with satisfaction. Apart from anything else, just over 1,000 spirit crystals, if converted into spirit stones, would instantly increase Su Fan's wealth several times. Not to mention more than a dozen 5th order puppets and so many rare weapon making materials, as well as elixirs, Taoist tools and other trophies. The ancients were not deceiving me when it came to the golden belt for killing in arson. But for Su Fan, the most precious things were the dozens of ancient books and more than 100 jade slips in the ring. The ancient books and jade slips treasured by the nascent soul cultivators were all rare Taoist traditions. Although he could not understand too profound things in the short term with his current mastery of the Sulin Star region language, he could spend time learning. Su Fan had even found a teacher. When he was at the slaughter base, he deliberately left a few Sulin Star Region Foundation building cultivators alive, and now they are all locked up in his own portable secret realm. After all, he had infiltrated the sphere of influence of the Sulin Star Region, and at least he had to master the language and writing here, otherwise he would not be able to get away with it. Su Fan waved his hand again, and a pile of stored rings like a small mountain suddenly appeared in front of him. They were all spoils of war seized from the monks in the Sulin Star Region base. For these spoils of war, Sister Zhen and Yaksha spent a lot of effort to collect them all. But except for the things in the stored rings of hundreds of giant and realm monks, there was nothing to look forward to, and the rest of the large number of foundation building and key training monks were not worth seeing. Compared with the monks in the King Quan Star Region, the stored rings of the monks in the Sulin Star Region are mainly puppets and weapon-making materials. Even offensive weapons such as magic tools and spiritual tools are mostly small mechanical puppets. Not only are they powerful, but they are also easier to control and do not require high realm and spiritual consciousness. Therefore, the key training and foundation building monks of the Sulin Star Region can often kill the enemies of other star regions with their powerful mechanical puppets. In addition, there are a large number of transparent crystals. According to the jade slips and the rings of the monks in the Sulin Star Region, this kind of transparent crystal is called spiritual energy crystal. Unlike the spiritual crystals that are naturally formed in the spiritual veins, this kind of spiritual energy crystal is artificially refined. Every time the Sulin Star Region occupies a spiritual vein, it will extract it savagely and refine a large number of spiritual energy crystals to maintain the power source of countless mechanical puppets. The base of the Sulin Star Region destroyed by Su Fan has a production line for refining this kind of spiritual energy crystal deep underground, refining spiritual energy crystals day and night. He couldn't help but sigh that the Sulin Star Region is really a violent and barbaric star region. They invaded other star regions wantonly and plundered resources crazily. The spiritual veins that could have lasted for at least hundreds of thousands of years were extracted by them in the most barbaric way. It is estimated that it will be completely exhausted in less than a few thousand years. This behavior is to cut off the roots of the monks of the entire plane. If the Sulin Star Region is allowed to enter the King Quan Star Region, even if they eventually defeat them, it is unclear what will happen to the demons and insects, but it will definitely be a disaster for the human race. Anyway, the battlefield of the Star Region war must not be placed in the King Quan Star Region. Moreover, facing the invasion of the Sulin Star Region, if we fight openly or build a line of defense to resist, it will be a dead end. Thinking of this, Su Fan summoned Sister Zhen and Yaksha, and asked the two ghost slaves to help him sort out the pile of stored rings. In addition to the stored rings of hundreds of giant and realm cultivators in the Sulin Star Region base, he really doesn't like the things of other cultivators like foundation building and key training. Su Fan explained to Sister Zhen and Yaksha, then left a cave, summoned the ghost crow and searched around in the surrounding mountains. A few days later, he landed in front of a hidden valley, took out a 4th level seeking spirit talisman and found a miniature spirit vein. Su Fan breathed a sigh of relief, finally found a suitable place. He took out the formation flag from the ring and arranged 3 sets of hidden formations around the valley. These sets of top-grade immortal formations were specially given to him by Dongming Demon Lord to cover up the aura of the coordinate points. Su Fan spent several days to complete the arrangement of the 3 sets of formations. Although the steps of arranging the formations were extremely cumbersome, the 3 sets of formations had excellent hidden effects. Even if Huishan Xianzhen passed by here, he would not be able to find any clues without deliberately investigating. After arranging the 3 sets of hidden formations, Su Fan entered the valley. He waved his hand and summoned dozens of auxiliary puppets to start leveling the land in the valley. In general, infrastructure projects in the world of cultivation are done by various auxiliary puppets. Only the work of fine carving and engraving runes in the later stage of the project will be completed by cultivators. Before coming here, Dongming Demon Lord had hundreds of various auxiliary puppets in the ring he gave him. These auxiliary puppets are very efficient. In less than a day, hundreds of acres of land in the valley were leveled. Su Fan took out a large number of materials from the ring and began to arrange the star domain coordinate points and the long-range cross-domain communication array disk. Although he had only a partial understanding of the art of formation, fortunately, the star domain coordinate points and the long-range cross-domain communication array disk had been refined and made into separate parts, and they could be assembled according to the steps described in the jade slip. Moreover, in Su Fan's ring, the old monsters in the King Kong star domain had prepared more than 10 sets of the same star domain coordinate points and long-range cross-domain communication array disks for him. But even so, Su Fan still spent more than 10 days to assemble the star domain coordinate points and the long-range cross-domain communication array disk. The star domain coordinate points and the long-range cross-domain communication array disk are actually a whole. The bottom of the main body is a disk with a diameter of tens of meters. In the middle of the disk stands a tower-like building more than 10 meters high, which is powered by the micro-spiritual vein under the disk. In order not to be discovered by the cultivators of the Sulan star domain, each time the coordinate point is actively opened, it can only last for a quarter of an hour before it is closed and then switch to passive receiving state. The long-range inter-domain communication array can be maintained all year round, but if the star domain coordinate point cannot be connected, there is no way to talk about inter-domain communication. Looking at the assembled star domain coordinate point and the long-range inter-domain communication array, Su Fan couldn't help but let out a long sigh. After tossing for more than half a month, he was finally busy. I just don't know if this thing can be connected to the King Kong star domain after it is activated. Su Fan took a deep breath, then waved his hand to activate the array. Buzz, with a dull humming sound, the array disk with a diameter of tens of meters began to flicker, and the dense runes on the array disk began to emit dazzling light. The star domain coordinate point and the long-range inter-domain communication array have been activated, and victory or defeat depends on this. If the King Kong star domain successfully receives the signal of the star domain coordinate point, he can contact the King Kong star domain. About a quarter of an hour later, Su Fan stopped the array disk, and the next step was patient and long waiting. Su Fan sat cross-legged in front of the huge array. He wanted to take this opportunity to practice, but he couldn't calm down. He knew that the old monsters in the King Kong star domain completely copied the ideas of the Sulan star domain and used the equipment and jade slips in the spoils of war seized by Su Fan to reverse the reverse. Although the star domain coordinate points were successfully copied, after all, the time was too short and they might not have fully mastered these technologies. Anyway, it was unreliable. Even if the interstellar coordinate points were connected, remote cross-domain communication could be carried out. But the old monsters in the King Kong star domain were not able to establish a star domain shuttle point in a short time. This means that he could not get support from the King Kong star domain, and he could only fight alone in this unfamiliar plane. If the King Kong star domain could not receive the signal of the star domain coordinate points, it meant that Su Fan might never return to the King Kong star domain in this life. What if he really couldn't return to the King Kong star domain in the future? He would never see his wife and children again. In fact, even if there is a chance to go back, it may take decades, hundreds of years, or even longer. When Su Fan thought of this, his head hurt. He spent the next few days in this state of anxiety, and his heart was always uneasy. This morning, Su Fan had just finished practicing the Hununhuiki's henging. He was about to prepare breakfast when he heard a hum. Su Fan turned his head suddenly and saw the array disk of the interstellar coordinate point flashing with light. He closed his eyes and let out a long breath. Thank God, it was finally connected. Su Fan hurried over. He came to the high tower in the middle of the array disk and gently stroked the tower body that was constantly flashing with his hand. He couldn't help but feel mixed emotions. This star field coordinate point is connected to the King Kong star field, and he is no longer a person drifting alone in a foreign land. At this time, a light curtain appeared on his body in the tower, and a message appeared on it. Su Fan glanced at the light screen and quickly sent a message back to the blue sky star domain, reporting back everything that happened when he came to this strange plane. Not only did he talk about destroying the Sulan star domain base, but he also explained some of his experiences and lessons, as well as the strengths and weaknesses of the Sulan star domain, and sent them back to the blue sky star domain. Because this long-distance cross-domain transmission array can transmit graphics, Su Fan also sent back to the blue sky star domain what he had recorded with a recording device. Including the old monster in the Yuanying stage at the Sulan star domain base, and the ancient books and jade slips and the rings of hundreds of giant monks, Su Fan sent them all back. Not only that, because Su Fan entered the Sulan star domain base, he had a recording device on his body, which recorded everything in the base. When Su Fan touched the deep underground of the base, he also deliberately recorded all the facilities and arrays there, as well as the various runes on them. For more than a month, Su Fan did nothing but sit cross-legged in front of the tower on the array disk, racing against time, transmitting all kinds of information to the King Kwang star domain day and night. Such rich and precious information of the Sulin star domain is absolutely a priceless treasure for the old monsters in the King Kwang star domain. Knowing yourself and knowing the enemy, you can fight 100 battles without danger. The summary of the war in the previous life of Sun Tzu's Art of War is very insightful. Only by having a thorough understanding of the enemy's situation and your own situation can you win the war. Of course, Su Fan also hopes that those old monsters can use this information, whether it is plagiarism or reverse inference, to pass through this star domain coordinate point as soon as possible and establish a shuttle point that can travel back and forth between the two star domains. When Su Fan sent back all the information that could be transmitted, he was exhausted. In the past month, he hardly slept. When he was hungry, he poured a bottle of Bigu pill into his mouth, and when he was sleepy, he laid down beside him and took a nap. In any case, he has done his best. As for the final result, it is not something he can control. But he believed that the group of human monsters in the King Kwang star domain must be more comprehensive than he thought, and the plan they made must be more perfect than he thought. Su Fan rubbed his sore eyes with his hands, and just wanted to lie down for a good sleep. The communication array disk on his waist vibrated slightly. This communication array disk was given to him by Dongming Demon Lord before he came here. It can be transferred through the remote cross-domain communication array disk, but the mark on the array disk is only Dongming Demon Lord. So the message on the communication array disk on his waist must be sent by Dongming Monster. Su Fan thought about it. Then took the communication array disk off his waist, and took it up. It was just as he expected. He activated the array disk, and a human-shaped phantom suddenly appeared in front of him. It was Dongming Monster. Su Fan quickly stood up from the ground and bowed respectfully to the other party. Disciple, I pay my respects to the Demon Lord Dongming. The Demon Lord Dongming waved his hand and said with a smile, you are incredible. You destroyed the base of Sulin Star region by yourself and killed a Yuaning's engine alone. Disciple was also lucky. I killed them by surprise. After hearing Su Fan's words, the Demon Lord Dongming raised his hand and pointed at him, laughing. The information you sent back is a treasure for our King Kwang Star region. If we can stop the invasion of Sulin Star region this time, you are the first to contribute. Demon Lord, you are too kind. I am terrified. The Demon Lord Dongming smiled and waved his hand, sighing, you kid, even I underestimated you. After he finished speaking, he sighed and said in a deep voice, although I have thought of the worst, after reading the information you sent back, we found that we overestimated our King Kwang Star region before. It's good for you to know. If you can think so now, it means that King Kwang Star region can still be saved. Demon Lord, I think that if we want to completely crush the invasion of Sulin Star domain, we must not place the battlefield in King Kwang Star domain, and we must not engage in a field battle with them. Su Fan had been holding back these words for a long time, and today he finally had the chance to speak them out. The information transmitted through the remote cross-domain communication array will be transmitted to the public light screen, and many human monsters will see it. Su Fan is just a small giant and cultivator, of course he will not say these ideas in front of so many human monsters. But the information transmitted through the communication array on his waist is a private communication between him and Dongming Demon Lord, and Su Fan will certainly speak out his thoughts without hesitation. Dongming Demon Lord listened, smiled and nodded. We actually think so too, and we are now formulating a plan in this regard, but it is easy to think, but it is more difficult to implement. Of course it is difficult. How can we implement these plans if we can't even establish a shuttle point across the two star domains? However, we have already contacted several nearby star regions and shared some information about the Sulin Star region with them. Now we have begun to form a star region alliance to jointly resist the invasion of the Sulin Star region. After listening to the Dongming Demon Lord, Su Fan finally felt better. If we pull in several nearby star regions to form an alliance, facing the invasion of the Sulin Star region, the pressure on the King Kwang Star region will definitely be much less. There is no way. With the strength of the King Kwang Star region, it is definitely not able to fight the invasion of the Sulin Star region alone. Moreover, the Sulin Star region has long been notorious, often invading other star regions and madly plundering the resources of various star regions. Now that several nearby star regions know that the Sulin Star region has set its sights on them, they will definitely mobilize for war and do their best to resist the threat from the Sulin Star region. After all, the lips and teeth are cold, and with the greedy nature of the Sulan star region, once it occupies the Qingquan star region, how could it let go of the surrounding star regions? Su Fan sighed secretly, not knowing when the Sulan star region would launch an invasion. He knew very well that the information obtained from the Sulan star region base that had just been destroyed could not understand the true strength of the Sulan star region. For the powerful Sulan star region, it was just the tip of the iceberg. By the way, how long will it take for us to build a shuttle point across the star region? After hearing Su Fan's words, the Dongming demon clan smiled bitterly. Now dozens of Saint Lords in the Qingquan star region have summoned more than 10,000 disciples who are proficient in formations. They are studying and pondering day and night based on the information you sent back. Hearing Dongming Demon Lord say this, Su Fan couldn't help shaking his head. These are all the things left over from the Sulan star region, but for the cultivators of the Qingquan star region, they are like a heavenly book. There is no way, if you fall behind, you will be beaten. Chapter 503 Should we escape again? After Su Fan and Dongming Demon Lord finished their conversation, he laid down next to the array disk at the star domain coordinate point and fell asleep. He had hardly slept for more than a month. He only took a nap every day, which was very tiring. Su Fan slept for 2 days before being awakened by hunger. If it weren't for the delicious food in his stomach, he might not have slept for 4 or 5 days. After he got up, he quickly cooked and wolfed down his stomach. Then he left the valley and drove the ghost crow back to the cave. The star domain coordinate point and the long-distance cross-domain communication array disk had been assembled, and they had contacted the Qingquan star domain, so they didn't have to stay here. Back in the cave, Su Fan sat cross-legged. He waved his hand, and suddenly several monks from the Sulan star domain appeared in front of him. These were the few survivors he deliberately left when he slaughtered the base. These foundation-building monks from the Sulan star domain were all locked up in his portable secret realm, and he cast the secret method of the Soul Dao to make them fall into deep sleep. Su Fan arranged for Sister Zhen to enter the portable secret realm to guard these people, and every few days, she would stuff a big pill into their mouths. Anyway, it was fine as long as they didn't starve to death. Several monks from the Sulan star region slowly opened their eyes. They were dazed and confused for a while, until they saw Su Fan, and then they reacted with a start. They subconsciously touched the ring, but it turned out to be empty, and then they understood their situation. Just do what I say, you can survive. At this time, a thought came to the ears of several people at the same time, and one of the Sulan monks snorted coldly. Pa! The brain of the Sulan star region monk who snorted coldly suddenly exploded. Blood and brain matter splattered everywhere, and several people next to him were splashed all over their bodies and faces, and they were all trembling with fear. This guy is too cruel, looking smiling, who would have thought he was so violent? Although the monks of the Sulan star region often invade other planes crazily, they all hide behind to control the puppets to fight, and rarely come into contact with such bloody scenes. Not to mention the scene where someone's head explodes at the slightest disagreement. People who hide behind puppets all year round are not very courageous, and they are particularly afraid of death. Su Fan glanced at a few people and smiled slightly. Okay, do I need to say it again? Su Fan's thoughts came to the ears of several Sulan star region monks again. They looked at the headless corpse lying on the ground and shook their heads vigorously. Well, very good, don't worry, I always keep my words. Su Fan conveyed another thought to them, and then waved his hand. Several Sulan star region monks fell asleep again and were sent into the portable secret realm by him, leaving only one person outside. He smiled at the person he left outside, and then sent a thought to him. Let's get started. In the following days, Su Fan stayed in this cave every day, taking turns to communicate with several Sulan star region monks. Su Fan learned the language of Sulan star region from them, as well as some basic knowledge of puppetry. Since he revealed his brutal side, several monks from the Sulan star region were trembling with fear every time they were awakened by him. The horrific scene of the last headshot is still vivid in their minds, and they will be horrified whenever they think of it. Therefore, several monks from the Sulan star region were very cooperative and taught Su Fan attentively, fearing that the other party would dislike him and blow his head again. Because Su Fan would wake them up in turn, he was not worried that these people would deceive him. Faced with different systems of cultivation knowledge, Su Fan could only learn from scratch. Fortunately, several monks from the Sulan star region worked hard and explained it to him in a simple and easy-to-understand way, fearing that they could not teach him. In less than a month, Su Fan mastered the language of the Sulan Star region, and his oral English was also acceptable. The next step was the cultivation knowledge of the puppet path of the Sulan Star region, and Su Fan quickly got started. In fact, he didn't want to learn anything too advanced. As long as he understands the system of puppetry in the Sulan Star region, someone will guide him, and then he will learn to control mechanical puppets. As for refining puppets, he is not in a hurry. Anyway, he has seized a large number of jade slips and ancient books, and he will have plenty of time to study and figure it out in the future. Moreover, he has seized a large number of various rare materials for making instruments in the Sulan Star region, which is enough for him to practice in the future. Not only that, Su Fan also learned a lot of information from them. It turns out that this plane is called Qiushan Realm, which belongs to the easternmost area of the Dongate Star region. Hundreds of years ago, the entire star region was invaded by the Sulan Star region. Now the resources of the Dongate Star region have been plundered to the point of being almost exhausted, so the Sulan Star region has begun to plan its next target, and the Qingquan Star region is just one of them. According to these people, although they are all from the Sulan Star region, they were actually born in the Dongate Star region and have never returned to their legendary hometown. Because the ancient Sulan Star region has been depleted of spiritual energy for tens of thousands of years, it is no longer suitable for the survival of monks. Just when Su Fan was hiding in the cave and studying with several Sulan Star region monks every day, the sky above the base he destroyed was filled with dense flying boats. Countless large flying boats covered the sky and almost covered the entire sky. A large number of Sulan Star region monks also gathered around the base that had sunk deep into the ground. At this moment, several Yuanying monks were standing at the edge of the base with gloomy faces. The leader, a late Yuanying monk, was listening to the report of his subordinates. The Sulan Star region bases and strongholds scattered throughout the Qiushan realm suddenly received a large number of rescue messages from the main base. Because the teleportation array has lost its effect, they can only rush to help from all over the world by flying boats, and report this news to the top leaders of the Sulan Star region. When the various bases and strongholds of Qiushanji arrived at the main base, they found that it had been destroyed. The entire base had sunk deep underground. And nearly 10,000 cultivators in the base had also disappeared. After hearing the report from his subordinates, the face of the late Yuanying cultivator who was in charge was gloomy. "You have been investigating for so long, have you found any results? Report to Master Bassin. The base was damaged too badly, and there are no clues left at all. However, there are many signs that the base should have been attacked by a god-transforming heavenly venerable." Master Bassin frowned and said in a deep voice, "Where are the nearly 10,000 cultivators in the base?" "A master, hundreds of giant and cultivators. Didn't anyone escape? After our investigation, they should all have died. Even their souls were not found. When we searched around the base, we found traces of witch blood sacrifice on the broken altar in Chechuo City." Master Bassin looked gloomy and turned his head to look at the huge deep pit in front of him. "You mean, nearly 10,000 people in the base were taken to Chechuo City for blood sacrifice? We judge that the murderer should be a certain Wudao god-transforming heavenly venerable. Okay, you go." After sending the people away, Master Bassin turned around and glanced at several masters next to him. "Everyone, tell me, what do you think of this matter?" Several masters all smiled bitterly and shook their heads. They didn't know what to say. If it was really a great Wudao who destroyed the base of Qiushanji, they could only report the matter to the Star Region Elder Council. "Senior Brother Bassin, I think we should report this matter to the Elder Council as soon as possible." "Well, let the Elder Council send a god-transforming senior as soon as possible. If that Wudao god-transforming heavenly venerable is still in Dongyeon Star region, then we must be cautious." After listening to the words of several junior brothers, Master Bassin nodded. At this time, he suddenly remembered something and hurriedly asked the master next to him. "Brother Kunsha, the base of Qiushanji is destroyed. Can we still contact the coordinates of the eastern star fields? It will take a long time to rebuild the base of Qiushanji. We can only let the nearby main base of Angaji be responsible for monitoring." After hearing what Brother Kunsha said, Master Bassin could only sigh helplessly. Sulan Starfield has occupied Dongate Starfield for hundreds of years, and this is the first time that the plane base has been destroyed. Moreover, the Wudao Shianzan who destroyed the base of Qiushanji may not have left Dongate Starfield, which is more troublesome. Although Qiushanji is not large, it is responsible for the important task of monitoring the coordinates of several eastern star fields. Now the resources of Kyushinji are almost exhausted. These coordinates are related to the future strategic offensive direction of Sulin Starfield. At this moment, Su Fan was sitting cross-legged in the tent in the cave, holding a bone talisman and placing it on his forehead. After a while, he frowned and put down the bone talisman. This bone talisman records a Wudao technique inheritance. The contents inside are totally unheard of for him, which opens Su Fan's eyes. There are many such bone talismans, all of which were found in the rings of the monks in the Sulin Star region. Su Fan put away the bone talisman, then rolled up his sleeves to reveal his right arm. As soon as he thought of it, he felt a slight itch on his arm. And then dense blood-colored tattoos suddenly appeared on his right arm. Looking at his right arm covered with blood-colored tattoos, Su Fan couldn't help but laugh at himself. I didn't expect that I would become a flower-armed brother now. In the past few days, through some Wudao jade slips, he also learned a lot of Wudao cultivation knowledge. Wudao is a kind of ancient Taoist bane that is even older than the inheritance of the immortals and demons. It is even said that the immortals and demons are also inherited from Wudao. It is said that the ancient Wudao monks can communicate with heaven and earth, communicate with the gods, and are good at sacrifices, divination, descent of gods, curses, prayers and other kinds of mysterious magical powers. However, the inheritance of the human cultivators in the Kinkwang Star region is dominated by the two paths of immortals and demons. The path of witchcraft has only a few branches and can hardly make any waves. The cultivators in the Kyushin realm almost all practice the path of witchcraft, and there are also many branches of the path. These things are not important to Su Fan. He just wants to know what is going on with his blood-red tattoos all over his body and back. Various tattoos in the inheritance of witchcraft are very common. If a witch cultivator does not have a few tattoos on his body, he will be embarrassed to say hello to people when he goes out. The effect of these tattoos is the same as the talismans of the two paths of immortals and demons, but they are tattooed on the body of the cultivator. But according to those bone talismans, there is almost no witch cultivator who has tattoos all over his body and back, and two big flower arms. After all, the flesh and soul of the witch cultivator are limited, and they can't bear the power of so many tattoos. It is said that only the witch cultivators above the realm of the high priest can have tattoos all over their bodies and have peerless magical powers that can destroy the world with a wave of their hands. But the high priest is equivalent to the Yuaningzhenjin of the human race, which is not comparable to ordinary Wudao monks. Su Fan looked at his big flowered arm and couldn't help sighing. These blood runes on his body are very obscure and strange. He has found a lot of Wudao bone runes and countless Wudao tattoos. But what puzzled Su Fan was that he didn't find the same blood runes as his. Moreover, the tattoos on other Wudao monks all have various magical powers, but the dense blood runes on his body are useless. Su Fan put down his robe sleeves and shook his head helplessly. No matter what, let it be. For now, it is better to study and figure out the puppet way of Sulin Star region as soon as possible. After all, he is alone in the enemy's territory. If he is discovered by the monks of Sulin Star region one day, he can also get away with it. Su Fan was just about to wake up a foundation-building cultivator from the Sulin Star region to learn the knowledge of puppetry from him. But before he could cast a spell, a black shadow whooshed and rushed in from outside the cave. Master, outside, there are so many flying boats outside. Su Fan frowned and asked in a deep voice, can you speak properly? Seeing Su Fan's face stern, Sister Zhen stuck out her tongue. Master, just now there were so many flying boats outside that they covered the sky. Su Fan knew that he had destroyed the Kyushinji base for so long, and the support from the Sulin Star region should have arrived. Well, I know, you go. After hearing what the master said, Sister Zhen still refused to leave, blinking her watery ghost eyes. Master, should we escape again? Su Fan was almost angry to death after hearing this. I wanted to escape, but where could he escape to? He glared at her fiercely and said angrily, get lost. Sister Zhen was so frightened that her body trembled violently. With a whoosh, she disappeared in an instant. After scolding Sister Zhen and sending her away, Su Fan calmed down. According to what Demon Lord Dongming said, those old monsters of the human race in the Kinkwang Star Domain might not be able to establish a shuttle point across the Star Domain in a short period of time. Judging from the attitude of the Sulin Star Domain, they will definitely search for clues in the Kyushin realm. It is better not to go out and hang out. Hide in the cave temporarily, and make plans after the Sulin Star Domain calms down. Su Fan was a little worried about the coordinate point he arranged in the Kishan realm. Although there is a self-destruct device on the array disk, if this coordinate point is exposed, it will definitely arouse the suspicion of the Sulan star domain. In fact, he thought too much. No one was looking for clues in the Kishan realm. Now all the thoughts of the cultivators in the Sulan star domain are on the Great Witch God. Chapter 504, Purely Bored. In the early morning, Su Fan sat cross-legged in the cave, looking at a wolf-shaped puppet in front of him with surprise. This was the first mechanical puppet he had made since he learned the puppetry of the Sulan star region. Although it was just an entry-level practice, he was still very excited. The puppetry of the Sulan star region is indeed profound and extensive. Just the most basic theoretical part requires a huge amount of knowledge to learn, and it takes a long time to get started. Ordinary Sulan star region monks have received systematic teaching since childhood, and it takes more than 10 years to learn basic theoretical knowledge alone. Su Fan is a latecomer. After several months of boring cramming, he can't wait to practice. After all, he is also a master of making instruments with a decent level. He thought that refining an entry-level puppet should be no problem. As a result, he realized that the puppet making of the Sulan star region is simply too difficult. Even the most complex puppet in the King Kwang star region cannot be compared with the simplest entry-level mechanical puppet in the Sulan star region. There are hundreds of parts in the puppet alone, and each one has to be carefully carved, and a large number of runes need to be engraved. It took him more than 10 days to successfully complete his first practice work. Su Fan rubbed his hands excitedly. Whether it works or not depends on this time. Let's take it out for a walk to see if it is a mule or a horse. He took out a spiritual crystal and stuffed it into the slot behind the wolf-shaped mechanical puppet. Then he focused his eyes and used his spiritual sense to stimulate the formation inside the puppet. Buzz! With a buzzing sound, the wolf-shaped puppet made by Su Fan began to flicker. He was immediately excited. The puppet was successfully started. The next step was to control the puppet to make various movements. Su Fan focused his eyes and issued the first command. The wolf-shaped mechanical puppet moved immediately, but it fell down after just a few steps. What the hell? He has been tossing day and night for more than 10 days, and his hair is almost white, and he made such a thing. Su Fan sighed, walked over and disassembled the wolf-shaped puppet again, and then began to carefully check each part, and he really found the problem. He excitedly reassembled it, and this time it not only started smoothly, but also walked a long way without falling down again. Su Fan suddenly became excited, and he used his spiritual sense to issue another command, and the wolf-shaped mechanical puppet turned right and prepared to change direction. Paw! The wolf-shaped mechanical puppet fell to the ground again, and Su Fan was so angry that his liver hurt. He could only walk over and disassemble the puppet again, and check each part one by one. This time he found 2 more fault points, but after repairing them, they fell again after walking a few steps. Su Fan tossed it for a whole day, and he disassembled the puppet dozens of times, but there were still problems. He was so angry that he put the wolf-shaped puppet away, and I don't want to play with it anymore. Is there something wrong with the cultivators of Sulan star region? It's just an entry-level puppet, why make it so complicated? It's just because they have nothing better to do. Su Fan took out a red clay stove and tea set and brewed a pot of spiritual tea. He poured himself a cup of spiritual tea and put the cup between his lips. The fragrance came to him and made him feel refreshed. Su Fan took a sip and felt a stream of fresh air turning into a clear and cold spring, which made him feel comfortable from his throat to his stomach and then to his flesh and bones. His soul seemed to have experienced a baptism of spring water and his mind became clearer than ever before. Su Fan drank a few cups of spiritual tea and his originally impatient mood slowly calmed down. The reason why Sulan star region is so powerful is not because of the development of puppetry. All cultivators have been trained since childhood and have been immersed in the ocean of basic knowledge of puppetry for more than 10 years. Therefore, every cultivator in Sulan star region has a very profound attainment in puppetry. Although the strength of this entry-level puppet is not necessarily very strong, it can help low-level cultivators consolidate the foundation of puppetry, so that they can control more powerful mechanical puppets in the future. The cultivators of the key training realm of the Sulan star region can not only control mechanical puppets, but can even control high-level mechanical puppets and defeat the foundation-building disciples of other star regions. Su Fan has only been cramming for a few months, and he hasn't even mastered the most basic theoretical knowledge. To put it bluntly, it's like a half-full bottle. It seems that if you want to truly master the puppetry of the Sulin Star region, you must spend time to lay a solid foundation, and you can't be impatient at all. He is indeed a little overestimating his own abilities. Thinking of this, Su Fan laughed at himself, then stood up from the ground and left the cave. He came to the entrance of the cave, and with a whoosh, Sister Zhen's ghost jumped out from nowhere. Sister Zhen's ghost circled around him for a few circles, then transformed into a graceful figure, hugged his arm and shook it. "Master, why did you come to see me just now? I missed you." Since Sister Zhen broke through to the Ghost King, she has become more and more clingy, and is willing to stay by Su Fan's side all day long. Don't pay attention to her at this time. She will be bright with a little sunshine, and will definitely be around him forever. How is it outside the cave? Nothing unusual, it's been quite quiet recently. I go out every night and don't find anything unusual. Su Fan nodded. It seems that the limelight should have passed, and it's time for him to go out. He put Sister Zhen into the top-grade ghost weapon on his waist, and then activated the atomized body, turning into a thin mist and spreading out of the cave. It was midnight, and the moonlight was like water, like thin smoke, as if connected to the starry sky, hazy and quiet. Su Fan, in the atomized state, came to the valley where he arranged the star domain coordinate point and the long-distance cross-domain communication array. Seeing that everything in the valley was as before, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Whether he can return to the King Kong star domain depends on this star domain coordinate point. Once it is destroyed, he may never be able to go home again. No, he still has to find a place to arrange another star domain coordinate point. Su Fan lifted the atomization state, and then drove the ghost crow to fly towards the base. Now several months have passed, and it is unknown whether the Sulin Star region will rebuild the base. More than 10 days later, he drove the invisible ghost crow and came to the vicinity of the base again. Su Fan found a place to land, and then patiently waited until midnight, and started the atomization body to float towards the base. He carefully controlled the mist, and after floating for half an hour, he finally came to the edge of the base. The area in front was brightly lit at this time, and countless puppets gathered in the air and on the ground, and they were under intense construction. The newly built tall and magnificent building has been rebuilt. An invisible barrier was arranged outside the construction site, and a large number of mechanical puppets several feet high were guarding there, and flying puppets were constantly patrolling back and forth in the air. Su Fan couldn't help but frown. Although the construction site seemed to be well defended, it gave him a feeling of laxity. It shouldn't be like this. Qiu Shanji's base was destroyed, and the Sulin Star region should have stepped up its alert. But he didn't even encounter a patrolling mechanical puppet all the way here. These Sulin Star region monks are too careless. Su Fan hesitated for a moment, and finally decided to go in and take a look. He must find out what's going on. Outside the construction site of the base reconstruction, a Sulin Star region Kigan disciple was sleeping soundly in the control room of the mechanical puppet. It was his turn to be on duty today, and he might be having a sweet dream, with the corners of his mouth completely curled up. Suddenly, the Kigan disciple on duty trembled all over, and then woke up with a confused look on his face, as if he was possessed by evil spirits, and spoke to the air. After a while, he shuddered and woke up completely, looking around aimlessly. It's really strange. He seemed to be chatting with someone just now. Maybe he was dreaming. The on-duty disciple of Sulin Star region didn't take it too seriously. He changed his posture and laid down. After a while, he fell asleep again. Su Fan, in a mist state, floated away from the Sulin Star region base all the way. He lifted the mist state in a forest and restored his true human body. Just now, he asked a lot of information from the on-duty disciple of Sulin Star region. What he didn't expect was that Sulin Star region put all its energy on a witch god Xianzhen, and now it is looking for him all over the world in Dongate Star region. Su Fan couldn't help but smile bitterly. He accidentally triggered the blood sacrifice of the witch, and he triggered a 5th level fairy talisman, which sank to the bottom and destroyed the base. In the end, his two actions actually made the high level of Sulin Star region make a wrong judgment. The Sulin Star region monks in Qiashan realm are busy rebuilding the plane base and have no energy to care about anything else. It seems that Qiashan realm is safe for the time being. Su Fan flew the ghost crow all the way into the depths of the mountains. After flying for more than 2 months, he finally found a micro-spiritual vein. He controlled the ghost crow to land on the ground and looked at a dense forest not far ahead. The scenery here is extremely beautiful. There are hundreds of large and small peaks and ridges in the distance, as green as fresh water. The depths of the surrounding dark green set off the depths of the valley. Su Fan walked towards the dense forest. After a few steps, he suddenly stopped. Something is wrong, he frowned immediately, and his intuition told him that there seemed to be some danger hidden in the dense forest. Su Fan's eyes condensed, and his spiritual sense was completely released, and all the wind and grass movements within a radius of hundreds of feet were in his sight. Hey! He didn't leak any breath at all. It seems that he is also a guy who is good at hiding his tracks. According to several captured Sulanstar region monks, the monks and monsters in Qiushan realm have been almost slaughtered by them, and only a few remnants are hiding in several dangerous places. It is said that there should be no powerful existence nearby. He had been flying in the mountains for so long, and only saw some wild beasts and a few low-level monsters. Su Fan continued to move forward. When he reached the edge of the dense forest, he finally found a trace of breath. He sneered, and with a flash of lightning under his feet, he disappeared from the spot. Almost at the same time, a leopard-shaped monster hiding in the bushes nearby pounced on him, but unfortunately its sneak attack failed. The leopard's sharp claws dug a huge pit where Su Fan had just been. Seeing that the sneak attack failed, the leopard reacted very quickly, turned around and drilled into the bushes next to it. The speed was incredible, and it disappeared in a few leaps. But how could Su Fan let it escape? With a flash of blood on his body, his figure appeared hundreds of feet away, just blocking the leopard's escape route. Awoo! The leopard knew that it could not escape, and it suddenly aroused its ferocious spirit. It roared and rushed up, opening its ferocious mouth and biting Su Fan. Paw! Su Fan didn't even try to dodge, he stretched out his hand and grabbed its neck. The demon leopard struggled desperately, and the two sharp fangs in its ferocious mouth revealed a violent edge. It never expected that the human cultivator opposite was so fierce that he could hold its neck tightly with just the strength of his body. Seeing that the demon leopard was still not honest, Su Fan exerted force, and the demon leopard immediately rolled his eyes became more and more confused. But what happened next made him stunned. The demon leopard in his hand slowly turned into a humanoid creature, and the fierce demon leopard in Su Fan's hand had turned into a human girl who had fainted. The girl was naked all over, her soft and white skin shone with the light of youth, and her entire right arm was covered with runes, extending to below her ears. What the hell? But he immediately understood that the witch monks also had a tradition of controlling beasts, and the girl in his hand should have used the magical power of transformation. Su Fan gently placed the girl in his hand on the ground, then took out a robe from the ring and covered her. He walked over to the site and sat cross-legged, patiently waiting for the other party to wake up. Unexpectedly, there was a remaining Wu Dao monk in Qiushan realm. He had to have a good chat with her. Su Fan was alone here. If he could contact the local Wu Dao monks in Qiushan realm, it would be better than wandering around alone. I don't know how long it took before Luo Sha slowly opened her eyes. She was dazed for a while, and suddenly remembered what happened just now. When she saw the robe covering her body, she immediately understood her situation. However, Luo Sha did not panic. The reason why she was not panicked was because the facial features of the person opposite her were similar to hers. The other party was definitely not a monk from the Sulanstar region, and this person also covered his body with a robe, which meant that he should have no malicious intentions. Luo Sha sat up wrapped in the robe and looked at Su Fan next to him calmly. Seeing that the girl woke up, Su Fan smiled at him. The girl was about 17 or 18 years old, with a fair and tender face, delicate eyebrows and eyes, and extremely delicate features. Her long and smooth hair was draped behind her, reaching down to her back. She looked extremely pure. Although she had not grown up yet, she was already a peerless beauty. Don't be nervous, I'm not from the Sulanstar region. Listening to Su Fan speaking a language she didn't understand, Luo Sha shook her head blankly, not knowing what he was talking about. Seeing the other party shaking his head, Su Fan realized that he was in Qiushan realm and the girl didn't understand his language at all. Su Fan thought for a while and sent another thought to the other party. A thought came to Luo Sha's mind, and she felt relieved immediately. Although she had guessed that the other party had no ill intentions, she was still a little nervous just now. But she didn't know how to send a message with her thoughts, so she stood there and didn't know how to reply. Fortunately, the other party sent a thought. Put on your clothes first, and we'll talk later. After sending a thought, Su Fan stood up from the ground and turned around. Chapter 505, It's Also a Good Deed. Su Fan turned around, listening to the rustling sounds behind him, and forced himself to suppress the evil fire that had just arisen in his heart. Ever since he swallowed the blood essence of the high-level demons, his desires in that area have become stronger and stronger. As long as he gets a little spark, the evil fire will jump up in an instant. Su Fan took a deep breath. If he didn't let the girl put on his clothes, he would have to set up a tent under his robe. Fortunately, although the physiological reaction of the flesh could not be controlled, at least the consciousness was very clear and he could still restrain himself. Cough. Hearing a slight cough behind him, Su Fan slowly turned around. When he turned around, his eyes lit up. The girl had already handed over the clothes. Unlike the cultivators in the King Kwang Star region, she did not wear a robe, but a set of animal skin shorts. The upper body is a fur vest, revealing 2 white arms, the lower body is a fur short skirt, and under her slender and straight thighs are a pair of fur short boots. Her long hair is tied up with a bone hairpin, and she wears bone ornaments on her chest and wrists, and her waist is also full of various strange animal bone pendants. This dress is quite similar to the style of the two-dimensional girls in the anime in the previous life, especially the flower arms full of runes, which reveal a wild beauty. Su Fan swallowed his saliva and couldn't help but smile slightly. He coughed to cover up his embarrassment, and then sent a thought to the girl. Let's find a safe place to talk. Luosha received the other party's thought, nodded, turned around and went deep into the dense forest. Su Fan followed the girl into the dense forest and came to the tree hole under the towering tree that more than 10 people hugged. The tree hole was very tidy, with several layers of thick animal skins on the ground, and some animal bone pendants and feather decorations hanging everywhere. The two sat down cross-legged, and Su Fan looked around the environment in the tree hole. Do you usually live here? Where are your family members? Luosha received the thought, shook her head, and a lonely look appeared on her face. Seeing that the girl was not in a good mood, Su Fan did not continue to ask, but asked her about some things about the Wu Dao monks in Kyushinji. Luosha was still a little wary of this sudden stranger, at least she would not tell the other party where her clan members were hiding. Su Fan certainly saw the girl's vigilance, so he began to introduce himself. I am from another star field. An accident occurred during the transmission, and I was swept away by the time and space storm. In the end, I was lucky enough to drift here. He chatted with the girl for a long time with his mind, and saw that the girl was still very cautious. In desperation, Su Fan had to wave his hand and summon a Sulan Star Field monk from the portable secret realm. Seeing the Sulan Star region monk who suddenly appeared in front of her, the girl was startled, but then a look of anger appeared on her face. I caught this nearby. Before Su Fan's thoughts were finished, the girl on the opposite side threw her hand, and a black shadow whooshed towards the Sulan Star region monk. He wanted to stop it, but it was too late, and saw a black snake several inches long had already bitten the neck of the Sulan Star region monk. The Sulan Star region who had just been summoned was bitten by the snake, and his whole body turned black in an instant, and then collapsed to the ground. Su Fan glanced at the girl and saw that she was staring at the corpse on the ground with red eyes, with a look of grief and anger in her eyes. This is... Okay, let's die, there are still a few of them anyway. Whoosh! At this time, the black snake had already pounced on Su Fan. Su Fan raised his hand and held the black snake. He moved his hand slightly and saw that the snake had bitten his finger tightly. He frowned and looked at the girl opposite coldly. Seeing that his pet snake had bitten the man's finger, Luosha panicked and quickly took out a bone bottle from the leather bag on his waist, poured out a black pill and handed it over. Seeing the girl's anxious look, Su Fan did not accept the pill from the other party, but handed the black snake over. Luosha took her pet snake and put it away, then walked a few steps to Su Fan's side, raised her hand and was about to put the pill into his mouth. Su Fan stopped her and shook his head. He raised his right hand and looked at the 2 small holes on his fingers. He couldn't help but look at the little snake with a new look. He knew the strength of the flesh bast. Even a 3rd-level monster might not be able to bite through his skin. He didn't expect that this seemingly insignificant little snake would actually bite through his finger. As for the toxicity of the little snake, he didn't take it seriously at all. Now Su Fan has achieved the all-poison body, and has long been immune to all kinds of toxins. This bit of toxicity is really nothing. Su Fan put his finger in his mouth for a while, and then put it down. He looked at the black corpse on the ground, sighed secretly, and his eyes suddenly condensed. Bloodlines came out of the body of the Sulan Star region monk. After a while, the Sulan Star region monk turned into a pale skeleton. Su Fan put away the secret method, turned around and saw that the girl was staring at him in amazement, with an incredible face. At this moment, Luo Sha was completely dumbfounded. Who is this guy? His snake pet is highly poisonous. Even if the high priest is bitten by it, it will be a very troublesome thing. Who would have thought that this guy would not only do nothing, but also put his finger in his mouth for a while? Luo Sha looked at the skeleton on the ground again, and couldn't help but feel a sense of inexplicable fear of Su Fan, and subconsciously stepped back a few steps. Su Fan looked at the girl who was on guard, and his head hurt. The other party couldn't communicate with him, so no matter how much he said, it was useless. He had to think of a way. At this time, he had an idea and took out a black bone piece from his ring and handed it to the girl opposite. Luosha thought about it and took the bone piece. Seeing Su Fan's gesture to him, she instantly understood the other party's intention, so she put the bone piece on her ear. My name is Luosha. Finally, a thought from the girl came to his mind, and Su Fan was relieved. Unexpectedly, this bone piece of the demon clan was really useful. My name is Su Fan, where are you? Su Fan certainly wouldn't tell her that he destroyed the base of the Sulan Star region, but just pretended to be a foreign monk thrown over by the space turbulence. With a bone piece of the demon clan, the communication between the two instantly became smooth. Through a conversation with Luosha, Su Fan finally learned some information about the Wudao monks in the northern part of Kyushinji. Since the Sulan Star region invaded Kyushin realm, the major sects of local witches and the huge demon forces have been almost slaughtered, and only a few people have fled to the Per Mountains and Bad Waters and secretly hid. There are several gathering places of witches hidden in the nearby mountains, all in the caves in the mountains or deep underground, and they have reproduced from generation to this day. Luosha was born and raised in the gathering place. Because she practiced a beast-taming way, she often performed the shapa-shifting technique to scout and patrol near the gathering place. Because in the past few hundred years, the Sulan Star region no longer swept everywhere as before, because the Sulan Star region monks guarding Kyushin realm knew that the local witches could not make any big waves. So there are many gathering places of witches like Luosha in Kyushin realm. Not only that, there are also many habitats of various groups of demons in the depths of the mountains, but they are also struggling to survive, and the scale of the groups is not large. It may be because her snake pet just bit Su Fan, which made her feel a little guilty. It may also be because Su Fan devoured the monks of the Sulan Star region. Luosha's vigilance against Su Fan was obviously much less. In addition to the communication between the two, Luosha decided to take Su Fan back to the gathering place. In the next few days, Su Fan followed Luosha to the gathering place of the Wudao monks, trekking all the way through the mountains. Perhaps because of the fear of being exposed, the local Wudao monks would rather trek through the mountains than fly in the air with magic tools. According to Luosha, it would take more than half a month to return to the gathering place, and Su Fan did not want to summon the ghost crow, so he just followed Luosha all the way. At night, the two came to a cave, which was also a place for Luosha to stay, just like the tree hole last time. Luosha simply arranged a rough ban outside the cave. In order to prevent the invasion of wild beasts, there were no other epidemic prevention measures. The two walked into the cave and sat cross-legged on the animal skins spread on the ground. Luosha asked, "Are you hungry? I have some dried meat stored here." "Oh, no, I'll cook for myself." Hearing that Su Fan was going to cook here, Luosha quickly dissuaded him. "You must not light a fire here." "Oh, why?" Luosha sighed and said, "The smoke and heat may be discovered by the Sulan people." Su Fan frowned and said, "Will the Sulan people patrol around here?" Luosha shook her head and said, "No one from them comes to patrol now, but they occasionally come out to hunt." Hunting? Seeing Su Fan's puzzled face, Luosha nodded sadly. "Sometimes the Sulan people come to capture our people and throw them into the mountains. They enjoy hunting our people. This is a pastime for the Sulan people." After hearing Luosha's words, Su Fan couldn't help but feel a little emotional. For enjoying hunting humans, these Sulan people really deserve to be killed. It seems that slaughtering the Sulan people's base is also a merit. This is the sadness of the natives in the occupied area. If the Kingkwang Star region is invaded by the Sulan Star region, such a thing will also happen. Don't worry, there will definitely be no Sulan people coming to hunt in the near future. Seeing Luosha's puzzled face, Su Fan hurriedly explained to him. A base of the Sulan people was destroyed, and nearly 10,000 people died. They are rebuilding the base. How can they have the mind to hunt? Really? Luosha exclaimed with surprise, and then said excitedly, Who did it? I did such a big thing, would I tell you? Su Fan smiled and said, maybe a great witch passed by and saw the miserable situation of the tribe members, so he took action with hatred. After hearing Su Fan's words, Luosha stood up from the ground. No wonder I heard from our tribe leader that the witch god responded to his prayer. Su Fan almost laughed when he heard it. This is not a response to you. It is obvious that I sacrificed nearly 10,000 Sulan people with blood, which made your witch god respond to him. Hasn't the witch god you worshipped responded to you before? Luosha said excitedly. According to our clan leader, the witch god has not responded to our worship for thousands of years. Su Fan couldn't help but be stunned when he heard it. Could it be that the witch god who had not responded to the tribe for thousands of years was awakened by his blood sacrifice? Although he didn't know what kind of system the gods in this world were. But the blood sacrifice he accidentally launched would definitely let the witch god know the situation of the believers. You know, it is said that in the entire Dangin Star region, almost every plane has a tradition of witchcraft, and these people are all believers of the witch god. Seeing that the tribe was harmed so badly, would this witch god punish the atrocities of the Sulan Star region? I thought too much. This is a world of cultivation. The so-called gods in this world are nothing more than the most powerful cultivators. In Su Fan's eyes, those human beings in the Kingquan Star region are like gods. At this moment, Luosha's state is as excited as if he had been injected with chicken blood. She took out a statue and placed it in the middle of the cave, then knelt in front of it respectfully, kowtowed repeatedly, and kept muttering to herself. Looking at the pious Rosa, Su Fan couldn't help shaking his head. He took out a few isolation talismans from his ring, activated them and placed them outside the cave, then took out the oven and cooking utensils, as well as various ingredients, and started to work on his own. Su Fan spent half an hour to prepare the ingredients, but Rosa still knelt in front of the statue, praying devoutly. What's the point of worshipping him? You might as well worship me instead. Su Fan shook his head, then started a fire in the oven, and then hung the hanging oven meat skewers one by one in the oven. He took out a large soup pot and placed it on the stove, stewing a large pot of monster ribs and various side dishes in it. Su Fan took out a wok and started to stir-fry the dishes on the stove next to him. At this time, the smoke and heat from the oven and stove were absorbed by a magic weapon suspended above the stove. Because he was going to a foreign land, in order to avoid danger when cooking in the wild, Su Fan specially made an alien version of a ranged hood. Just find a piece of material with special attributes. Engrave some array runes on it, and you can absorb the smoke and heat generated by cooking when cooking. After worshipping the witch god for an hour, Luosha stood up from the ground with satisfaction. Although she did not get a response from the witch god, she was still incomparably happy. As soon as she put away the statue, her nose suddenly smelled an attractive aroma. Luosha turned around and was stunned. She saw that there were many things she didn't recognize next to her. What surprised her most was that it was only a little while. This guy had already prepared a large table of dishes. Luosha swallowed her saliva, stared at the food on the table, and unconsciously cooed to herself. Why are you still standing there? Come and eat. After receiving Su Fan's thought, Luosha hurried over and sat at the other end of the table. Looking at the table full of food, she didn't know how to start for a while. Try this, it should suit your taste. Seeing a skewer of meat handed over by Su Fan, Luosha's face turned red, and then she took it and took a look. The 2-foot-long iron skewer was full of pieces of sizzling meat, and a layer of spices was sprinkled on it, which made people's appetite open. Luosha fiercely pulled off a piece of meat with her mouth, and just chewed a few times. Her eyes suddenly lit up. Oh my god, how can there be delicious food in the world? The living conditions in the gathering place of the Wu clan monks in Kyushinji are extremely difficult. It's good enough to be full at ordinary times. Who cares about the taste? Poor girl, she has never eaten anything delicious since she was born. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 506. This guy is too greedy. Luosha rubbed her bloated belly and stared at Su Fan in amazement. Oh my god, this guy is such a big eater. It's only been a while, And he has already eaten dozens of skewers of meat. That's not all, there is also a whole pot of monster ribs, which have all gone into this guy's stomach. The amount of this meal just now is enough for dozens of tribesmen in the gathering place. Su Fan gnawed the last piece of bone and glanced at Luosha opposite. The little girl looked like she had never seen the world, which made him laugh. However, this girl is also quite a big eater. She ate 10 skewers of 2-foot-long hanging furnace skewers and gnawed several large pieces of monster ribs. How could he know that Luosha had never eaten such good things since he was born? There is no way. The conditions in the gathering place of the witch monks in Kyoshiji are very difficult. They can only find some hidden places in the mountains to grow some crops. In addition, they cultivate some spiritual mushrooms and fungi in the caves, and hunt some wild beasts and monsters at ordinary times. There is nothing else. Luosha was a scout outside the gathering place. She had the opportunity to hunt outside, so she accumulated some dried meat, but that was all. Looking at the little girl burping there, looking extremely enjoying, Su Fan couldn't help but feel a little sad. This girl is probably also a miserable child. She has never eaten anything delicious since she was a child. In the next few days, the two continued to trek through the mountains. Fortunately, Luosha has been wandering in the mountains all year round, and she also practices the beast taming of the Witch Gate, so the two of them traveled smoothly along the way. Su Fan also learned the language of Kyoshiji from Luosha. After a few days, although the spoken language was still a little difficult, the two at least no longer communicated with consciousness. After all, he was a cultivator, his soul and consciousness were very strong, and his memory was even more amazing, so after a few days, Su Fan's spoken language was no longer faulty. These days were also the happiest days for Luosha since she was born. Su Fan said in various ways to eat, and she would eat a lot at every meal. This guy has no idea how many ingredients he has stored. The food he cooked in the past few days alone is probably enough for the gathering place to eat for a day. And all the ingredients are rare spiritual food, such as animal meat, fish meat, spiritual mushrooms, spiritual fruits and vegetables, etc. Not only that, this guy is really good at cooking. And every day, like a magic trick, he can always take out various spiritual fruit juices, grape spiritual wine, dried fruits, spiritual tea, spiritual wine and various snacks. Anyway, Luosha enjoys the best of food. Not only does she eat 3 meals a day in a variety of ways, but her pocket is always full of various delicious snacks. She stuffs them into her mouth while walking. In fact, Su Fan just feels sorry for this girl. Although he may not be able to help her with other things, it is no problem to let her satisfy her cravings. Before coming, he prepared enough ingredients of various kinds. The 200 square rings were filled with enough for him to eat for several years. Who made him a physical cultivator? Others can last a day with a bottle of fasting pills, but he has to eat at least 1 bottle. Moreover, Su Fan also likes this little girl very much. Although she is not very old, she is very hardworking and has a cheerful and generous personality without any hesitation. Maybe she grew up in a gathering place with difficult conditions and wandered in the mountains all year round. She has long been accustomed to wind and rain, which is not comparable to those flowers in the greenhouse. Although she is only at the 9th level of key training, her qualifications are not bad at all. Not only is she good at hiding and attacking, but she is also proficient in various magical powers of the Witch Gate beast control. At least among the cultivators of the same level, her combat effectiveness is absolutely first class. It's just a pity that she has to deal with such an environment, and she won't go far in the future. If this girl was born in the Kinkwon Star region, she must be a genius disciple of a super sect, and her future prospects are absolutely limitless. There is no way, this is all fate. That night, the two came to a cave to camp. At dinner, Luosha was full again. She lay there rubbing her belly with a happy face. "Uncle, you are such a big eater?" Su Fan smiled bitterly and said, "I can't help it. I am a physical cultivator." Luosha frowned and asked, "Body cultivator, the kind that refines the body?" The little girl grew up in the gathering place and had never seen much of the world. She had hardly heard of anything other than the Wu sect's Taoism. The Wu sect also has a Taoism that refines the body, but now in the gathering place, many Taoisms have long been lost. "Well, about the same, you are practicing the beast-taming Taoism, right? Where did you get your contracted beasts?" The clan leader helped me find them. It seems that he traded them in a monster habitat, Su Fan set up a small red clay stove next to him and brewed a pot of spiritual tea. He poured Luo Sha a cup of spiritual tea, and then asked, "How far are we from the gathering place?" Soon, another 3 days, after Luo Sha finished speaking, she picked up the teacup and took a sip. The huge spiritual power made her close her eyes, and it took a while to absorb the spiritual power of this cup of tea. "Uncle, how come you have so many delicious foods in your hand?" Su Fan picked up the teacup and took a sip of the spiritual tea, then smiled and said, "The star field where I live is relatively peaceful, and there are abundant cultivation resources." Luo Sha nodded with a look of disappointment on her face, and said, "I heard from the clan leader that our Qian realm was good before the invasion of the Sulan people. Unfortunately, the Sulan people have been here for hundreds of years, and I was born in a gathering place." After she finished speaking, she said with a face full of longing, "I really want to go to those peaceful star fields to see them." Looking at Luo Sha's longing face, Su Fan felt a little bit reluctant. "You probably don't have much chance. Even if the Sulan star field is ready to invade the Qingquan star field, it will take many years. Even if the Sulan star field occupies the Qingquan star field, it will not give up the Dongying star field for a while." But of course Su Fan would not say such words to her. "You can only blame yourself for being born at the wrong time and in the wrong place. The Sulan people will leave Qian realm sooner or later. When that time comes, you will be free." After hearing Su Fan's words, Luo Sha smiled bitterly. She said with a gloomy face, "I have no chance. I heard from our clan leader that the Sulan people will not leave Qian realm." Looking at the sad face of the girl, Su Fan couldn't help but think of his daughter. If the Sulan star region invaded the Qingquan star region, the situation of his family would definitely be the same as this little girl. Thinking of this, Su Fan couldn't help but feel a little resentful. No matter what, as long as he was alive, he would not let his family fall into this situation. 3 days later, Su Fan followed Luo Sha to the outside of a jungle deep in the mountains. Luo Sha walked over, took out a bone talisman and gently drew it. The scene on the opposite side suddenly changed. The dense forest disappeared, revealing a hidden mountain trail. The gathering place is in the valley ahead. After Luo Sha finished speaking, she took Su Fan to the mountain trail. After they climbed over a hill, they saw a valley in the distance. Su Fan followed Luo Sha and walked towards the valley in the distance. Before they walked far, they saw 2 men in animal skins jumping out of the bushes beside them. The leader was a cultivator in the foundation building stage, and he was very excited to see Luo Sha. "Luo Sha, you are back." After they said that, they saw Su Fan behind them and immediately looked at him with vigilance. Because Su Fan suppressed his aura to the foundation building stage, the other party did not take him seriously. "Luo Sha, who is this person?" Luo Sha hurriedly said. "He is a cultivator from another star field, and was swept into our Qian realm by the space turbulence." Hearing her say so, the 2 people obviously did not believe it. Although cultivators who were swept into the space turbulence may survive, it is only theoretically true, and even if they survive, they will be seriously injured. But the man in front of him did not look injured at all. "Devours, please go back. We do not welcome foreign cultivators here." After hearing the other party's words, Luo Sha hurried over. "Uncle Sankun, he is my friend." "Luo Sha, you know the rules of our gathering place. No outsiders are allowed to enter." Seeing that Sankun still agreed, Luo Sha turned around and said to Su Fan, "Wait for me here for a while, I'll go find the clan leader." After she finished speaking, she ignored Sankun and the others and trotted all the way to the distant valley. Until the girl's figure could no longer be seen, Sankun turned around and stared at Su Fan coldly. "Devours, you can deceive that little girl Luo Sha, but you can't deceive me." "Where are you from?" Su Fan was amused by what the other party said. "I did come from other star regions. I came here with no ill intentions. I just want to find a place to stay." Sankun snorted coldly and said, "Give up this idea. The clan leader will not let you, an outsider monk, enter the gathering place." Seeing that Sankun was full of malice towards him, Su Fan frowned immediately. Why does this guy dislike him so much? I shouldn't have offended him. There must be something wrong here. But at this time, Su Fan didn't want to waste time with him, so he simply ignored him. After a while, Luo Sha ran out of the valley excitedly, and came to Su Fan panting. "Uncle, come with me. The clan leader wants to see you." After she finished speaking, she ignored Sankun and the other person beside her, took Su Fan's hand and ran to the distant valley. Su Fan followed Luo Sha into the valley. He looked around. The valley was not big, only about 100 acres in size. There were wooden houses along the hillsides on both sides. Seeing a stranger coming to the valley, many people came out of the wooden houses and looked at Su Fan. The monks in the gathering place were all wearing animal skin robes, and almost everyone had tattoos. Some people even had runes tattooed on their faces. There were not many monks in this gathering place, only about 300 to 500 people, and most of them were in the key training stage. There were few in the foundation building stage. Luo Sha led Su Fan to a wooden house at the end of the valley. Just as the two were about to enter the house, they heard someone calling Luo Sha's name from behind. Luo Sha, you're back. Su Fan turned around and saw a sturdy young man running over. He was about 20 years old, with a 9th level key training level, thick eyebrows and big eyes, and a bone earring on his left ear. Seeing him, Luo Sha showed a trace of disgust on her face. She didn't want to pay attention to him and walked towards the wooden house. The sturdy young man came over and grabbed Luo Sha's arm. The little girl was also very fierce and shook off his hand. Kunbo, you said that you would not bother me in the future. The sturdy young man heard it, and his face suddenly twisted, his eyes revealed a hint of madness. Luo Sha, my father will ask the tribe leader to let you marry me tomorrow, and you will have to marry me at that time. Luo Sha turned her head sharply and stared at Kunbo. Give up this idea as soon as possible. Even if I die, I will not marry you. After she said that, she trotted into the wooden house. Su Fan smiled and followed her in. This wooden house is not small, about 50 to 60 square meters, but it is empty, with only a piece of animal skin in the middle of the house. There is a wooden table facing the door, on which a statue of a god is enshrined, and the table is also filled with candles, incense burners and various offerings. An old man in the Jindan realm, dressed in linen, is sitting cross-legged on the animal skin. The old man has messy white hair, wrinkled skin like tree bark, and several bone necklaces hanging on his chest. He saw Su Fan, and a gleam of light flashed in his turbid and lifeless eyes. The old man stood up from the ground and bowed to Su Fan. Devours, I'm sorry for not welcoming you from afar, please forgive me. After hearing the old man's words, Su Fan frowned immediately. He didn't expect that the old man, who looked inconspicuous, could see through his breath-concealing technique. This is incredible. Not to mention the giant and early-stage cultivator, even the Yuaning's engine may not be able to see through his 9-nether hiding technique. This shows that this old man is not simple, and he must have the magical power to see through disguises. Luo Sha beside him was stunned. From the tone of the clan leader just now, she could guess that this uncle's realm was actually higher than the clan leader. She thought Su Fan was only at the foundation building stage, but who would have thought that he was a golden elixir real person? Luo Sha hurriedly retreated to the side respectfully, not even daring to breathe. Su Fan no longer concealed his realm after being seen through. He walked over and sat cross-legged on the animal skin. Devours, you're welcome. I drifted here from the outside world. Fortunately, I met Luo Sha, otherwise I really don't know where to stay. The old man chuckled and said, although the conditions in our gathering place are a bit difficult, if you don't mind, you can stay here. Su Fan cupped his hands and said, then I would like to thank you for taking me in. The old man glanced at Luo Sha, who was standing respectfully on the side, and said, Luo Sha, I will hand this real person over to you. I will live with you from now on. Please help me take care of my daily life. Luo Sha was stunned for a moment, but she reacted immediately and hurriedly walked up to Su Fan and bowed deeply. Junior greets the real person. Su Fan smiled, then waved his hand and said, get up. I have to thank you for being able to come here. After he finished speaking, he took out a store drink from his arms and handed it to the old man opposite. I heard from Luo Sha that the conditions in the gathering place are quite difficult. I will also be a member of the gathering place in the future. Please accept these spiritual rice, Chief Clan. The old man took the ring and scanned it with his spiritual sense, and his eyes widened immediately. He saw that the ring was filled with hundreds of bags of spiritual rice. This is a good thing. There are also several spiritual fields in the gathering place, but the annual output is not as much as in the ring. Devours, this, Su Fan laughed and said, Chief Clan, please accept it. I still have some left, enough for me to eat for a long time. There was an extra giant and cultivator in the gathering place, and he also accepted hundreds of bags of spiritual rice from Su Fan, so the Chief Clan was very excited. He chatted with Su Fan for nearly an hour, and then let Luo Sha take him to rest. Chapter 507. The old man was very bad. Su Fan chatted with the chief of the gathering place for a while, and then he followed Luosha back to her house. Luosha's parents died early, so she lived alone in her wooden house, which was only about 10 square meters in size. Su Fan was stunned when he entered the house. It was such a small house, and he lived with a little girl. How would the people in the gathering place see him? But he immediately understood that the chief must have arranged for him to live in Luosha's house. Now it seems that the old man was very bad. Su Fan really didn't have any thoughts about Luosha, because seeing this little girl would remind him of his daughter. Your house only has this one room? Yes, it's so big, enough for the two of us to live in. After hearing Luosha's words, Su Fan was speechless. Looking at the clear eyes of the little girl, he couldn't help but feel a little ashamed. If the girl doesn't care, then what's he afraid of? He was so crazy, but it seemed petty. This girl is as simple as a little white flower, how could she think about those messy things? Su Fan sat cross-legged on the animal skin in the house and looked around. There was not much furniture in this house. There were several layers of animal skin on the floor, and the walls were hung with various small ornaments made of animal bones and feathers. After all, she was a girl. Although the gathering place was so difficult, she still decorated her home beautifully. You made all this yourself? Luosha looked at the ornaments on the wall and laughed. I just made them when I was bored. Well, the things are very beautiful. You are very talented. Hearing Su Fan's praise, the girl blushed and felt a little embarrassed. No, I just made it casually. What a good girl, what a pity. My daughter has been raised in a honey pot since she was born, and has never lacked care and love. Whether at home or in the sect, she has never suffered a little grievance. But this little girl, alone in the gathering place, I don't know how many grievances she has suffered since she was a child. Thinking of this, Su Fan took out a ring from his arms and handed it to Luosha. Take this, it's my rent. Luosha waved her hand to refuse, but Su Fan stuffed the ring into her hand. Why are you being polite to me? Take it. Seeing Su Fan's firm attitude, Luosha had to accept the ring. Although she kept refusing, her eyes showed surprise. The conditions in the gathering place were very difficult. Only the tribe leader had a ring. She was using a storage bag of 1 square meter. Thank you, uncle. Luosha thanked Su Fan and scanned the ring with her spiritual sense. She was stunned. Although she knew that the capacity of the ring was very large, she never thought that the ring Su Fan gave her was 100 square meters. As far as she knew, the ring in the tribe leader's hand was only 30 square meters. And there were a lot of things in the ring, all of which were her favorite snacks, such as candied fruits, dried meat and fish, dried fruit candies, and jars of fruit juice, almost everything. In addition to these, there were some talismans, magic tools, and elixirs, all of which were suitable for her. Uncle, this ring is too valuable, I can't have it. What's so valuable about it? I still have a lot of these rings. The things in the ring are all the harvests from his side business in the cave over the years. Anyway, he doesn't like to eat these snacks. It's a pity to throw them away, so he might as well take them out and give them to this poor little girl. As for the talismans, magic tools and elixirs, they are all spoils of war seized from the low-level disciples of the Sulan Star region when he slaughtered the base. With Su Fan's wealth now, these low-level monks' things are not worthy of his attention, and he is even too lazy to sell them. Su Fan glared and said with a stern face, I told you to take it, so take it, why waste your words? After being yelled at by him, Luosha was not angry, but felt a little warm in her heart. If Dad was still alive, he might be like Uncle. Luosha held a ring in her hand, rubbing it lovingly, and her heart was so excited. She carefully put the ring on her hand, raised her hand and looked at it happily. You just need to know that I gave you the ring, and don't tell anyone else in the gathering place. After hearing Su Fan's words, Rosa quickly covered the ring with her hand. She thought for a moment, stood up from the ground, went to the wall next to her, took off a small ornament, removed a bone ring from it, and put it on her hand. Seeing that the bone ring just covered the ring, Rosa excitedly ran to sit next to Su Fan, stretched out her white and tender little hand for Su Fan to see. Uncle, look, it just covers it. Looking at the pair of white and tender little hands waving in front of him, Su Fan couldn't help but be amused by him. This girl, is it really that excited? How could he know that this was the first time Rosa had received such a valuable gift since she grew up? The most valuable thing on her body might be her contracted beast. What do you want to eat tonight? Now Rosa's mind is all on the ring on her finger, And she doesn't even care about the 3 meals she looks forward to most every day during this period. Whatever, I love whatever uncle cooks. After dinner, Luosha cleaned up the dishes and took them to the spiritual spring outside the house to wash. Su Fan took out the red clay stove and tea sets, brewed a pot of spiritual tea, and poured himself a cup. He took a sip of the teacup, thinking about his future plans. Before those old monsters in the King Kong Star domain created an out-of-control shuttle point, he could only stay in Kaishan realm. Anyway, there was nowhere to go, so he stayed in this gathering place for the time being. This gathering place was full of woman monks, and it was just right to use this place to try to figure out the blood-colored tattoos all over his body. Another thing was to try to find a hidden micro-spiritual vein, and then set up a set of star domain coordinate points and cross-domain remote communication arrays. Su Fan wanted to sneak attack the base of the Sulan star domain, but if he destroyed the base again, it would definitely arouse the suspicion of the Sulan star domain. It's better to stay here quietly and wait patiently for news from the King Kong star domain. In the next few days, perhaps because of the relationship that the clan leader had told them, the people in the gathering place were extremely respectful to Su Fan, the giant in Senran. Although he and Luosha lived in the same room every day, no one dared to gossip about them. Luosha might be the happiest person. San Kun, who used to harass her, no longer dared to show up. Moreover, she found that the people in the gathering place were much more enthusiastic towards her than before. Even some people who had conflicts with her before were now much more polite to her, and even several families gave him a lot of things. After dinner that day, Su Fan and Luosha sat at the king table and drank spiritual tea. Luosha drank tea heartlessly while talking about the gathering place, and Su Fan responded intermittently. He took out a bone talisman from his ring and looked at Luosha. "Take a look at this thing, is it useful?" Luosha was stunned for a moment, then took the bone talisman and put it on her forehead. After a while, she put down the bone talisman with a hint of surprise on her face. "Uncle, this is the inheritance bone talisman of the Wu sect. Where did you get it from?" Su Fan smiled and said, "I found this from a Sulan person. I looked at it for a long time but couldn't figure it out. This is not the inheritance of our Kaishan realm. It should be something from a large sect in a certain plane." After saying this, Luosha secretly glanced at Su Fan and whispered, "Uncle, can I see this bone talisman for a few days?" Seeing the little girl being a little shy, Su Fan was amused. "He has a lot of this broken stuff, all of which were seized from the monks of the Sulan Star region. You want to see it? I'll give it to you." Luosha hurriedly held the bone talisman to her chest after hearing this, staring at Su Fan with a pair of watery big eyes. "Uncle, really?" Seeing Su Fan nod, Luosha laughed and said, "Can I help the clan leader copy one?" Although this thing is nothing in Su Fan's eyes, it is different for Luosha. Since the Sulan Star region invaded Kaishan realm, many of the witch sects in this plane have been lost. Their gathering place is very small, and it is composed of some witch sect monks from small families. The bone talisman that Su Fan seized from the monks of the Sulan Star region is the inheritance of the super witch sect in the large plane. This precious witch sect inheritance is absolutely priceless for their gathering place. Seeing Luosha's look of great treasure, Su Fan shook his head. He took out a few more bone talismans from the ring and threw them in front of Luosha. "Well, these are all. If you want them, they are all yours." Looking at the few simple bone talismans in front of her, Luosha was stunned at the time. She quickly picked up a bone talisman and put it on her forehead. Then this girl was like a lunatic, picking up the bone talismans one by one to check, and she was already a little excited and incoherent. Uncle, are you really giving me all these?" "Nonsense. I'm not a woman disciple, what's the use of these things?" Luosha was so happy after hearing this, and hugged Su Fan's arm excitedly. "Uncle, you are so nice." Maybe she was too excited. She kissed Su Fan after she finished speaking. "What the hell? By the way, I've also seen some bone talismans. What's the matter with your woman tattoos?" Luosha raised her tattooed arm and asked, "You are talking about this, right?" Seeing Su Fan nod, she raised her arm and explained to him the magical power of each tattoo one by one. He didn't understand anything about the woman, anyway, he was confused. Luosha finally finished talking, and he emptied his space and took out a piece of talisman paper from the ring, on which a strange and obscure rune was drawn. "Then take a look, which magical power is this rune?" Luosha took the talisman paper, frowned and looked at it for a long time, but couldn't see the source of the rune. "Wait a minute, I'll let the tribe leader take a look." She stood up from the ground and ran out of the house. Su Fan picked up the teacup and drank a sip happily. In fact, the ultimate purpose of giving the little girl the bone talisman was for this. After a while, the door was pushed open. Su Fan thought it was Luo Sha who came back, but when he looked up, he found that the person who came was the old man who is the tribe leader of the gathering place. He hurriedly bowed to the other party and said with a smile, "Dao is here, sit down and have a cup of spiritual tea." The old man came over, sat down cross-legged, took the teacup handed over by Su Fan, and then drank a sip. Good tea." After he said that, he took out the talisman paper from the ring, and then looked at Su Fan with a serious face. "Dao, where did you get this talisman paper?" Looking at the tribe leader's expression, Su Fan couldn't help but frown, and couldn't help sighing in his heart. It seems that this rune must be very simple. "I seized this from a Sulan person." The old man glanced at Su Fan and sighed. He didn't say anything, but took out a smooth bone piece from the ring, and then used the talisman pen to draw on it. Su Fan was a little confused. "If you want to draw it, just go back and draw it. Why are you drawing on me?" But when he took a closer look, he was stunned. The old man was drawing the strange runes on the talisman paper. The old man was very skilled and drew the outline of the rune with a few strokes, but he was getting more and more tired. Especially when it came to the last few strokes, the hand holding the pen seemed to be as heavy as 1,000 pounds, and the sweat on his forehead dripped to the ground. Bang! Just when the old man was about to finish the last stroke, the bone talisman exploded, and the palm-sized bone piece had turned into powder. "Ah!" Luo Shan next to him screamed, and quickly squatted down to support the old man who almost fell to the ground. Su Fan was also startled. What the hell was this old man doing? Why was he still startled? At this moment, the old man was sweating profusely, which was obviously a sign of overdrawing his mental strength. His eye circles were already dark. "See," the old man took a breath and continued, "this rune is a taboo rune in the eyes of us women monks." "What the hell? Then my whole body is taboo. This rune is a legendary divine rune. Only those high-level masters of women can draw it completely." Just now he said it was a taboo rune, and now he said that the masters of women can draw it. Then this blood-colored rune on my body, is it a taboo or a divine rune? Why are you talking nonsense, old man? This rune was drawn by himself. When did I become a high-level master of women? Seeing Su Fan's confused face, the old man smiled bitterly. He knew that it was useless to talk to this guy. He demonstrated it in person just now, just to let Su Fan see the effect directly. "I just want you to know the origin of this rune." Su Fan quickly took out a pill to nourish the spirit and handed it to the old man. "Even if you want to demonstrate, you don't have to do it so hard. Dao means that the person who drew this rune is a high-level master of your woman." The old man stuffed the pill into his mouth, nodded solemnly, and then returned the rune paper to Su Fan. "This rune is very precious, you must keep it well, save it for a fart. If I want to draw this broken rune, I can spend hundreds of dollars a night." However, he really guessed right. His blood-colored runes are really not simple. Now it seems that it must be related to a master of the woman. Su Fan thought of the eye that appeared in the strange starry sky again. Could it be that the Wu God really came, and his blood-colored runes were a gift from the gods? Anyway, he has a full back and tattoos on his arms, and he can't tell anyone about it in the future. Maybe some old monster from the human race would see him and slice him up for research. What the hell is going on? How come all these little things can happen to me? Chapter 508, Don't leave them any chance to survive. Although the old man, the clan leader, told him about these strange runes, he might not know the origin of this rune. This strange and obscure mysterious rune is just one of the others on his body. Now his body and back, as well as his two big arms, are densely tattooed with blood-colored runes. Even the Yamaguchi Gumi gangster boss in his previous life would be confused when he saw him. Although these runes are quite mysterious and have a great origin, Su Fan always feels that it is not a good thing. For some reason, Su Fan always feels like he is being targeted. Su Fan sighed. Too many lice will not bite, too many debts will not worry. Anyway, since he came to this world of cultivation, everything is full of strangeness. Luo Sha, who was next to him, saw Su Fan's solemn face and quickly pulled his robe sleeve. "Uncle, are you okay?" Su Fan laughed and said, "What can happen to me? Don't worry about me." Luo Sha stuck out her tongue and said, "I'm glad you're okay. You looked so scary just now. By the way, When will you go to patrol outside the gathering place again? After hearing Su Fan's question, Luo Xia said, I have to go to patrol in a few days, then I'll go with you. I want to go outside for a walk. Really? That's great. The little girl didn't think about anything else, just thinking about the 3 meals Su Fan made every day. Her mouth has been spoiled these days. A few days later, Su Fan followed Luo Xia out of the gathering place and followed the road they came from into the vast mountains. They walked in the mountains for a few days, and at night they came to a place where Luo Xia stayed. After the two finished dinner, Su Fan sat cross-legged there, watching the little girl brewing a pot of spiritual tea there. Since giving Luo Xia a ring, this girl is now very attentive. When cooking every day, she not only helps, but also humbly learns cooking from Su Fan. The little girl is also smart and clever. She can learn anything once she is taught. She is very worry-free. Now, she is the one who cooks for the two of them most of the time. She is also very considerate. She rushes to do everything, such as making tea and pouring water, and serves Su Fan very comfortably. Su Fan took a cup of spiritual tea poured by Luo Xia and took a sip. I have something to do tomorrow. You can go and inspect it by yourself. I will come back and meet you here in a month. Su Fan has found a hidden micro-spiritual vein in the mountains. It was found by Zhenji and Yaksha in the mountains outside these days. Luo Xia was a little disappointed. If this guy is not here, she will not be able to eat delicious food these days. Okay. I'll try to come back early. Su Fan guessed what the girl was thinking. He took out a bunch of ingredients, amulets to conceal the breath, and kitchen utensils and dishes from his ring and threw them in front of Luo Xia. You learned a few things from me, so you can do them yourself these few days. It's a good time to practice. The next morning, Luo Xia and Su Fan said goodbye reluctantly and left alone. It wasn't until the little girl disappeared into the depths of the dense forest that Su Fan summoned the ghost crow and rushed in another direction. Su Fan came to a hidden valley with a miniature spiritual vein, which was just right for establishing a star domain coordinate point and a cross-domain remote communication array. After a month of hard work, he finally set up a cross-domain remote communication array in the valley and contacted the King Kong star domain. When he returned to the place where he stayed, Luo Xia hadn't come back yet, so he had to wait patiently in the cave for her to return. The next afternoon, Su Fan was sitting cross-legged in the cave when he saw a black shadow rushing in from outside. Master, there's a flying boat outside. Su Fan stood up from the ground immediately after hearing this. He went to the cave entrance and looked outside. He saw a flying boat coming from a distance and whizzing over the cave. He didn't take it seriously. It might be a cultivator from the Sulin Star region base passing by. At this moment, 3 foundation building cultivators from the Sulin Star region were standing in the control room of the flying boat and looking at the light screen opposite. These 3 people were dressed luxuriously and gorgeously, exuding a noble temperament from head to toe, and they all had 2 horns about an inch long on their heads. The Sulin Star region also has a high and low level of noble and humble division. The lower level cultivators all have a single horn on their heads, while the cultivators with noble blood often have 2 horns on their heads. These cultivators with 2 horns on their heads are called the Hui people in the Sulin Star region. The Chinese monk in the lead frowned and asked, "Why haven't we arrived yet?" A giant monk from the Sulin Star region standing behind him hurriedly came up respectfully. "Master Bassin, we are almost there. This is the gathering place closest to the base." Bassin and the other 3 are all Chinese from the Sulin Star region. Their family backgrounds are not simple. They came to Qiushan realm to gild themselves. Chinese children like them are very important in the Sulin Star region. Even the several guarding true lords in the base have to give them 3 points. They don't have to do anything every day in the base of Qiushan realm, and there are special people to serve them, but even so, the 3 of them still feel bored. The monks in the base who want to establish a relationship with them will lead them out hunting. The monks from the Sulin Star region stationed in Qiushan realm come out to play hunting games several times a year, and the prey are the women monks in the gathering places of Qiushan realm. Hearing that they could hunt in person, they immediately became interested, and the 3 of them even made a bet. Each of them bet a lot of spirit crystals. After hearing what the man at the base said, Bassin nodded, then smiled and looked at the 2 people beside him. "We have 1 hour to go. Whoever hunts more will win. How about that?" The 2 people beside him heard it and all laughed. "Okay, whatever you want, I'm sure to win anyway. You'd better prepare the spirit crystals. Don't wait for me to win and then refuse to pay," After hearing the words of the two bad friends, Basink snorted coldly. Don't underestimate this group of witch cultivators. Even though they can't beat us, the various magical powers of the witch sect are indeed extraordinary. It's not so easy to find them in the mountains. After drilling into the mountains, 2 days later, Luosha came back, and she ran over excitedly when she saw Su Fan. Uncle, I've been cooking my own meals these days according to what you taught me. This girl doesn't think about anything else except eating every day. Oh. Really? How does it taste? Luosha gestured excitedly and said, I think it's delicious. Let me cook today and let you taste it. After she finished speaking, she ran into the cave, first sealed the cave with a talisman, and then took out the ingredients and kitchen utensils to get busy. It's true that this girl really has some talent for cooking. Although she has just learned it not long ago, her movements are quick and skillful, and the food tastes pretty good. After the two finished their meal, the little girl took the initiative to take over the job of making tea. Su Fan tasted the spiritual tea happily, watching Luosha busying around in the cave like a little bee, and he was in a very happy mood. It must be said that having a young and beautiful little girl around is still quite pleasing to the eye. By the way, have you seen the flying boats of the Sulan people these days? Luosha, who was making tea, heard this and her face suddenly became solemn. Uncle, have you seen the flying boat of the Sulan people? Su Fan nodded and said, well, it just flew over the cave yesterday. Bang! Luosha was shocked when she heard it. She was stunned there, and she didn't even react when the teapot in her hand fell on the table. Su Fan asked quickly, what's wrong with you? After hearing Su Fan's words, Luosha woke up with a start, and she stood up from the ground. Uncle, let's go now and go back to the gathering place. Su Fan was stunned for a moment, and roughly guessed the reason in his heart. Is that the flying boat of the Sulan people heading for the gathering place? Luosha nodded with a sad face and said, Uncle, let's go quickly. The two came out of the cave, and Luosha was about to leave, but she was stopped by Su Fan. Su Fan slapped the beast bag on his waist and summoned the ghost crow. He pulled Luosha onto its back, and then flew towards the gathering place with a roar. At night, the two returned to the gathering place. Su Fan let the ghost crow fall to the ground, and the two jumped off its back and came to the formation outside the gathering place, and were stunned. Seeing that the formation outside the gathering place had been broken, Luosha hurriedly ran to the mountain trail. Su Fan followed, and saw that the little girl walking in front stopped and stared blankly at the gathering place in the distance. He also walked over and found that the gathering place in the distance was already in a mess. At this time, Luosha was already in tears. She wiped her eyes and ran to the gathering place in the distance. The two walked into the gathering place, and Su Fan frowned immediately. He saw that the wooden houses in the valley had been demolished to pieces, and some corpses were scattered on the ground. Patriarch. At this time, Luosha's crying came from a distance, and she was seen kneeling in front of the old man's corpse in front of the patriarch's wooden house at the end of the valley and crying loudly. Su Fan came to Luosha's side. He didn't say anything. It's better to let her cry at this time, so as not to suppress the grief in her heart and have nowhere to release it. He glanced at the miserable situation in the valley and couldn't help but sigh. The gathering place was destroyed, which meant that Luosha had lost her home. Although he had seen this kind of scene many times, hundreds of thousands of mortals in Luosha County were wiped out. And he didn't even frown when he killed tens of thousands of mortals of the Zhou family. Su Fan had long been indifferent to life and death. There were only a few people in the gathering place. What if they all died? It had nothing to do with him anyway. But seeing the miserable appearance of the little girl, he still felt very sorry. Su Fan would leave Kishan realm sooner or later, because this place did not belong to him, and he would sooner or later part with this little girl. But at this time, Su Fan couldn't do such a thing as abandoning Luosha. If there was really no other way, he would send her to the gathering place of other women monks in Kishan realm to settle down. At this time, Luosha stood up and wiped her eyes. Uncle, I beg you for one thing. Su Fan was stunned for a moment. Did the little girl ask me to avenge the people in the gathering place? She was really overthinking. The people in the gathering place had nothing to do with him. Su Fan was carrying the mission of the Blue Sky Star region. How could he ruin his own big thing for a group of people who didn't want to do anything with him? What do you want to ask me for? Luosha smiled bitterly and said, most of the people in the gathering place were captured by the Sulan people. They must have taken them as prey and hunted them in the mountains. That's how my father and mother died. In the past, The Sulan people often took people in the gathering place as prey for fun, but they just randomly captured some people and didn't destroy the gathering place. Who would have thought that this time the Sulan people not only destroyed the gathering place, but also captured everyone? After she finished speaking, she turned around and glanced at Su Fan. "Uncle, I have to go save my people right away. Can you help me collect the bodies of my people?" After hearing Luosha's words, Su Fan was stunned. He didn't expect the little girl to ask him to do this. "It's too dangerous. I advise you not to go." Luosha smiled bleakly and said, "Save one if you can." She turned around and left, running wildly out of the valley. Su Fan sighed, then patted the top-grade ghost weapon on his waist and called out Sister Zhen and Yaksha. "Follow her. If you encounter danger, try to bring her back." After Yaksha and Sister Zhen left, Su Fan summoned a few more auxiliary puppets to collect the corpses scattered on the ground and bury them near the gathering place. Looking at the piled-up graves, Su Fan turned back to the gathering place. He came to Luosha's wooden house and looked at the broken house, feeling a little worried. This girl is really worrying. Su Fan took a deep breath, then patted the beast bag on his waist, summoned the ghost crow and left the gathering place. In the vast mountains, San Kun ran forward desperately, looking back from time to time. Although there was nothing behind him, he did not dare to stop and rest. San Kun sat on the ground, panting heavily until he ran into a dense forest. Facing the pursuit of several Sulan people, he was almost caught up by them, but he finally escaped. He had not rested for the past few days. These damn Sulan people really didn't leave them any chance to survive. When San Kun was thinking about it, a mechanical puppet suddenly rushed out from the bushes on the left and rushed straight towards him. San Kun reacted very quickly. His figure suddenly bounced up from the ground, his figure turned into a phantom, and his shadow disappeared in an instant. When he appeared more than 100 meters away, he just wanted to turn around and run, but found that he was blocked by a mechanical puppet several feet tall. Before he could fight back desperately, he saw something coming out of his chest. San Kun's eyes widened immediately, his eyes became more and more lifeless, and finally his body tilted and collapsed to the ground. He sneered, then collected San Kun's body. There was a person hiding in front, waiting for him to crash in. Chapter 509. Are you looking for me? Basin looked at the dense forest opposite and sneered. He raised his hand and pointed forward, and several mechanical puppets hidden nearby appeared one after another, whistling into the jungle opposite. But what puzzled him was that the puppets did not find anything in the dense forest. Basin searched around for a long time, but did not find any traces. Could it be that his perception was wrong? It shouldn't be. The magic weapon rewarded to him by the ancestor has never been wrong. But he didn't take it too seriously. After all, this is Kushan realm. Even if there are some remnants of the Witch Gate, the highest cultivation is only the Golden Core realm. How could such a small broken place have an existence that threatens their safety? He picked up a jade pendant on his chest, took a look, and then put it back. No matter how good the magic weapon is, there will be times when it makes mistakes. At this time, a message came from the reconnaissance puppet in the distance. Basin looked around again, and then drove a flying puppet away. After a while, a thin mist in the dense forest gradually turned into a figure. Su Fan glanced at the direction the other party left. He didn't expect that the Sulan Star region decorator had seen through his tracks. These Sulan Star region Chinese monks with two short horns on their heads seemed to be extraordinary. Su Fan drove the ghost crow to the hunting area of the Sulan people first, and had been hiding nearby to observe the three Sulan Star region Chinese monks with double horns on their heads. Although their cultivation is only at the foundation building stage, their combat effectiveness is obviously much stronger than that of ordinary Sulan Star region monks. Moreover, everyone has a rich family background, and the various puppets they carry with them are very powerful, indicating that the identities of these three people must be extraordinary. Anyway, these few people cannot be moved. Once they are killed, they will definitely alert the enemy and attract a large number of people from the Sulan Star region to Kushan realm. At this time, he had a crazy idea in his mind. However, this idea seemed a little unreliable, and Su Fan was a little hesitant. At this time, a thought from Sister Zhen came to his ears, and Luosha had already arrived in this area. Luosha came here obviously to seek death. If it were someone else, he would definitely leave her alone, but Su Fan couldn't bear to watch the little girl die in front of him. Forget it, take her away and send her to other witch gathering places in Qiushanji. Thinking of this, Su Fan drove the ghost crow and flew to Luosha's location. Luosha ran in the mountains for 2 days without sleep, and finally found traces of fighting in the forest. She knew that she had come to the hunting ground of the Sulan people. The gathering place was destroyed. Luosha's heart was empty now, and the whole person had collapsed. The little girl grew up in the gathering place. Her parents died at the hands of the Sulan people. It was the tribe leader who brought her up. Now the tribe leader is dead, and she doesn't know what to do in the future. Now Luosha has only one thought, that is to save as many tribesmen as possible. Another thing is to kill a few Sulan people to avenge her parents and tribe leader. In fact, Luosha has already made up her mind to die. Anyway, the gathering place is gone, what's the point of her living alone? Luosha took a deep breath, took out a sharp bone knife from her ring, and slashed her fingers. She drew some strange runes on her forehead, face and body with her fingers, then knelt on the ground and prayed to the witch god sincerely. Although she prayed countless times and did not get a response from the witch god, she still took time out every day to pray to the witch god devoutly. Today she activated a witch secret technique, overdrawing her blood and ki, which could increase her strength to the foundation building stage in a short period of time. Of course, the cost of this secret technique is also relatively high, and it is likely to hurt her foundation of cultivation. And after the spell is over, she will also have a long period of weakness. But Luosha has already made up her mind to die, so she doesn't care about those things. At this time, Luosha, who was kneeling on the ground and praying devoutly, suddenly felt a wonderful power coming from the sky, making her feel as if she was nurtured in the mother's womb. She felt an unprecedented sense of fulfillment, and her whole body seemed to be filled with infinite power. The witch god responded to me. At this moment, Luosha was already in tears. After praying devoutly for so many years, she finally moved the witch god, and it seemed that he had given her a power. In ancient times, the witch monks could communicate with the gods through prayer and sacrifice. It is said that they could get the power bestowed by the witch god, which is the so-called witch god's method of summoning the gods. But in Qiushan realm, even those witch masters cannot communicate with the gods, and the method of summoning the gods has long become a legend. Unexpectedly, Luosha actually did it today and got the power bestowed by the witch god. At this moment, Su Fan, who was sitting cross-legged on the ghost crow, suddenly felt a little itchy. He quickly rolled up his sleeves and saw that his right arm was covered with dense blood veins. This is, for no reason, how did I become a flower-armed brother again? At this time, Su Fan only felt an inexplicable power suddenly descending from the sky, and the feeling was like soaking in a warm spring of spiritual energy. His own data in all aspects was also madly improving. It was not until the energy that descended on him disappeared that Su Fan realized that his strength had increased several times out of thin air. What was even more frightening was that his mind seemed to be filled with all kinds of information, all of which were various cultivation methods and secret skills of the Wu Dao. God in heaven are conscientious, he really did nothing. At this moment, Luosha had calmed down from her excitement. She wiped her eyes and stood up from the ground. Her eyes gradually became sharper, revealing an endless murderous aura. Luosha waved her hand and summoned an emerald green bird. The bird circled around her for a few circles, and then disappeared in a whoosh. After a while, the idea of contracting a monster beast came to her mind. Luosha took off her clothes, then performed the secret method of the woman beast control, and her body turned into a vigorous cheetah. Her eyes condensed, and the blood energy of the nearly 10-foot-long cheetah instantly filled her body. Her eyes became red as blood, and the beast's body swelled nearly twice as much. The cheetah flashed with blood and disappeared from the spot in an instant. The beast like Rosa launched several blood escapes in succession and appeared more than 10,000 meters away in an instant. If it weren't for the power given by the witch god, even if she used the witch gate's secret method to overdraw her own blood and ki, she couldn't escape such a long distance. At this time, there were several puppets besieging several tribesmen in front, and there was also a flying puppet suspended in the air. Rosa, who turned into a beast, leaped lightly several times and suddenly jumped out of a cluster of bushes, waving a pair of sharp claws and scratching the joints of a puppet. After using the witch secret method and gaining the power of the witch god, Rosa's combat power after the beast transformation has increased several times out of thin air. The mechanical puppet, which was several feet tall, had extremely hard joints in the past, but now it was like tofu, and was easily cut off by Rosa's beast claws. Bang! The huge mechanical puppet fell to the ground with a bang, stirring up countless dust. Then, a flash of blood appeared, and the cheetah that Rosa had transformed into appeared under another mechanical puppet. Swish, the claws of the beast, which were shining with endless blood, cut the joints of the puppet again. The mechanical puppet several feet high instantly lost its balance and fell down. Rosa seemed to be possessed by the god of war. A cheetah with blood all over its body was seen constantly moving between several puppets. After a while, the puppets around had collapsed on the ground. Everyone, flee separately. After the crisis was resolved, Rosa shouted loudly to several tribesmen, and then a flash of blood appeared on her body, and she disappeared after turning into a cheetah. Bassin was sitting in the cockpit of the flying puppet. Before he could react, several mechanical puppets he controlled on the ground had been destroyed. These puppets were all top-grade puppets refined by him personally, but who would have thought that they would be completely wiped out? Seeing that the several prey that were surrounded had already fled in all directions, Bassin was immediately furious. He ignored the others and controlled the flying puppet to chase the cheetah with the bloody light. Bassin frantically controlled the flying puppet, staring at the bloody light in the distance. His eyes condensed, and more than a dozen palm-sized puppets suddenly bounced out from both sides of the flying puppet. These small puppets grew in the wind and turned into 1-meter-sized flying puppets, whistling forward, and the speed was simply incredible. Rosa's blood and ki had been almost consumed, and the distance of the blood escape was getting shorter and shorter. After a while, she was caught up by more than a dozen flying puppets and began to attack frantically. Faced with all kinds of spells that covered the sky, Rosa made up her mind, took out a 1-foot-long animal bone from the ring, and stabbed it into the ground. A totem several feet high instantly soared into the sky, propped up a shield to cover her, and blocked the dense spells. But more than a dozen flying puppets were circling in the air, constantly casting spells, and the aura shield had become increasingly dim. Bang! The totem shield was finally broken, and Luosha seemed to have consumed all her spiritual power, and was no longer able to use her beastly body and restore her human true body. She stood there naked, looking coldly at Bassin. At this time, Bassin controlled the flying puppets and caught up. Looking at Luosha trapped in the totem shield, he sneered and fell to the ground. I didn't expect it to be a female cultivator. Although Luosha was born beautiful, she did not meet the aesthetic standards of the Sulan Star region. In Bassin's eyes, Luosha was no different from an ugly monster. Bassin looked at Luosha with disgust, and waved his hand to collect more than a dozen flying puppets. Humph! Bassin snorted coldly. Originally, he wanted to kill this ugly female cultivator of the woman, but now he changed his mind and wanted to capture her and torture her in various cruel ways to make her regret being born into this world. Thinking of this, he waved his hand. Suddenly, 2 mechanical puppets several feet tall appeared beside him, walking towards Luosha with heavy steps. At this time, Luosha was powerless to resist, but she was not afraid at all. She had always been determined to die, so she was indifferent to death. She only hated that she was not strong enough and could not kill a Sulan person before she died to avenge her parents and the clan leader. At this moment, the 2 huge puppets had come in front of her. At this moment, Luosha swung her hands violently. Swoosh! A black shadow suddenly rushed towards Bassin on the opposite side. Unprepared, he subconsciously raised his arm to block the black shadow. A few inches long black snake had bitten Bassin's arm fiercely. Luosha on the opposite side breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, she could kill a Sulan person. Even if she died, she would be satisfied. But Bassin did not die of the poison as she thought, but swung it violently, and threw the black snake out, hitting an ancient tree next to him and falling to the ground. He sneered, then rolled up his sleeves, revealing his arm. Seeing the other's arm, Luosha couldn't help but smile sadly. It turned out that the other's entire arm had been replaced by a complex machine. Father, mother, clan leader, Luosha can't avenge you, Luosha murmured, and just wanted to use the witch's secret method to commit suicide. She would rather die than fall into the hands of the Sulan people. At this time, the Sulan people on the opposite side seemed to have discovered something. He turned around suddenly and looked at the dense forest in front with a vigilant face. In addition to the 2 puppets beside him, the other dozen puppets around him were all summoned to his side, looking like they were facing a great enemy. The jade pendant on Bassin's chest just now became hot again. This magic weapon would never make wrong judgments twice in a row. It means that there must be a monk hiding around, and it is a very dangerous person. Bassin summoned a mechanical puppet nearly 10 feet tall and jumped into the puppet's cabin. Because he felt the danger, he had to take out his 4th-level puppet, which was the trump card that the ancestor of the family gave him to save his life. Even if he met Yuan Ying's engine, he could resist it. At this time, a thin mist floated out from the dense forest opposite, slowly spreading to the surroundings. The other party is in the dense forest. Basin made a judgment in an instant, and quickly controlled the puppets around him to launch a crazy attack on the dense forest opposite. All kinds of spells such as fireballs, wind blades, ice cones, wood spikes, fire thunder, gold swords, etc., smashed into the dense forest crazily. And in the blink of an eye, the dense forest opposite was razed to the ground. Basin controlled several puppets to fly into the dense forest, but except for the remains of ancient trees and huge bits, there was no shadow of a person in the dense forest. But the jade pendant on his chest became hotter and hotter. The man was still hiding around, but unfortunately the magic weapon on his chest could only serve as an early warning to remind him of the arrival of danger, but could not determine the location of the danger. Basin felt his scalp tingling, and the hairs all over his body stood up. No. Hurry up and kill this witch sect female cultivator, and then leave here. But before he could react, the mist that was spreading around had already floated to the front of the puppet's cabin. Not only that, the mist had already penetrated into the cabin where Basin was. Basin was lying on the side of the cabin, and just as he was about to control the two puppets to kill Luosha, he suddenly heard someone talking behind him. "Are you looking for me?" This voice was like a thunder, exploding in Basin's ears, making him shudder. Basin slowly turned around and saw a person standing behind him, looking at him with a smile. Sufan's eyes condensed, and he instantly launched the shocking soul thorn, thinking that it would work in one shot, but who knew that this Sulan Star region cultivator was just slightly dazed for a moment, but immediately recovered his clarity. This is fucking. The shocking soul thorn that had always worked in the past didn't work on the opponent. He must have a magic weapon to attack the regional soul. Let's just go and hit him. Sufan rushed over and punched the opponent. Bang! Sufan's fist hit Basin's arm, making a dull sound. He only felt an extremely huge force, knocking him flying and hitting the window of the cabin hard. Basin was shocked. His mechanical right arm could increase his strength tenfold. How could this kid's body be so strong? He just wanted to summon a puppet, but unfortunately there was no chance. The opponent rushed over and punched him on the head, and then he knew nothing. Sufan carried the unconscious Basin and jumped from the puppet cabin to the ground. Because Basin had fainted, all the puppets he summoned stood there motionless. Luosha saw Sufan and ran over with surprise, regardless of her naked body. But she had overdrawn her energy and blood, and now she had almost used up all her strength. She staggered and fell to the ground after running a few steps. Sufan walked to her side with Basin in his arms and threw Basin to the ground. "I told you not to come, but you refused to listen. You deserve it. Let's see if you dare to show off in the future." After he said that, he took out a robe from his ring and threw it on her. "Put it on quickly. Why are you running around naked? Aren't you ashamed?" Although she was scolded by Sufan, Luosha felt warm in her heart. She quickly took the robe and put it on. Looking at Basin lying on the ground, her eyes suddenly turned red. She took out a sharp bone knife and was about to go over to kill this Sulan man. But she had just taken 2 steps when she was grabbed by Sufan. "This Sulan man can't be killed now." Chapter 510 This person cannot be killed yet. Sufan glanced at the Sulan man lying on the ground, and then at Luosha with red eyes. "This man cannot be killed now, leave him to me." Luosha got furious when she heard it, and said angrily, "Why don't you let me kill him? This guy is a Chinese cultivator from the Sulan Star region. His origin is definitely not simple. His family must have his soul lamp, and there may even be other strange restrictions. If he dies in Qiushan realm, it will be terrible. At that time, a large number of Sulan people will definitely be attracted. If the coordinates of the Qingquan Star region are exposed, all his previous efforts will be in vain." But seeing Luosha's red eyes, he couldn't help but sigh. Sufan's eyes condensed, and Luosha felt that her eyes went black, and then she knew nothing. This girl has been overwhelmed by hatred. It is estimated that it is useless to persuade her to stop, so let her just calm down. Sufan walked over and squatted beside Luosha, looking at the little girl on the ground. He was worried and his head hurt. He couldn't stay in Qiushan realm forever, and couldn't bring such a burden with him. But if he left Luosha here without caring about anything, he really couldn't do such a thing. How should he place her? It seems that he can only send her to other gathering places of women monks in Qiushan realm, and let her fend for herself there. Thinking of this, Su Fan wanted to put Luosha into his personal space. Hey! He suddenly sensed a familiar breath from the little girl, which was the inexplicable power that just fell from the sky. Bathing in this power, it was like being baptized. Thinking of Luosha's state just now, it was obviously the state of God's descent. The baptism and bathing they received were almost from the same clan. If I guessed correctly, it should be when Luosha prayed that she received the response of the witch god and the grace of God. Thinking of this, Su Fan waved his hand and put the little girl into his personal secret realm. When he got to a safe place, he would wake her up and study the knowledge of praying to the witch god and the grace of God. If there is something to gain, take her with you. If there is nothing to gain, find a chance to send her to the gathering place of other women monks in Kyushinji. At this time, Sister Zhen and Yaksha appeared from nowhere. Seeing the unconscious Luosha, their faces were full of surprise. Why did you run back? Did I ask you to patrol nearby? Sister Zhen laughed and said, we heard that someone was fighting here, so we came back. Su Fan ignored her and pointed at Yaksha. You, go back and be on guard immediately. Su Fan drove Yaksha away, and he looked at Luosha lying on the ground again, and couldn't help but smile bitterly. His eyes condensed, and the Sulan monk who was lying on the ground slowly woke up, but his eyes were still very confused. Who are you? My name is Basin. Then Su Fan used the secret technique of the soul to understand Basin's background. He asked for a long time, and then waved his hand to make him unconscious again. Su Fan's eyes condensed, and a thread of blood gathered from the Sulan man's body towards him, and then devoured it all. He absorbed most of Basin's blood and ki, leaving him with only a breath of life. Su Fan swept away everything on him, and then put Basin into the small secret realm with him. He glanced at Sister Zhen and ordered, help me keep an eye on him, don't let him die. After Su Fan finished speaking, he sent Sister Zhen into the secret realm with him. Next, he performed the secret method of the demon sex blood path, changed his appearance and body shape, and then put on Basin's robes and accessories. Su Fan finally took out the Shura ghost mask and put it on his face, then activated a water mirror talisman, and a water mirror suddenly appeared in front of him. The person in the mirror, whether in appearance, body shape, or blood and ki, is no different from Basin. After tossing for so long, I don't know if I can get away with it in the end. No matter, let's give it a try. Su Fan found a secluded place to sit cross-legged, and then took out a mechanical arm. He originally thought that this mechanical arm was transplanted to the other person's body, but later he found that it was not the case at all. This mechanical arm can be directly put on the arm. The material of the mechanical arm is not only the best magic weapon in the region, but the 5 mechanical fingers are also extremely sharp, and can even pierce the best defense shield. The most amazing thing is that wearing this mechanical arm can increase the strength of the cultivator tenfold out of thin air. The weapon-making attainments of Sulan Star region are indeed extraordinary. This mechanical arm is extremely well made and has a very complex structure. It is definitely a masterpiece among masterpieces. Su Fan put this mechanical arm on his arm and tried it, and found that it was not so exaggerated. The strength increased by about 4 times. Maybe it was because his physical strength was too strong, which had broken through the limit of the human race. But even so, it was already a great thing to be able to increase the strength of Su Fan, a pervert, by 4 times. He picked up an inconspicuous jade pendant. According to Basin, this jade pendant was a life-saving trump card given to him by the ancestor of the family. The other party discovered Su Fan's whereabouts with such a warning jade pendant. This is a good thing. Su Fan really lacks such a magic weapon now. If danger comes, it is not reliable to rely on intuition alone. Su Fan put the jade pendant on his neck and picked up a very inconspicuous black hairpin. Although this thing does not seem to be extraordinary, it is a very rare and top-grade soul protection magic weapon. The other party resisted his soul attack with this jade hairpin, and the defense effect is extremely strong. There is no doubt that this must be kept. Su Fan tied his hair into a Taoist bun and pinned the hairpin on the bun. The robe of the Chinese monk from the Sulan Star region is also a rare fine product. Not only is the material extremely rare, but it is also engraved with more than a dozen kinds of formations. The only drawback is that the color and style of the robe are a bit too luxurious, and it looks particularly showy when worn. Su Fan picked up the other party's ring and scanned it with his divine sense. After all, he is a Chinese monk from the Sulan Star region, and his wealth is really rich. There are hundreds of spiritual crystals in the ring alone, dozens of various top-grade mechanical puppets, and many top-grade elixirs, talismans, magic weapons, etc., and they are very complicated. At first glance, they are looted from various planes. Of course, like other Sulan Star regions, the most loaded in the ring are various materials. Su Fan put the ring on his finger and summoned the flying puppet. He came to the cockpit of the puppet and familiarized himself with the operation of the puppet while there was still time. Although Su Fan may not even touch the door in making puppets, it is not difficult to control the puppets of the Sulan Star region. After a while, he was able to master this flying puppet. The time is almost up, and Su Fan should also meet up with several other Sulan people. He drove the flying puppet to the place agreed by several people and waited patiently. About an hour later, a flying puppet flew over from a distance and landed next to Su Fan. Haha. You came back early enough, how did you get? A Sulan monk jumped out of the cockpit and ran to him and asked. Su Fan pretended to be gloomy and said angrily, don't mention it, I met a difficult woman monk, and I was delayed for a long time to chase him. After he finished speaking, he sighed and said, I will definitely lose this time, you two can fight, haha. You are still quite self-aware. Maybe Su Fan's disguise was too similar, both his appearance and aura were exactly the same as Basin, and the other party didn't see it at all, which also made him relieved. The two chatted for a while, and another Sulan monk also came back, and Su Fan also lost dozens of spirit crystals. He threw a stored ring out, and looking at the other party's cheerful look, he sneered secretly, you can do whatever you want, sooner or later, your things will be mine. Su Fan followed the two back to the base. At this time, the base was still under construction, and there was chaos everywhere. Basin and others came here with a Yuanying old monster. They will leave Qiushenji tomorrow, which makes Su Fan's heart slip again, for fear that the Yuanying old monster will find out the flaws. The next morning, Su Fan and others came to the base of the base, which was already built. Several people came to the teleportation hall and patiently waited for the arrival of the Yuanying old monster. After a while, an old man with a clear face came to the outside of the teleportation hall, and Su Fan and others hurried to greet him. The Yuanying old monster nodded and said, let's go. After he finished speaking, he walked into the teleportation hall first. Su Fan stood up straight, and his back was soaked with cold sweat. Su Fan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and then followed them into the teleportation hall. The blood secret technique of the great demon sect was indeed not simple. He finally got through and deceived a Yuanying's engine. They came to a plane called Jiwangshan through the cross-domain long-distance teleportation array of Qiushenji base. According to Basin, this Nine Suns Heaven is one of the largest planes in the Dongying Star region, where several of the most important base city clusters in the Sulan Star region are built. The base city cluster they are in now is called Kunrong City, which is the central city of the entire base city cluster. Su Fan just came out of the teleportation hall and was stunned by the scene in front of him. Looking at the skyscrapers rising from the ground in front of him, he had an illusion of returning to his previous life. There are corridors connecting the skyscrapers that stretch as far as the eye can see. Various types of aircraft whizzed through the air, and they were in order without any chaos. Each base city cluster in the Sulan Star region in the Nine Suns Heaven is very large, and some city clusters even stretch for hundreds of miles. Su Fan never thought that the Sulan Star region would be so developed. Even the most prosperous fairy city in the Qingquan Star region is like a rural area compared to this place. And there are tens of thousands of base city clusters like this in the entire Dongying Star region. Su Fan raised his head again, and saw huge flying boats floating in the sky above the city. Each of them was estimated to be thousands of feet in size. These were the Star Domain motherships of the Sulan Star Domain. Each Star Domain mothership could carry more than 100,000 monks, as well as supporting workshops and puppet production and processing workshops. Looking at the densely packed Star Domain motherships in the sky, Su Fan's face turned green. What the hell is this? Su Fan sighed and couldn't help lamenting in his heart. This is just like the mold in its heyday dealing with African tribes. It's simply a dimensionality reduction attack, just like adults bullying children. The Yuanying old monster left after coming out of the teleportation hall, and Su Fan followed the two people in a flying vehicle to fly deep into the city. This kind of aircraft is mainly a means of transportation in the city, and is actually a flying puppet of uniform specifications. Every base city cluster in the Sulan Star Domain has strict air control regulations, and there are only a few in summary. First of all, you must take a special aircraft of uniform specifications, and the altitude will be strictly controlled over the city. There are different altitude channels in each direction, and all aircraft must fly in the specified channels. Su Fan followed the three people to the bottom of a skyscraper, and then they took the elevator to the top floor of the building. The so-called elevators here are actually circular miniature teleportation arrays that are responsible for sending monks to each floor. Su Fan and others came to the top floor of the building. He came to the door of a room, took out the Jade talisman, opened the door and walked in. This is an extremely luxurious room. Fortunately, the room is still decorated in an ancient style. There are wooden furniture such as desks, screens, soft couches, and step-out beds, and the layout is also ingenious. Su Fan came to the French window of the room and looked at the vast Kunrong city. He felt extremely depressed. He felt more and more that the Kingquan Star region had no chance of winning this war. There is no sect in the Sulan Star region. Because of the long-term invasion, all the monks in this star region have been integrated. Moreover, all the people in the Sulan Star region are soldiers. Once an invasion war is launched, all the monks will be organized. No wonder they want to invade everywhere, because the consumption of the Sulan Star region is too great. Countless puppets need spiritual crystals to drive, and countless city systems also need a lot of energy to maintain. In fact, everyone here serves the war. Every monk with spiritual roots will be selected from birth and sent to a special school to learn the basic knowledge of puppetry. Most mortals who do not have spiritual roots will be left in the plane where resources are exhausted to continue to reproduce the next generation and continuously cultivate monks with spiritual roots for the Sulan Star region. This is a group of locusts. They eat and pull wherever they go. The Sulan Star region is simply a robber group in the entire universe. The purpose of their existence is to invade, occupy, and plunder spiritual resources. He took off a Jade talisman from his waist. This shadow magic weapon was specially given to him by the Dongming Demon Lord. No matter where Su Fan went, this magical artifact would collect everything he saw and heard. So he collected all these situations along the way and sent them back to the Kingquan Star region in the future. Chapter 511, Armed to the Teeth. Basing and the other two monks are all from the same family. They are not from Kunrong City. This time, an elder from the family came to do something, so the family asked them to come with them to gain some experience. Although Su Fan succeeded in using a substitute, this is not a long-term solution after all, so he can only use this identity temporarily. Next month, Basing and others will leave Kunrong City, and Su Fan will certainly not be able to return to the family with him. The three of them are from different branches and were not familiar with this place before coming here, which allowed Su Fan to take advantage of the loophole. If he returns to the family, he will be exposed. Su Fan still has more than 10 days, and he must find a new identity before leaving. Early the next morning, Basing's two cousins came to the door and wanted to go to the city with him. Su Fan declined on the grounds that he was in seclusion to study puppets. After his two cousins left, Su Fan also left the room and came to the street of Kunrong City. The street downstairs was full of bustling people, and the shops on both sides were lined up one after another, a prosperous and lively scene. The monks of Sulan Star region like to dress luxuriously. People on the street are all wearing fancy clothes. Some people even like to dress in an exaggerated and alternative way, with strange accessories hanging on their chests and waists. Fortunately, the decoration style of the shops on the street still follows the ancient style. If the shops on the street are all postmodern and alternative, it will definitely make Su Fan think that he is in the future world or the second dimension. It must be said that as a Chinese in Sulan Star region, the social status is indeed very high. Even if he walks on the street, people will respectfully avoid him. He doesn't even have to wait for a table in restaurants on the street. Anyway, he can enjoy VIP treatment wherever he goes. Su Fan looked at the endless stream of people on the street and couldn't help feeling emotional. This prosperity was brought about by the Sulan Star region through continuous barbaric invasions and plundering. Every brick and wood here is soaked with the blood of monks from other star regions. Su Fan put on his hood and then disappeared into the noisy crowd. It is said that the current location of Kunrong City is in a super sect of Jiuangshan, and the first-level spiritual vein under the ground was forcibly extracted to maintain the operation of the current Kunrong City base city cluster. After the Sulan Star region invaded other star regions, it would cruelly implement a genocide policy and destroy all cities and sects, even mortals. Even if it is impossible to kill all the races in the foreign land, they will be driven to a dangerous place with a bad environment, which is also the hunting ground of Sulan Star region, for low-level monks from all over the world to go for trials. Now all the sects and towns of Jiuangshan have almost been razed to the ground, and then Sulan Star region will build a new base city cluster in the place with the most abundant spiritual energy. Not only that, the high-level masters of the Sulan Star region will also use secret methods to forcibly migrate the spiritual veins from other regions, and connect them with the spiritual veins under the ground of each base city group, and carry out barbaric and destructive extraction. Therefore, the monks of the Sulan Star region are concentrated in more than a dozen base city groups in Jiuangshan. The Kunrong City base city group includes a main city and dozens of satellite cities around it. The entire base city group is shrouded in a huge array barrier. In addition, countless war fortresses and fortresses have been built in the periphery, and they are also equipped with a large number of star domain motherships and hundreds of feet-high war puppets and other powerful equipment. They are simply armed to the teeth. And the outside of these cities is a completely different scene, and the miserable situation is like the end of the world. Now the spiritual energy resources of the Donggate Star region have been almost destroyed by the Sulan Star region, so they will definitely invade other star regions again within 100 years to maintain the huge spiritual energy demand of the Sulan Star region. Su Fan walked around the streets of Kunrong City for a whole morning, and only walked a few streets, because the city is simply too big. If you just look for a three-dimensional light screen map on the street, you will be stunned by the huge scale of the city. Although the scale of Kunrong City is very large, there are micro-transmission arrays everywhere in the city, which can go to various places in Kunrong City. You can also control your own city aircraft and fly freely in the sky above the city according to the prescribed route. In fact, Su Fan has no intention of shopping at all. Every time he walks on a street, he will go into a pavilion on the side of the road. These pavilions are all public service facilities in the city. They are equipped with a three-dimensional city map with holographic projection imaging. With simple operations, you can find the place you want to go. Su Fan carefully checked the public map and found that some areas on these three-dimensional city maps were blank and could not be queried. He silently memorized these locations in his mind and prepared to go there to take a look at night. When checking the map, Su Fan was very careful, because many places in Kunrong City were equipped with surveillance instruments, and there were micro-flying puppets whizzing through the air from time to time. So he went to several street pavilions in succession to check the map, and it would not make people feel that there was anything suspicious. In the early hours of the morning, the sky was full of twinkling stars, so dense that it looked like countless pale blue diamonds were inlaid on the vast sky. At this moment, the lights of Kunrong City were bright all night, and there were still many shops on the street. Although the flow of people was not as good as during the day, there were still many people strolling around the street board. A thin layer of mist that was almost invisible to the naked eye floated through the alleys and continued to spread into the distance. Su Fan used his atom-eye body and floated out of the house as soon as it got dark. Although the atom-eye state was extremely concealed, he was still very cautious and chose to walk in the dark and silent streets and alleys. It took more than 2 hours to reach the nearest target location. Su Fan in the atom-eye state stopped for a while in front of a magnificent and tall palace, then floated to the wall of the palace and continued to spread upwards. He got into the magnificent palace through the gap of a window. And after entering the palace, he quickly found the passage leading to the underground. When he encountered a forbidden barrier, he would find a blind spot for monitoring the magic weapon, restore his true human form, and use the magic sword to easily pass through the barrier. The underground of the palace was extremely heavily guarded, and even Su Fan forgot how many forbidden barriers he had passed through, and finally came to the deepest part of the underground. Although Su Fan had made up for the knowledge of various rune formations in the Sulan Star domain during this period, he was still confused when he saw the various formation devices when he arrived underground. In fact, this place is similar to the underground of the Sulan Star domain in Kyushinji base, but the area here is larger and the facilities are more complex. The underground of this palace is not the core area of the underground of Kunrong City. This place is connected to the core area, but it is too late, so he had to leave temporarily. The next day, Su Fan opened a luxury room in a hotel near another target on the map. In the next few days, he hid during the day and went out at night. Every night, he would use the atom-eye body to go deep into the underground of Kunrong City, and finally let him find the core area of the underground in the city. No one would have thought that a human cultivator in the Jinden realm could enter the underground core area of the powerful Sulan Star region-based city cluster without any worries. There is no way. Who made Su Fan a cheater? The heart-confusing mist demon is the most mysterious assassin race, even among the demons in the King Kong Star region. Not to mention the human race, even the vast majority of high-level demon elites have only heard of their legends, and have never seen them. It is said that among the demons in the entire King Kong Star region, the number of the heart-confusing mist demon has never exceeded 3 digits. In the previous wars between the human and demon races, as long as the heart-confusing mist demon appeared, the entire defense line of the human race would be in a state of panic. How powerful is the heart-confusing mist demon? It can be said that it can kill anyone it wants. Even many high-level powerful people of the human race are helpless against the heart-confusing mist demon, which shows how powerful this demon assassin race is. Su Fan swallowed the blood essence of more than a dozen confusing mist demons. Now his atomized body is comparable to the real confusing mist demons. Of course, even if the confusing mist demons of the demon clan came, they would not be able to come and go freely in the underground of the Sulan Star region-based city group like Su Fan. Because the underground of Kunrong City is heavily guarded, and a series of forbidden barriers are set up. This kind of barrier can block even the Yuanying's engine, and it will sound an alarm as long as it is touched. Even if the god of transformation comes, it can't pass through the forbidden barriers as quietly as Su Fan. So Su Fan tossed around in the underground of Kunrong City for several days, and no one found his traces, not even a clue left. Anyway, it can only be regarded as bad luck for Sulan Star region to encounter this pervert Su Fan. In addition, Sulan Star region is too powerful. The mechanical army composed of endless puppets has swept across countless star regions for tens of thousands of years without a single defeat. The proud Sulan people, from top to bottom, have never tasted the taste of failure. Even if there are many internal problems, they have been covered up by victory after victory. Apart from anything else, at least in the area controlled by the Sulan Star region, there is almost no vigilance against potential crises. The day of leaving Kunrong City is getting closer and closer, and Su Fan has begun to formulate his next plan. The first thing is that he needs to change his identity, preferably to leave Jiwangshan and go to a relatively remote and backward plane. After all, he wants to set up a few more star field coordinate points and cross-domain ultra-long-distance communication arrays to get in touch with the King Kong Star region. A place like Jiwangshan is definitely not okay. There are too many high-level monks from the Sulan Star region gathered here, and the star field coordinate points and cross-domain ultra-long-distance communication arrays are likely to be exposed here. Then get rid of Basing's 2 cousins, and finally give the Sulan people a big gift before leaving. Su Fan walked around the city for a day and found a candidate for a new identity. This is a Sulan monk in the foundation building period. He will go to a remote plane to serve tomorrow. In the Sulan Star region, serving in a remote plane is definitely a tough job, and it is often the lowest level monks who go there. This Sulan man is called Suojin. He is very ordinary. Not only is his qualification average, but he also has no identity background. He is just a small transparent person who no one pays attention to. It meets Su Fan's requirements. After determining the candidate for the new identity, Su Fan went back at night and called his 2 cousins to his room and easily dealt with them. Basing and others cannot be killed now. He just casts the 9 nether stealing technique to make them unconscious, and then puts them into the portable secret realm. Su Fan took the captured Suojin out of the portable secret realm, activated the blood mist to devour most of his blood, and then cast the magic gate blood secret method. Everything is ready. He casts the mist body again, and once again sneaks into the underground of Kunrong City. The next morning, Su Fan, whose appearance and aura had changed into Sogin, took the 3 Basing brothers out of a hotel room in the city, and then summoned a mechanical puppet to kill them. In this way, even if the other family had left a backup plan for these people, they could only detect that they died in the hands of an ordinary puppet. Not only that, Su Fan also destroyed their bodies and killed their ghosts, and used the magic door secret method to avoid the calculation of the divination. After dealing with the 3 Chinese monks from the Sulan Star region, Su Fan and dozens of unlucky people like him came to the underground cross-domain transmission hall. Before Su Fan entered the hall, he looked back at the prosperous Kunrong City, then sneered and walked into the transmission hall. He and dozens of Sulan monks boarded the cross-domain transmission array. As a dazzling light lit up, Su Fan and others instantly disappeared from the array. When he opened his eyes again, he found that he had come to a strange place. This is where Sogin will serve for the next 3 years, a remote plane called Stone Realm. Su Fan and dozens of monks who came to serve walked out of the teleportation hall and were led to the base for registration and assigned rooms. He pushed the door and walked into his room. Although this plane is relatively remote, the conditions for disciples on duty are not bad. The room is more than 100 square meters, with a living room, bedroom, study, and a workroom. Su Fan came to the living room and sat cross-legged, then closed his eyes, silently calculating the time in his heart. It is estimated that in another hour, the gift he gave to Sulan Star region will arrive. Anyway, he has done what he should do, and it doesn't matter whether it succeeds or not. Thinking of this, Su Fan stood up from the ground, went to the bedroom and fell asleep, and snoring sounded in the bedroom after a while. He slept for a whole day and night before he woke up. Su Fan simply washed up and left the room and went to the nearby cafeteria. It was only afternoon at this time, and there were not many people eating in the cafeteria. He came to the counter, simply selected a large number of food, and then found a table to eat. At this time, there was a commotion outside, and then the base began to get chaotic, and many people hurried to the lobby of the base. Su Fan did not follow to join in the fun. He smiled slightly and continued to sit there to eat. In the evening, the news of the destruction of the Kunrong City base of Jiuangshan spread throughout the base like a gust of wind. Although the news from Jiuangshan has not been made public, the monks in the base have confirmed the authenticity of the news through contact with their families. Chapter 512, There is such a good job. In the evening, Su Fan came to the cafeteria of the base again. It was lunchtime and the cafeteria was full of people. Su Fan waited in line for a long time before he got his meal. Then he found a place to eat and listened to the monks chatting next to him. I just contacted my family. The main city of Kunrong City has been completely destroyed. It is said that many people died. The main city has completely sunk into the ground. There should be few survivors. What happened? How could such a large main city of the base be destroyed? There are various theories. I think it should be that the foreign god transforming Xianzhen took action again. I think he did it too. Only the old monster of the god transforming can completely destroy the main city of a base. Su Fan almost laughed when he heard the discussions of the monks around him. Before leaving, he went deep into the underground of Kunrong City again and set a 5th-level bone talisman and dozens of 4th-level immortal talismans in the core area of the underground. There are also delay talismans, which will set the time to activate the talismans to 12 hours later. So soon after Su Fan came to the Stone Realm, the 5th-order bone talisman and dozens of 4th-order talismans under the city cluster of Kunrong City base were activated and detonated. Because of the brutal extraction of the underground spiritual veins by the Sulan Star region, the concentration of spiritual energy in the core area of the underground has almost liquefied, so the activation of the 5th-order bone talisman directly caused the entire underground spiritual vein to trigger a spiritual energy storm. The power of the 5th-order bone talisman is very strong. If it were placed in the previous life, it would be like a nuclear weapon. Coupled with the spiritual energy storm caused by the underground spiritual vein, the main city of Kunrong City was almost turned upside down, and countless skyscrapers collapsed and sank deep underground. The powerful shock wave caused by the underground spiritual vein even caused hundreds of star domain motherships floating above the Kunrong City base to be blown away and fell to the ground. Even the dozens of satellite cities around Kunrong City were severely damaged because they came from the same spiritual vein, but not as bad as the main city. Not to mention the large number of puppet production lines in the Kunrong City base city cluster, as well as the countless materials and war supplies that were stockpiled, almost all of which were destroyed. You have to know that the entire Kunrong City base city cluster is home to tens of millions of elite monks from the Sulan Star region, and this time they all suffered a devastating disaster. The main city suffered the worst, except for some high-level monks who escaped, and few low-level monks could survive. Although the losses in dozens of satellite cities around were smaller, 70% to 80% of them were also lost. The monks who can live in the Kunrong City base are not monks from the remote marginal plains of the Kishan realm and the Broken Stone realm, they are all elites from the Sulan Star region. The losses this time are simply incalculable, and it is estimated that the hearts of the senior officials of the Sulan Star region are bleeding. Although the loss of tens of millions of monks is nothing for the populous Sulan Star region. And there are thousands of base city clusters scattered throughout the Donggyun Star region. But Jiuangshan is different. It is one of the few super-large plains in the Donggyun Star region. There are only dozens of large-scale base city clusters like Kunrong City in the entire Sulan Star region. Su Fan's operation directly destroyed nearly 1% of the elite forces of the Sulan Star region. Since the Sulan Star region implemented the expansion policy, it is the first time that it has suffered such a big loss. It can be said to be unforgettable. Not only that, with a complete destruction of the Kunrong city base, the top leaders of the Sulan Star region are also convinced that a woman who is in great power has sneaked into the Dongyan Star region. Some people even think that the culprit is likely to be a certain Liangsu great power of the woman. Although the Sulan Star region is not afraid of any Huishan great power or even Liangsu old monster with its powerful puppet army, it is a fair settlement on the battlefield. If these big guys don't have a face and hide in the Dongyan Star region regardless of their identities, it will be a real trouble. Who would have thought that the culprit behind the scenes was actually a Jinden-level cultivator? Even if Su Fan took the initiative to surrender himself, no one would believe him. How could a Jinden-level cultivator infiltrate the heavily guarded core area of Kunrong City without being known? So now, the cultivators stationed in various planes of the Dongyan Star region in the Sulan Star region are all in a state of panic, especially in various bases, which are all in a state of being as if they are facing a great enemy, fearing that the old monster of the woman will come to their door. Of course, the Sulan cultivators in remote marginal planes like the stone-breaking realm are not so nervous. In such a place where there is no shit, the entire main base plus the strongholds everywhere only have a total of tens of thousands of people. How can the old monster of the god of transformation look down on them? Those dozens of unlucky people who came with Su Fan were even more excited as if nothing had happened. It was only 2 or 3 hours away. If they came a little later, they would be miserable. The only inconvenience is that only the Kunrong city base has a cross-domain transmission array leading to the Broken Stone realm. At least in the next few months, the cultivators here will not be able to return to the Nine Suns heaven. But for Su Fan, it is exactly what he wants. Places like the Broken Stone realm and the Kishin realm are most suitable for him to set up star domain coordinate points and cross-domain remote communication arrays. After all, no one pays attention to such a small and broken place where rabbits don't shit. And he just broke the sky, and he is somewhat guilty. Of course, he hopes to hide in a place where no one cares about him for a few years. Su Fan and other cultivators who have just arrived in the Broken Stone realm will have a 2-month adaptation period, and then they will be assigned to various bases for duty. This also gives him plenty of time to set up star domain coordinate points and cross-domain remote communication arrays. After more than a month of hard work, Su Fan finally successfully set up star domain coordinate points and cross-domain remote communication arrays in a secret place thousands of miles away from the base, and made contact with a King Kwang star domain. He sent all the information he had recently obtained, including various jade slips and photos, back to the King Kwang star region. The old monsters in the King Kwang star region received all the precious information sent back by Su Fan, and they were all overjoyed. The reason why the Sulan Star region is so powerful is actually an important reason that it is mysterious. Any star region invaded by them often knows very little about the situation in the Sulan Star region, or even nothing at all. It was not until the overwhelming mechanical puppet army roared in that they began to mobilize hastily, and the final result can be imagined. If Su Fan had not been accidentally swept into the crazy sand realm by the space turbulence and discovered the coordinates of the Sulan Star region, the ending of the King Kwang Star region would probably be no different from that of the Dongyan Star region. There is no way. Who made Su Fan a cheater? Not to mention anything else, just discovering the coordinates of the Sulan Star region has won at least decades of war preparation time for the King Kwang Star region. Now Su Fan has also penetrated into the Sulan Star region and established star region coordinate points and cross-domain remote communication arrays, which not only gave the King Kwang Star region a chance to counterattack, but he also sent back a large amount of intelligence resources from the Sulan Star region. Just these few points, it is not an exaggeration to say that Su Fan saved the King Kwang Star region. Although Su Fan was somewhat resistant to this mission when he first came to the Dongyan Star region, he has gradually changed his mindset since he saw the tragic situation in the Dongyan Star region. Now Su Fan feels that the burden on his shoulders is particularly heavy, not only for his family, but also for the countless cultivators and mortals in the King Kwang Star region to avoid being charred. In any case, he does not want the King Kwang Star region to follow the footsteps of the Dongyan Star region. Su Fan also contacted the Dongming Demon Lord privately and asked about his family's situation. The old monsters in the King Kwang Star region took good care of his family. Moreover, the Dongming old monster also made a promise that if the Sulan Star region launched an invasion, Su Fan's family would definitely get the best protection. Su Fan was relieved of his worries that his family could receive such care. Time passed quickly, and 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. In the early morning, Su Fan came to the lobby of the base. At this moment, dozens of Sulan monks had gathered here, all of whom were the ones who came with him. They came here today to wait for the assignment of the base. Everyone was praying secretly that they would not be assigned to a base with a dangerous environment. Low-level monks like Sogan, who had no background, would often be assigned to the base with the worst environment and the most remote location. Su Fan didn't care at all. He wished he could be assigned farther away. He walked aside and waited patiently, but his ears were not idle, listening carefully to the discussions of others. Don't assign me to those remote bases. There are no teleportation arrays there, and it takes several months to come back. I heard that people like us won't have any good places, unless you are willing to spend spirit crystals to bribe those people in the base. If you can be assigned to the outer base, you should be content. I heard that some people will be assigned to other star fields to guard the coordinate points. What? Some people go to other star fields to guard the coordinate points? That's not right. It is said that you have to guard there for 10 years, but the reward is also very generous. It is said that after returning, you don't have to serve for 30 years, then I won't go either. If I have to guard the outer field alone for 10 years, I will be suffocated to death. Hearing the conversations of several people next to him, Su Fan's heart was suddenly filled with huge waves. He never thought that there would be such a good job. Although the Blue Sky Star Field has formed an alliance with several surrounding star fields, it is currently the only star field that has established a star field coordinate point in the enemy's territory. If other star regions also establish several coordinate points in the Donggyal Star region, not only can there be one more direction for counterattack, but also a lot of pressure from the King Kwang Star region can be shared. Thinking of this, Su Fan suppressed his excitement and went to the side to communicate with others. Through communication with others, he learned that the base of the Shattered Stone Realm, like the Kishan Realm, also has the task of monitoring the coordinate points of the outer domain. Because no one is willing to guard the coordinate points of the outer domain for 10 years, the base is randomly assigned, but some people will take the initiative to accept this task. After all, the reward is generous. At this time, a giant in realm from the base came to the hall and began to assign the locations for everyone to serve. As a result, Su Fan and the 2 unlucky guys were assigned to the most remote stronghold. The other 2 people complained bitterly, and Su Fan could only pretend to be sad, but in fact, he was happy in his heart. After more than a month of travel, they finally arrived at the most remote stronghold, and Su Fan also started a new life in a foreign land. To be honest, although this stronghold is remote, the conditions are quite good. Although the stronghold has only dozens of people on duty, it is very safe, with a very complete protective barrier and tens of thousands of mechanical puppets. Each monk on duty has a luxuriously decorated independent courtyard and a separate workshop. In addition to the 10 days of duty each month, the rest of the time is very free. In the early morning, the rising sun dispels the darkness and dyes the clouds in the sky into gorgeous morning glow. A ray of warm morning light falls from the sky, dyeing the entire stronghold with a layer of golden light. Su Fan is busy preparing breakfast in the courtyard. He has been in the stronghold for almost 3 months. He doesn't like to communicate with people, let alone now he's still a disguised identity, so since he was assigned to this remote stronghold, except for the monthly duty, he almost never leaves the house and stays in his own courtyard every day. He made breakfast and brought the pots and bowls to the dining table in the hall. He waved his hand, and he and the table next to him disappeared at the same time. Su Fan entered his own secret realm, which has changed a lot now. He arranged the miniature cave in the secret realm, and Sister Zhen also sent him several auxiliary puppets. Tossing around in the secret realm all day long, Sister Zhen followed the way he arranged the cave before, controlling the auxiliary puppets and the ghost slaves under her every day, and opened up an orchard and a spiritual vegetable garden in the secret realm. She also raised a lot of monsters in it, and opened up a large pond near the spiritual spring, raising a lot of spiritual fish and shrimps and crabs. Sister Zhen also learned from Su Fan to make various snacks and drinks such as candied fruits, dried fruitcakes, fruit juices and wines, and made a lot of noise and color in the secret realm every day. To put it bluntly, she just had nothing to do. At this time, Sister Zhen and Luo Xia were chatting happily, one person and one ghost biting each other's ears, and no one knew what they were talking about, laughing from time to time. Since he sent this little girl into the portable secret realm, it didn't take long for her to get familiar with Sister Zhen. After Sister Zhen broke through the Ghost King, she was like a chatterbox all day long. Su Fan certainly didn't have time to pay attention to her, and Sister Zhen didn't like the ugly Yasha. So since Luosha came, Sister Zhen finally found someone to talk to, and she caught Luosha and chatted from morning to night. The little girl used to be alone in the gathering place, and there was no one to talk to. So Sister Zhen came to chat with her every day, which of course she wanted. Now the two have become best friends who can talk about anything, and I don't know what one person and one ghost can talk about. Su Fan also hopes so, otherwise Sister Zhen will always pester him to talk, and he brought the little girl out because he was afraid that she would be lonely. Originally, he wanted to place Luosha in other witch gathering places in Qiushinji, but later he found that when she prayed, she could get a response from the witch god. If it was just this, Su Fan would not care much, but every time she got a response from the witch god, Su Fan's blood-colored tattoos would also react. That feeling is very wonderful, just like the descent of the gods in the previous life. Su Fan knew that if he guessed correctly, the reason why our Rose's prayer was answered by the witch god must be related to his blood-colored tattoos all over his body and back. So he changed his mind and kept the little girl by his side for the time being, with the purpose of trying to figure out what was going on with his blood-colored runes. Su Fan couldn't help but guess that if he prayed to the witch god as devoutly as Rosa, he would not only get a response from the witch god, but he might even be able to communicate with the witch god. Whenever he thought of this, Su Fan couldn't help but feel a little creepy. He didn't want to deal with those gods, because these things were too weird. Don't get yourself involved because of worshipping gods. Anyway, he didn't even want to touch the things promised by these gods, and he didn't even believe a single punctuation mark in what these things said. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 513, Yunmeng Star Region. Seeing Su Fan coming, Luo Xia stood up quickly, hopped to the dining table, picked up the rice spoon and served Su Fan a bowl of spiritual rice porridge. This little girl is as innocent as a blank sheet of paper. Although she has been a little bit corrupted by Sister Zhen these days, she is still very likable. Su Fan and Luo Xia sat at the dining table to eat, and Sister Zhen also came over to sit down, leaning on her chin and watching the two of them eat. Since having Luo Xia as her best friend, Sister Zhen is very happy. She almost pesters the little girl to chat every day, and even accompanies her when eating. Don't you practice every day now? Look at Yaksha, he is practicing hard every day. After being scolded by Su Fan, Sister Zhen covered her ears with both hands and didn't want to listen. Seeing that she started to act like a rogue again, Su Fan had no choice. Although he always had a stern face to Sister Zhen, he actually indulged her quite a lot. If she doesn't want to practice, then don't practice. Anyway, with her qualifications, the Ghost King is probably over. If Su Fan hadn't forced her to do it, Sister Zhen might not even be able to break through to the Ghost King. Compared to Sister Zhen, Yaksha has much more potential. But Su Fan is nostalgic. After all, Sister Zhen has been with him for so long, so she can do whatever she wants. And with his current strength, he didn't expect two ghost slaves to help him. After Su Fan finished his meal, he glanced at Luo Xia who was cleaning up the dishes. I'm going to be on duty these days, take care of yourself, Luo Xia said while cleaning up. It's okay, you go, Sister Zhen is here to accompany me. Since being taken into Su Fan's portable secret realm, Luo Xia has been so happy. Not only does she live so comfortably every day, but she also has a best friend to talk to her. This kind of life is what she dreams of, and she didn't even dare to think about it before. After hearing Luo Xia's words, Su Fan couldn't help but smile bitterly. Only this silly girl, no one else would chat with a ghost slave every day. Su Fan came out of the portable secret realm. He simply packed up and left the yard and came to the hall of the base. As soon as he entered the hall, he saw many people standing under the light curtain and talking. Su Fan also came over, and then he found that the content on the light curtain was actually recruiting monks from foreign lands to guard the coordinate points. This time, our stone crusher is going to recruit 3 people. I won't be selected, will I? Do you think someone will take the initiative to apply this time? Then we don't have to worry. If you are allowed to stay outside the domain alone for 10 years, are you willing to go? Anyway, I don't want to go. Listening to the discussions of the monks around him, Su Fan's eyes suddenly lit up. He left from under the light curtain without making a sound, came to a room in the base, and gently knocked on the door. Come in. Hearing the voice inside, Su Fan pushed the door and walked into the room, and saw a giant monk inside, sitting in front of the workbench fiddling with the machine. Greetings, immortal. The giant monk put down the machine in his hand and asked, what do you want? Report to the immortal. I want to apply to go to the foreign domain to guard the coordinate point. After hearing Su Fan's words, the giant monk couldn't help but be stunned. Since you have decided, I will register you. Once you register, you cannot change it. Seeing Su Fan nod, the other party continued, if you accept this mission, you must stay for 10 years before returning. Once you can't stand the loneliness and return early, all rewards will be cancelled, and you will also be subject to very severe punishment. Report to the real person. I have decided. The giant monk nodded and said, in the past, there have been several cases of on-duty monks returning early, and they all received severe punishment. Not long ago, one of the Kyushinji ran back, but who would have thought that he would be destroyed by the woman old monster as soon as he ran back? At present, the Kyushinji base is being rebuilt. Now a few months have passed, because the coordinate point of that star field is unattended. Until now, there has been no contact with the coordinate point of that star field. After hearing the other party's words, Su Fan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. In order to confuse the Sulan star field, the old monsters in the King Kong star field have repaired the coordinate point of the crazy sand field. The old monsters in the blue sky star domain have made preparations. Once they find that the monks on duty in the Sulan star domain are coming, they will immediately control them. In this way, they can buy 10 years for the blue sky star domain, and make full use of this time to build a space travel channel. In fact, Su Fan has already thought about it. If the blue sky star domain has not built a space travel channel in 10 years, he will destroy the Kyushin realm base again. But in that case, it will definitely arouse the suspicion of the high-level officials of the Sulan star domain. But what he didn't expect was that he destroyed the main base of Kyushin realm, and even the Sulan star domain has not contacted the coordinate point of the blue sky star domain until now. Please rest assured, I will never leave the coordinate point without permission during the duty period. The giant cultivator looked at him. He had to explain these words in advance, for fear that this kid couldn't stand the loneliness and ran back early. It seems that you have made up your mind. Your identity J talisman. Su Fan quickly took out his identity J talisman and handed it to the giant cultivator. The other party took his identity J talisman, came to a formation plate next to him, drew it, and then returned the identity J talisman to him. Okay, I've reported your name. You will go to the coordinate point of Yunmang Star region to guard for 10 years. You should prepare immediately and return to the main base tomorrow morning. After returning to the courtyard, Su Fan came to the study, waved his hand to activate a 4th level isolation talisman, and then took out a communication array from the ring. He sent a message to Dongming Demon Lord, and the other party replied quickly. What's the matter? Su Fan hurriedly told Dongming Old Monster that he was going to the Yunmang Star region to guard the coordinate point. Dongming Demon Lord listened and said, wait a moment, I will report to Giant Saint Lord immediately. After a long while, Dongming Demon Lord replied with a message. After you arrive at the Yunmang Star region, immediately set up the Star region coordinate point and the cross-domain remote communication array, and then wait for the next instruction. Su Fan cut off the communication array with Dongming Demon Lord, and then took a deep breath. Although the King Kong Star region has formed an alliance with several nearby star regions to jointly resist the invasion of the Sulan Star region. But this is only one side of the story of the Blue Sky Star domain. It is hard to say whether other star domains believe it. After all, every star domain has countless desolate plains. It is like looking for a needle in a haystack to find the coordinates of the Sulan star domain in the vast plains. Now that Su Fan has provided the location of the coordinates of the Yunmang star domain, other star domains will definitely realize the seriousness of the situation. In this way, the Blue Sky star domain will not fight alone. The next morning, Su Fan left the base on a flying boat and returned to the main base of the Broken Stone realm. This time, Of the 3 guards sent by the Broken Stone Realm base to guard the coordinates of the outer domain, only Su Fan took the initiative to apply, and the other 2 were unlucky people who were randomly selected. The Yuanying's engine, who guarded the base, personally met them and distributed a ring to each of them, which contained the reward for this mission and the supplies for the past 10 years. Then a time and space shuttle point was opened for them, and Su Fan and others drove the star domain flying boats and roared into the time and space channel. Su Fan once again experienced the feeling of traveling through space and through the channel. After an unknown amount of time, the flying boat finally rushed out of the space-time channel and came to a silent starry sky. He stood in the control room of the flying boat, gently touched the hemisphere in front of the console with his hand, and then sent out a trace of spiritual power. A 3-dimensional star map suddenly appeared in the control room. Su Fan found the location of the coordinate point, and then controlled the flying boat to that plane. The plane of the coordinate point of Yunmang star field was also desolate, with almost no vitality. Every star field has countless such lifeless planes, because such places have neither spiritual veins nor cultivation resources, so usually no one comes here. Sulin star field puts the coordinate point in such a place, which is actually very safe. If it weren't for Su Fan's luck, the people in King Kwang star field might not know until today that they have been targeted by Sulin star field. Because the spiritual energy resources of Donggyun star field are almost exhausted, Sulin star field sent a large number of unmanned puppets more than 100 years ago and released countless black soul bones in the vast starry sky. The black soul bone will continue to float in the boundless starry sky until it falls into the plane of a certain star field. The monks of the Sulin star field will determine the location of this star field based on the location of the black soul bone, establish the crossing point of the space-time channel, and then send people to that star field to establish the coordinate point. Su Fan drove the star field flying boat and landed in the vicinity of the coordinate point of this desolate plane. The area of this plane is not large, there are no living creatures, and the environment is extremely harsh. There is a layer of sticky fog floating all year round, the visibility is only a few meters away, and there is also a pungent smell. Su Fan walked through the fog for a while and found the location of the coordinate point. He passed through a barrier and suddenly saw the light in front of him. Not only did the sticky fog in the air disappear, but even the air was flat and fresh, and the pungent smell could not be smelled at all. This coordinate point is similar to the one in the Crazy Sand Realm, almost the same building composed of mechanical puppets. At this time, a foundation building cultivator from the Sulin Star region came out. He saw Su Fan and hurried over. "Brother, you are finally here. I have been in this damn place for long enough." Looking at this excited Sulin man, Su Fan cursed inwardly. "Who is your brother? You have finally made it. I don't know how I can survive these 10 years, haha. Brother, there is nothing to do here. Time flies." After hearing Su Fan's words, the other party laughed and chatted with him for a long time. It is probably because he stayed here for too long. There was no one to talk to. He was almost sick. Su Fan followed the other party to the room where the coordinates were placed. The two of them simply handed over, and the guy couldn't wait to leave. Watching the other party's back disappear beyond a barrier, Su Fan turned around and went back to the room to sleep. He slept until noon the next day. He got up and had a simple meal, then began to arrange the star domain coordinate points and the cross-domain remote communication array. Although he had arranged it twice, it took him more than half a month to finish it. This time, the King Kwang star domain quickly found the coordinate points here and established contact with Su Fan. He sent back his approximate location based on the star map in the star domain flying boat. Su Fan began to wait patiently. It was estimated that it would take several years for the old monsters in the Yunmang star domain to get here. Next, he also began his duty career, although this plane was so dead that there was not even a living creature. Fortunately, there were Luosha and Zhenji in the portable secret realm, so Su Fan was not bored. Originally, he thought that the old monsters in the Yunmang star domain would take a long time to come, but who knew that they had come to the door in less than a year. At noon that day, Su Fan had lunch and just came out of the portable secret realm when he found something wrong. His spiritual sense felt that there seemed to be a person standing in the room where the coordinate points were placed. Su Fan hurriedly walked over and saw an old man standing there with his hands behind his back, carefully looking at the coordinate point in the middle of the room. The other person had a gaunt face, wearing a Taoist robe that was washed white, with 5 long beards fluttering slightly, and a head of snow-white hair tied up with a Taoist crown and scattered behind his head. Su Fan was immediately scared. He could not feel any spiritual energy from this old man. This old man could pass through the barrier without being noticed by anyone, so his realm must be unfathomable. He might even be a certain Liangsa saint from the Yunmang star domain. Moreover, Su Fan felt a sense of hostility from this old man. This old guy must not be a good person. You are Su Fan, from the Kingkwang star domain. Just when Su Fan was confused and didn't know what to say, a thought suddenly came to his mind. Junior Su Fan pays homage to the senior. Su Fan hurriedly bowed respectfully to the old man, and then sent a thought to him. Well, you are not bad. The old man sent another thought, and then ignored him, putting all his thoughts on the coordinate point in the middle of the room. Su Fan did not dare to speak, so he had to stand there and wait patiently. At this time, there was a voice outside, and the old man in the room turned his head with a smile and said a few words to the outside, but Su Fan did not understand the language of the Yunmang star domain, and had no idea what they were talking about. A middle-aged monk came in from outside. He glanced at Su Fan, and then came to the coordinate point in the middle of the room and looked at it, and occasionally said a few words to the old man. Next, monks kept rushing here, and not only human monks, but also demons, insects and monsters. Because it concerns the safety of the entire star domain, anyway, the incarnation of the Yunmang star domain Xianzhen and Liangsa Shangzhen should have come. It was the first time that Su Fan saw so many high-level masters, and he was very nervous. Fortunately, this group of old monsters all surrounded the coordinate point, and no one paid attention to him at this time. Su Fan did not dare to move, and could only stand by and pretend to be a dog. He did not know how long he had been standing there. Just when he was about to fall asleep, the first old man who came finally called him over and asked him about the Sulan star region. At this time, Su Fan certainly would not hide anything, so he told all he knew. He also handed over a large number of jade slips that he had specially copied during this period, as well as some jade talismans for recording images, to the old man. Next, the group of old monsters gathered together to study the jade slips, and Su Fan could only continue to accompany them carefully. Originally, Su Fan thought he would stay here forever, but who would have thought that a few days later, the group of old monsters actually set up a cross-domain transmission array here and sent batches of cultivators here. The old man looked for Su Fan several times and asked him some questions. Half a month later, the other party asked a Yuan Yingzhenjin to take Su Fan to Fairy City on a cross-domain transmission array and placed him in a cave outside the city. Chapter 514, no different than sending away beggars. In the early morning, the sun rose up, and a soft and weak ray of early sun emerged, illuminating the whole world. Su Fan got up early and saw that the little girl Luosha had already gotten up. She had already prepared breakfast, and the dining table in the middle of the courtyard was already full. He walked over and sat at the dining table. The little girl quickly helped him to serve a bowl of spiritual rice porridge and placed it in front of him. Try my longan lotus seed porridge. I cooked it for an hour. Su Fan picked up the rice spoon and tasted it, and nodded with satisfaction. It tastes good. The little girl was delighted to hear that and ran to the stove and placed several steamers in front of Su Fan. This is the barbecued pork bun I steamed. Try it and see if it tastes better than the ones you made. Su Fan picked up a barbecued pork bun and took a bite, nodded and praised Luosha, which made the little girl happy. Luosha's talent in cooking is really good, let alone other things. It may also be because she had nothing to eat in the gathering place with scarce resources before, so she studied various foods with great care. The place where Su Fan is now is called Dangshan, and this cave is just outside the city of Heshao Immortal City. After the old monsters in Yunmang Star region asked Su Fan, they were now studying and figuring out the coordinates of Sulan Star region, so they sent him here. Su Fan was also happy to be free. He was under a lot of pressure to stay with a group of guts and refining masters every day. He ate dozens of barbecued pork buns, 2 large trays of pure meat buns, and drank a large bowl of longan lotus seed porridge before he finished his breakfast. Luosha cleaned up the dishes and chopsticks quickly, and made a pot of spiritual tea for Su Fan, and then picked up the teapot and poured a cup of spiritual tea for Su Fan. Uncle, you said yesterday that you would take me to the city for a walk. Looking at Luosha's face full of expectations, Su Fan couldn't help but smile. This girl grew up in the gathering place of Kyushinji since she was born, and she has always been yearning for the prosperous world of cultivation. Okay, I'll take you to the city today. After he said that, he looked at Luosha's animal skin waistcoat and the big flower arm exposed outside, and frowned immediately. Su Fan took out a moon-white top-grade robe from the ring and threw it to Luosha opposite. You can't wear it like this, go into the house and change into this robe later. Luosha looked at the robe in her hand. She really didn't want to wear it. She was a disciple of the Wu sect, and she had been wearing this since she was a child. She couldn't get used to the Taoist robes at all. But from what Su Fan meant, he would definitely not take her into the city if she didn't change into this robe. Luosha pouted, stood up, turned around and walked into the house. After a while, the little girl walked out wearing the moon-white robe. Her skin was already fair and smooth, and she looked even more beautiful in that moon-white robe, with a bright and beautiful face and clear eyes. The hem of the moon-white robe fluttered gently in the morning breeze, like ripples on a tranquil and clear lake, exuding a cool temperament, as if a fairy had descended to the earth. Su Fan couldn't help but praise her and said, "It looks so good, I'll wear it like this in the future." But Luosha felt that she was very awkward now. She didn't like the wide sleeves, the long hem, and especially the effeminate color. But in order to go for a stroll in the city, Luosha didn't care about these. "I'm done changing, let's go." Su Fan nodded, and then led the little girl to the Heshao Immortal City dozens of miles away. Heshao Immortal City is the main city of Danxia Shinling Crane Immortal Sect. After all, it is the main city of a super immortal sect, so it is very lively and prosperous. Su Fan drove the ghost crow all the way to the vicinity of Heshao Immortal City. In the distance, he could vaguely see a continuous city. Countless monks around were driving flying swords, magic weapons and spirit beasts, whizzing past like streams of light, and all kinds of flying boats also gathered from all directions to the distant Immortal City. They hadn't even flown to Heshao Immortal City yet, but they could feel a restless atmosphere, especially Luosha was so excited. When had the little girl ever seen such a scene? She held Su Fan's arm tightly with both hands, and her eyes were not enough to look left and right. This scene was already commonplace in Su Fan's eyes, but in Luosha's eyes it was indeed extremely spectacular and opened his eyes. In the Kyushin realm where she was, the women monks had been almost slaughtered, leaving only a few scattered monks who survived by chance hiding in the gathering place to survive. Luosha had never seen so many monks in her life, and they were all foundation-building monks, and there were even many Yuanying Zhenjin. Unlike the gathering place where she was, there was only one Jinden-level clan leader who was about to die, a few foundation-building cultivators, and the rest were in the key training stage. "Uncle, are they all going to the city to go shopping?" The little girl's words made Su Fan couldn't help laughing. "Well, they're all going to the city to go shopping." The two landed a few miles in front of Heshao Immortal City, because except for cultivators above the Yuanying stage, everyone else could only land here and walk to Heshao Immortal City. Su Fan and Luosha merged into the dense flow of people and walked towards the distant Heshao Immortal City. When they were about to reach the city gate, Su Fan took out a store drink from his arms and handed it to Luosha. "Take this, buy whatever you like." Luosha took the store drink and scanned it with her spiritual sense, and her eyes widened immediately, with a look of shock on her face. This store drink was filled with medium-grade spirit stones, and there were also dozens of extremely overflowing high-grade spirit stones, which blinded her eyes at once. In the Kyushin realm where he used to be, spirit stones were definitely considered a luxury. Even the transactions between the gathering places were mostly in the form of barter, and no one was willing to take out the spirit stones. Not to mention so many high-grade spirit stones, in the Kyushin realm, people might kill and rob for a few low-grade spirit stones. Luosha felt that there were too many spirit stones in the ring, so she took out a few medium-grade spirit stones from it, and then returned the ring to Su Fan. "It's okay for you to let her eat and drink with Su Fan every day, after all, she can help cook and wash dishes. But if you let her take so many spirit stones from Su Fan, it's unreasonable." "Uncle, I'll just take a few, the rest." Before Luosha finished speaking, Su Fan waved his hand. "Just take it if I tell you to. Why are you so slow?" It's really not that Su Fan is deliberately showing off, he is really rich now. This little money is nothing. Now my brother has to use spirit crystals, let alone these medium-grade and high-grade spirit stones. Even the best-grade spirit stones are no longer in his eyes. There's no way, I have plenty of money now. Oh, Luosha carefully put the ring on her finger, and then put her little hand on Su Fan's arm. "Uncle, thank you. When I have spirit stones in the future, I will definitely return them to you." If someone else said this, Su Fan would just take it as a joke. But Luosha is different. This little girl said so she must really think so. Su Fan didn't say anything. If she wants to return it, she can return it. If she doesn't want to return it, forget it. Anyway, he doesn't need those few. The two of them waited in line for more than half an hour before they entered the Cranehead Immortal City. As soon as they walked out of the city gate, they suddenly saw a clear view in front of them. A street several dozen feet wide came into their eyes, followed by an incomparable hustle and bustle. The wide street was crowded with pedestrians, and there were shops lined up on both sides of the street, a prosperous and lively scene. When had Luosha ever experienced this? She followed Su Fan closely, holding his arms tightly with both hands, for fear of getting lost. Su Fan led the little girl into a shop, but she was frightened and ran out of the shop with Su Fan as if escaping after asking about the prices of a few things. Luosha wanted to buy some gifts for Sister Zhen, but the things in these shops were too expensive. Although there were a lot of spirit stones in the ring that Su Fan gave her, she had to return it in the future. Su Fan knew that the little girl was afraid of poverty before, so how could she be willing to waste money, so she didn't go shopping in the shops on the street. He led Luosha to the market in the city, and looking at the noisy market, the little girl's eyes suddenly lit up. She had gone on a long journey with a clan leader before, to a large gathering place hundreds of miles away. There was a market there, but it was nothing like here. Moreover, the prices of the things here were much more affordable than those in the shops on the street. Rosa casually asked about the prices of a few things in front of several stalls, and immediately became excited. She took Su Fan's hand and went into the crowded market. After just a while, Su Fan regretted bringing Rosa here. Rosa was fascinated by the stalls in the market, and she didn't miss any of them, for fear of missing out on any cheap things. Su Fan was almost going crazy. Rosa actually spent nearly a day in this chaotic market before leaving reluctantly. Rosa had a lot of gains here, buying a lot of all kinds of junk. Su Fan didn't say anything. Who cares what she bought? As long as the little girl is happy, it's fine. Luosha was indeed very satisfied. She put a lot of things she liked in the ring. The main thing was that the price was not expensive, and she was particularly good at bargaining. She could bargain down the price of each item by at least half. Su Fan did not participate in the whole process. He had been a casual cultivator from the bottom, and he knew the dirty tricks of these guys. If they bargained down the price by half, they could still make a lot of money. Moreover, many of the things here were faked by making them look old, so that you would feel like you were getting a bargain when you bought them, but in fact, they were all useless rags. But Su Fan did not mean to remind Luosha, because he did not spend many spirit stones anyway. The most important thing was that the little girl was happy, as if she had picked up a great bargain. Anyway, as long as she was happy, it was fine. When Su Fan and the others came out of the market, it was already evening. He took Luosha to a restaurant in the city to eat a spiritual meal, and then took her to a high-end store. The name of this store was Tang of 10,000 Beasts. As the name suggests, this store specializes in various monsters. Luosha practiced a beast taming of the Wu sect, but the resources in the Kishan realm where she lived were barren, and the gathering place was too poor, so there were no contracted beasts except a small snake. So Su Fan brought Luosha here specially, wanting to choose a few suitable contracted beast cubs or monster eggs for her. At first, the little girl was quite resistant and didn't want to come in no matter what. But when Su Fan dragged Luosha into the shop, she couldn't move her feet, her eyes fixed on the monster cubs and monster eggs. The beast taming of the Wu sect has its own unique tradition, and the level of beast taming is not inferior to that of the Taoist sect, and even in many aspects it is much stronger. Seeing so many powerful monster cubs, Luosha couldn't take her eyes away. Luosha was about to ask about the price of a monster cub she liked, but Su Fan stretched out his hand and called the girl in the shop over. "Take us to the private room on the second floor." The girl's eyes lit up immediately after hearing this, and she quickly and respectfully led the two to a luxurious private room on the second floor, and brewed a pot of spiritual tea for them. "Please enjoy your meal, I'll go find the host." Luosha picked up the teacup and took a sip, then leaned over and asked in a low voice, "Uncle, are the monster cubs here very expensive?" Su Fan nodded and said, "You are a beast tamer, and the contracted beast will be with you for life, so you must choose the best." Luosha certainly knew the importance of the contracted beast, but she was poor. She scanned the ring with her spiritual sense, silently counting the spiritual stones in it, and calculating whether the spiritual stones were enough. Don't worry about the spiritual stones, I have them here, and you must choose the best contracted beast. After a while, an old man with a wealthy face walked into the private room, and he arched his hand towards Su Fan. I am Suyu, the owner of our store. I was busy outside just now. I am sorry for keeping you waiting for so long. Su Fan also bowed and said with a smile, you are too polite. We didn't wait for a long time, he said without any hesitation, and went straight to the point. What kind of monster cubs do you have in your store? I want the best. Suyu smiled and said, you came at the right time. We just received a batch of good monster cubs yesterday. He took out a jade slip and presented it to Su Fan with both hands. Su Fan took the jade slip and put it on his forehead. After a while, he put it down. Bring me the eggs of the Gale Falcon and the cubs of the earth-splitting armadillo. Suyu nodded and said, please wait a moment, I will have someone prepare them. These two monsters were carefully selected for Luosha by Su Fan according to her characteristics. The fierce wind falcon not only flies extremely fast, but also has strong combat power. It is good at wind-related magical powers and has extremely strong combat power. The earth-splitting armadillo is good at various earth-related magical powers such as escaping underground. It can travel underground as if walking on flat ground. It also has extremely strong defense and can be a meat shield when necessary. Luosha is about to break through the foundation building stage. These two contracted beasts are very suitable for transition during the foundation building period. After Suyu left the private room, Luosha quickly leaned over. She whispered, Uncle, how many spirit stones are these two contracted beasts you mentioned? I have to save some spirit stones to buy foundation building pills. Su Fan was almost mad at her after hearing this. What the hell is the foundation building pill? This girl has a natural spiritual root and excellent comprehension. If it weren't for the poor concentration of spiritual energy in Kaishan realm and the extremely poor resources for cultivation, she would have broken through the foundation building stage long ago. Since Luosha was taken into Su Fan's portable secret realm, Su Fan provided her with a large number of cultivation resources, and various top-grade elixirs were like eating candy beans, and she would take several pills every day. Now with his strength, he can easily cleanse the impurities in Luosha's body with only the thunder of heaven and earth and the Dao seed, and there will be no accumulation of elixir poison. Now Luosha has been built into the late stage of key training by him with elixirs, and can break through the foundation building realm at any time, so why does she need the foundation building pill? You may break through at any time, why buy that thing? Luosha was confused and said, oh, I heard that if you want to break through the foundation building realm, don't you have to take the foundation building pill? Who told you that? Your aptitude is so good, maybe you will wake up after a sleep, and maybe you will have built the foundation. To be honest, Su Fan envied, and hated this girl's aptitude. That's a heavenly spiritual root. If he hadn't practiced the heavenly demon saint body art for his own death, he would probably not have been able to get over the third level of key training in his life. Look at this girl's qualifications, where can you ask her to reason? In the evening, the setting sun slowly fell in the western sky, and the blood-like rays of light dyed the clouds in the sky red, which was very eye-catching. Luosha sat cross-legged on the back of the ghost crow and gently stroked the top-quality beast bag on her waist. It contained a demon beast egg of the fierce wind falcon and a palm-sized, earth-splitting armadillo cub. She never thought that these two contracted beasts actually cost 500 high-quality spirit stones. Although Su Fan paid the spirit stones for her without thinking, Luosha's hair was almost white with worry. How long will it take for her to pay back so many spirit stones? Luosha rubbed against Su Fan's side, put her arms around his arms, and leaned her head on his shoulder again. Uncle, why are you so nice to me? Su Fan almost laughed out loud. I am not nice to you at all. He already has thousands of spirit crystals in his hand. Such a few spirit stones are just a drop in the bucket for him. But now Luosha is very useful to Su Fan. If he wants to understand the blood runes on his body, he needs the cooperation of this girl. Su Fan spent such a few spirit stones, which is nothing more than amusing a child, which is no different from sending away a beggar. Who knew that his casual action would move this girl so much? Chapter 515 We need your help. At least for now, Luosha is very important to Su Fan. The blood-colored runes all over his body and back have always been a concern for him. Su Fan knew very well that he had only been swept by that eye, and then he had all these blood-colored runes, which meant that the Witch Gate Master was at least an old monster at the level of the refining Void Saint. Now every time Luosha prays, he can get a response from the Witch God, which should not be the favor of the gods. In the entire Kishan realm, even in the Donggate Star region, so many Witch Gate cultivators have died, and the Witch God has never descended once. Why would he think of taking care of a little Witch Gate cultivator in the key training period now? So in the final analysis, it was because Su Fan accidentally sacrificed nearly 10,000 Sulan people. He believed that if he now worshipped the Witch God devoutly like Luosha, he would definitely get a response from the Witch God, and even a god might descend and possess him. Of course, Su Fan would not do such a stupid thing. He had no interest in those supernatural sacrifices. He was a disciple of the Taoist sect, and he believed that my fate was determined by me, not by God. I never put my hopes on those illusory things. Mountains will fall if you rely on them, and people will run away if you rely on them. Only yourself is the most reliable. Moreover, there is no free lunch in this world. Everything has to be paid for. Many times, some things seem to be a great bargain in the short term, but in fact, the price paid in the long run is even more painful. Therefore, Su Fan has always been vigilant about the blood-colored runes all over his body. But he has tried many methods, but he couldn't get rid of the blood-colored runes all over his body, which made him feel uneasy. The most urgent thing is to try his best to figure out what this blood-colored rune is. Now every time Luosha prays, he will stay by the side to observe the changes in the runes on his body, but unfortunately he has not found anything unusual until now. Su Fan guessed that it was because Luosha's realm was too low, so he wanted to take advantage of this time to raise the little girl's realm. After the two returned to the cave, he began to invest a lot of resources and energy to let Luosha easily break through to the foundation building stage. As expected, after Luosha broke through the foundation building, every time she prayed to the Witch God, the blood-colored runes on Su Fan's body did have a slight reaction. In the next few years, Su Fan lived in the Crane Head Immortal City. During these years, he urged Luosha to practice while calming down to study the basic knowledge of the Sulan Star region puppetry. Luosha didn't need him to worry about anything at all. The little girl was extremely talented, and she practiced very hard, and her practice progress was fast. In just a few years, she had broken through to the middle stage of foundation building. Su Fan calmed down and accumulated for a few years, greatly consolidating the foundation of the Sulan Star region puppetry. Now he has made considerable progress. At least now he can skillfully make several basic mechanical puppets. Anyway, no matter what, he has now touched the threshold of the Sulan Star region puppetry. Now those high-level monsters in the Yunmang Star region seem to have forgotten him and left him in the Crane Head Immortal City and have not cared about him for several years. Su Fan was also happy to be free, and he just took advantage of this time to live a few years of peace. In the past few years, he also learned a lot about the Yunmang Star region through various channels. Compared with the Qingquan Star region, the Yunmang Star region is much larger, and the strength of the human cultivators is also stronger. It is more chaotic here. In addition to the human race, the Zerg race and the demon race, there is also a powerful demon race. Several races fight each other for resources, so the cultivators of various races in the Yunmang Star region are also more aggressive and aggressive. At least in the Qingquan Star region, the high-level monsters of each race are more restrained. No matter how fiercely the lower-level cultivators fight, the high-level monsters can control the situation. But the Yunmang Star region is different. The cultivators of the four major races are simply incompatible. Every 100 years, there will be wars everywhere, killing people with mountains of corpses and seas of blood. I don't know what the old monsters in the Yunmang Star region think. It has been several years, and the entire star region has not mobilized. At least everything in the Heshao Immortal City is the same as before, and he didn't feel the tense atmosphere of war at all. Su Fan was a little confused. Facing the extremely powerful Sulan Star region, they didn't make any preparations at all. Are the cultivators of the Yunmang Star region so bold? Of course, it may also be that the cultivators of the Yunmang Star region are more confident. Maybe they want to take this opportunity to counterattack. In the late afternoon, the spring rain in March was drizzling, and the hazy rain was faintly rising, covering the continuous mountains in a layer of gauze. Su Fan set up a large canopy umbrella, and then lazily nestled in the recliner, staring at the hazy drizzle in a daze. Luosha sat in front of the grill next to him, constantly turning over various skewers of meat and ingredients, and was very busy. "Uncle, these are grilled, you eat first." Su Fan sat up from the recliner, then took a skewer handed over by Luosha, opened his mouth and took a bite. It tastes good. I have already passed on some of my true teachings." Luosha made a face with satisfaction, then turned around and continued to roast excitedly. Now with this diligent little girl, Su Fan almost had everything he wanted every day, just like raising a big boss. But Luosha didn't care at all. She lived very happily every day, and didn't feel that she was a miserable little maid at all, and she worked very hard. She has grown up so much, and these few years are definitely the happiest time of her life. Every day, she cooks her favorite food, and in her spare time during cultivation, she can go to chat with Sister Zhen, and occasionally go to the Heshao Immortal City to visit the big market and buy all kinds of things she likes. And there is no shortage of cultivation resources. Every day, she eats all kinds of top-quality elixirs like eating candy beans, because Su Fan uses thunder to cleanse her body. Not only will there be no accumulation of elixir poison, but also cleanses her body to be extremely pure. Compared with these, cooking, washing dishes, cleaning the house, and serving the uncle's daily life are not a big deal. After the two finished a barbecue dinner, Luosha brewed a pot of spiritual tea. The two sat under the big umbrella, drinking tea and enjoying the scenery in the rain. Su Fan curled up in the recliner, picked up the teacup and took a sip. This life is really comfortable. At this time, the communication array on his waist vibrated slightly. The only one who could contact him in this strange star field was Dongming Demon Lord. Su Fan found a reason to send Luosha away, then took off the communication array from his waist and saw a message from Dongming Demon Lord. "How is the progress in Yunmang Star region, Demon Lord? I was thrown aside by them and didn't care about anything. I don't know anything." "Well, I heard from them a few days ago that there seems to be progress in the time and space crossing point. There is no way. Yunmang Star region is indeed much stronger than King Kwang Star region, so it is normal to come out first. The old monsters in the Blue Sky Star region are doomed. They have been working on it for so long, but there is still no sign of success. Demon Lord, when can we get it done? We are almost there. It will be almost done in 2 years." From the tone of the old monster Dongming, it can be heard that he is obviously a little guilty, and it is estimated that there is no hope in the next few years. When the Yunmang Star region gets it done, can we share it? After all, our King Kwang Star region has provided them with so much information. Don't worry about it, just listen to my instructions when the time comes. After saying this, the Demon Lord Dongming simply cut off the communication array disk. It seems that the Yunmang Star region does not want to share this technology at all. No matter where you are, you will be beaten if you fall behind. Su Fan smiled bitterly and shook his head, then put away the communication array disk. Whatever happens, he can't help with these things anyway. Just listen to my instructions when the time comes. Anyway, the Yunmang Star region is quite overbearing. I helped them so much, not to mention that I didn't give them any rewards, and they didn't take me seriously at all. He could see that the people from the Yunmang Star domain were a bunch of wolves. Fortunately, Su Fan had been careful and had already dismantled the coordinate point of the King Kwang Star domain, and did not share with him the fact that he had destroyed the main city base of the Sulan Star domain alone. No matter what time, you still have to keep a hand in everything. Since Su Fan has nothing to do now, and the people from the Yunmang Star domain are ignoring him, he can only continue to stay in the Heshao Immortal City. A few years have passed, and the day for Su Fan to return to the Stone Realm is getting closer and closer. But the high-level monsters in the Yunmang Star domain still have no intention of calling him back to the coordinate point, and I don't know what these people are thinking. Of course, Su Fan is not in a hurry and continues to live his own life comfortably. In addition to practicing every day, he studies and ponders the basic knowledge of the vast puppetry of the Sulan Star domain. After nearly 10 years of hard work, he can now skillfully make various mid-level mechanical puppets, and the quality of the puppets he makes is also very high. Until now, he knew why the fighting power of the Sulan Star region monks was so poor. There was not enough time to study and figure out the puppetry every day, so how could there be time to practice magic? Even when fighting, they rely too much on mechanical puppets. Anyway, if you want to deal with the monks of the Sulan Star region, you must not fight them in the open field. No one can withstand the endless mechanical puppets. If you want to defeat them, you have to get close to them and fight with them. Once the monks of the Sulan Star region are close, they can only be slaughtered. Of course, it is not so easy to get close to the monks of the Sulan Star region. So it is best to send people to infiltrate their control area. As long as the control system inside the Sulan Star region is destroyed, they will inevitably be in chaos. Laosha's cultivation progress is also very fast. In just a few years, she has already reached the perfection of the middle stage of foundation building, and is only one step away from breaking through the late stage. Now every time she prays devoutly to the witch god, Su Fan can feel a trace of the witch god's response. At this time, the blood-colored runes on his body would appear and emit a faint blood light. But that was all. Until today, he still didn't understand what the blood-colored runes were for. Last time, in order to seek revenge, Laosha overdrew a lot of her own blood and communicated with a witch god, which instantly increased her strength several times, and Su Fan's strength also inexplicably increased a lot. Could it be that he would get a bunch of corpses of Sulan people and perform a blood sacrifice again to see the effect? If using the blood essence of the Sulan Star Domain cultivators to launch a blood sacrifice can really bring him extraordinary power, then he will find an opportunity to try it when he returns. At noon that day, Su Fan was sitting cross-legged in the cave, holding an ancient book and reading it fascinatedly, and found that someone had entered the cave. He frowned immediately. These people from the Yunmang Star Domain didn't take him seriously. Counting the days, it was almost time for him to return to the Broken Stone Realm. Su Fan stood up from the ground, pushed the door and walked out of the house, and saw a middle-aged nascent soul cultivator standing in the yard. Junior pays respect to the true lord. The other party looked at him expressionlessly and said, "Pack up and follow me immediately." Su Fan hurriedly went back into the house, put the things in the cave together, and then followed the other party out of the cave. He followed a Yuanying cultivator to the teleportation hall of Heshao Immortal City and took the cross-domain teleportation formation back to the lifeless and unfamiliar plane. At this moment, the area near the coordinate point of Sulan Star Domain has changed a lot. It has been built into an extremely large base. The area of the entire base is dozens of miles in radius, and it is full of cultivators from the 4 major races of Yunmang Star Domain. Su Fan looked around and couldn't help but take a breath, because the lowest level of cultivators in the base are all Yuanying cultivators. Could it be that all the Yuanying cultivators in Yunmang Star Domain have gathered here? Su Fan was led by the Yuanying True Lord to a fine house deep in the base, where several old men were sitting cross-legged. Junior Su Fan, I pay my respects to the seniors. He had no idea what realm the old monsters in the abode were in, so he could only call them seniors. The leading old man glanced at him and said in a deep voice, "Your duty day is coming soon. Senior, I will return to Donggate Star region in a few days." After hearing Su Fan's words, the other party nodded. "Well, then you go first." After coming out of the abode, he was taken to a room by the Yuanying cultivator. Su Fan sat cross-legged and frowned as he thought. Although the old monsters in Yunmang Star region didn't say anything, his intuition told him that these old monsters in Yunmang Star region were obviously going to make trouble. Su Fan had almost handed over the situation of Sulan Star region in his hands to the human old monsters in Yunmang Star region. But now, there are so many high-level cultivators gathered in this base, which means that Yunmang Star region obviously has its own ideas. Do they really want to take the initiative and use the opportunity of returning to Donggate Star region to enter Donggate Star region in one fell swoop? Let's do it. Who let their star region be powerful? This morning, Su Fan had just woken up and was taken to the room again. The room was still full of those human old monsters. Seeing him coming, the old man in the lead waved his hand at him. "Sit down." After Su Fan sat cross-legged, the old man in the lead began to ask him, "How much do you know about the situation of the Granite Realm base?" Fuck. These guys don't really want to enter Donggate Star region. This is too reckless. But Su Fan didn't dare to say anything. He took out a piece of paper and drew the terrain of the Grotto Realm base in detail according to his memory, and marked all the areas. Not only that, he also copied the image recorded by his portable recording instrument and handed it to the other party. Several old monsters took the information he provided, gathered together to study it, and then left the room one after another, leaving only the old man in the lead. "The monk Sulan who replaced you here has been controlled by us. You go back and prepare yourself, and return to the Gravel Realm in 2 days. At this point, the other party looked at Su Fan deeply. "You return normally, but we need your help. Help me, please don't cause trouble for me. Wait for me to leave the Gravel Realm." You can do whatever you want. Chapter 516. Who are these people? Although Su Fan felt bad, he dared not say no in front of this old monster. Senior, just give your orders, I will do my best. After hearing Su Fan's words, the old man on the opposite side nodded with satisfaction. When you go back, help us take 2 people there. His guess was right. Yunmeng Star region really wanted to make trouble. Reporting to the senior, the time and space crossing point to return to Donggate Star region can only withstand cultivators below the Jinden realm. Once returning to the Shattered Stone realm, the flying boat will be controlled by the base. If there are people hiding on the flying boat, I'm afraid, the old man smiled and said, you don't have to worry, we already have a plan to deal with it, you just do it according to what we say, go to hell. I don't care how you guys spend your time, but don't cheat me. Although he was unwilling in his heart, the other party had no intention of discussing with him at all, so how could he dare to say no? Since the senior has prepared everything, I will do as you say, the old man nodded and said, well, then you go. 2 days later, in the morning, Su Fan came to the square of the base. At this moment, several elders from the Yunmeng Star region had come. He hurriedly walked over and bowed respectfully. The old man in the lead waved his hand at him, and then handed him an inconspicuous brocade bag. Put this on your waist, and never put it in your storage ring. Seeing Su Fan's confused face, the other party smiled and said, after returning to the Broken Stone realm, find a safe place and open the brocade bag. Su Fan knew in his heart that this brocade bag could hide from the interrogation of the monks of the Sulan Star region, and there should be monks from the Yunmeng Star region hidden in it. In fact, the jade key he carried with him in the secret realm was also wrapped in the fur of the virtual beast, so it escaped the interrogation of the Broken Stone realm base. Otherwise, how could he bring out Luosha, a living person? Thinking of this, Su Fan took the brocade bag and pinned it on his belt. Go ahead, and get back to Donggate Star region as soon as possible. After hearing what the other party said, Su Fan took out the Star region flying boat from his ring. He threw the several-inch long boat into the air, and it immediately grew in the wind, turning into a flying boat more than 10 feet long. Su Fan used the secret method of the blood path and changed his appearance. He put on the fancy robes of the Sulan monks. The whole person, whether in aura or in body shape, was no different from the Sulan people. He bowed to the old monsters again, then turned around and boarded the flying boat. Su Fan drove the flying boat away from the base, and then entered the time shuttle point. After a long cross-domain crossing, he finally returned to the Donggate Star region. As soon as he drove the Star region flying boat into the airspace of the Gravel realm, the base took over the control of the Star region flying boat and roared all the way to the main base. Su Fan was very nervous. He touched the brocade bag on his waist, fearing that something unexpected would happen. Before the Star Domain flying boat entered the main base of the Gravel realm, the main control room of the base would definitely conduct a careful inspection of the situation inside the flying boat. If there was any abnormality, the base would definitely destroy the Star Domain flying boat. It was not until the Star Domain flying boat entered the entrance of the base that Su Fan breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the brocade bag should have escaped the inspection. Bang! With a dull sound, the Star Domain flying boat stopped. Su Fan walked down from the flying boat and saw that the flying boat was surrounded by mechanical puppets several feet high, and there were many flying puppets floating in the air. Faced with such a scene, he didn't take it too seriously. This should be a normal security procedure. Every flying boat returning to the base may enjoy this treatment. Although no one received him, his every move was under the surveillance of the control room at this moment. Su Fan didn't care about the mechanical puppets around him. He left the hall as if no one was around and went straight to the base square outside. He came to the service hall in the southeast corner of the square and showed his identity J talisman at the counter. It's quite boring to be on duty at the coordinate point of the outer domain for 10 years. After checking his identity information, the duty monk behind the counter joked with him. Alice, don't mention it, I almost couldn't stand it. After handing over the task in the service hall, he went to visit the giant monk on duty at the base and applied for the latest cross-domain teleportation array. Although the Kunrong City base has been destroyed, the Guxi city of Jiuangshan has now opened up a cross-domain teleportation array to the Broken Stone realm. The base's latest cross-domain teleportation will be in 3 days, so Su Fan can only settle down in the dormitory of the base. He did not leave the base immediately. Who knows what tricks these people from the Yunmeng Star Domain will play? No matter how they want to die, they have to wait until he leaves the Broken Stone realm. The next afternoon, Su Fan drove the flying magic weapon out of the base. He flew into a mountain more than 100 miles away from the base, and then landed in a hidden valley. Su Fan took off the brocade bag on his waist and gently opened it. Swoosh! As soon as he opened the brocade bag, he saw several giant monks appear beside him in an instant. The leader, a giant and late-stage monk, said with dissatisfaction, "Why did you open the brocade bag just now? I took the risk to bring you here. Not only are you not grateful to him, but you are also not happy. What kind of people are these?" Su Fan suppressed the urge to strangle the other party and smiled and said, "How can you just come out of the base of the Silan people? I just found a reason to come out today." The other party snorted coldly, took out a communication jade talisman from the ring, and handed it to Su Fan. "Take this jade talisman, we will keep in touch at any time. Contact, damn it, I'm leaving tomorrow. If you want to die, don't take me with you." I don't know where these people from the Yunmang Star region get their sense of superiority, and each of them seems to have an inexplicable and mysterious self-confidence. At this time, Su Fan must cooperate. Let the monks from Yunmang Star region take the lead and try to buy more time for King Kwang Star region. Su Fan nodded with a smile, then took the jade talisman and pinned it on his waist. "When we contact you, you must reply immediately," the other party emphasized again in a deep voice, and then left the valley with the other people. Looking at their backs, Su Fan sneered. "Paw!" He gently exerted force and crushed the jade talisman in his hand into powder. He threw the powder in his hand and it drifted around with the breeze. "If you still want me to reply to you, then you have to wait." It seems that the old monsters in Yunmang Star region should have solved the problem of the out-of-control shuttle point. Do they really want to launch a counterattack from here? This is also good. Whether Yunmang Star region succeeds or not, it is beneficial to King Kwang Star region. The next morning, Su Fan came to the teleportation hall of the base. At this time, many people had gathered here. They were all monks from Sulun who took the cross-domain teleportation formation to return to Jiwangshan. Everyone enter the formation. Following a shout, Su Fan followed everyone into the interdomain teleportation formation. He smiled. It would take a long time for the people in the Yunmang Star region to establish coordinate points in the Shattered Stone realm and connect the time and space shuttle points. Anyway, he didn't want to get involved. When he returned to Jiwangshan, he would change his identity and find a place where no one was. Buzz! Following a buzzing sound, the interdomain teleportation formation under his feet emitted a dazzling light, and Su Fan and others disappeared from the formation in an instant. Su Fan walked out of the teleportation hall and looked at the magnificent ancient Zai city outside. To be honest, the cities in the Sulan Star region are all similar, except that they are larger in scale. You may feel shocked when you see it for the first time, but it's just the same after seeing it for a long time. In fact, there is no special feature at all. Because Kunrong City was destroyed, Su Fan's original department has been cancelled, and he has been relocated to a new unit in ancient Zai City. Su Fan came to his new unit to register his information. He had just completed the task of guarding the coordinate point in the outer domain, and he had a year's vacation. A few days later, he took the teleportation array to leave Guxi City and came to another city, and then disappeared in the vast sea of people. In the afternoon, the gray sky was drizzling, like a layer of mist covering the entire world in the rain. Su Fan was sitting in a workshop, assembling a mechanical puppet with his hands and feet. It took a whole afternoon to finish the work. He wiped the sweat from his forehead, took out a spiritual crystal and stuffed it into the card slot behind the puppet, and then successfully activated the puppet. Su Fan controlled the mechanical puppet to do some actions, then put the puppet into the ring, pushed the door and left the workshop. He went to the hall outside to hand in the puppet, and after checking it was correct, he left the puppet workshop. Su Fan, who left Guxi City, changed his identity in Ngu City. Now his name is Balin, and he is a low-level puppeteer in a satellite city outside the city. His daily job is to assemble puppets on the production line in the workshop. Since he left the gravel world, more than half a year has passed, and Su Fan has been paying attention to the news outside. But until today, there has been no explosive news. Could it be that the old monsters in the Yunmang Star domain have no idea of launching a counterattack in the gravel world? Maybe my judgment is wrong. They established a time and space shuttle point, maybe just to send people to infiltrate the Dangyun Star domain. Anyway, no matter what the Yunmang star domain wants to do, it has nothing to do with him now, so he might as well use this identity to hide for a while. The cultivators in the Sulan star domain are also divided into different levels. Only those with superior qualifications can live in the main city. People with poor qualifications can only stay in the satellite city outside the city. There are nearly 100 satellite cities of all sizes around Ngu City. The scale of the cities is not large, and the various facilities are certainly not comparable to those of the main city. Balin's qualifications are only 5 spiritual roots. Fortunately, Sulan's star domain can use a secret method to force him to break through to the foundation building stage, but his cultivation will never improve in this life. In other words, in Sulan's star domain, if a cultivator with qualifications like Balin were to go to another place, he might not even be able to touch the threshold of cultivation in this life. Although Balin's status is very low in Sulan's star domain, it is very suitable for Su Fan to hide. After all, no one will pay attention to a small person at the bottom. Su Fan left the puppet workshop, turned 2 streets, and came to a small courtyard nearby. Sulan's star domain has no sex. The social structure here is similar to the previous life, with only puppet factories and various combat units. A cultivator like Balin, who has low qualifications and no comprehension, can only work in a puppet factory for his whole life until he dies. Su Fan entered his own courtyard, came to the hall of the room, activated the formation, and then disappeared into the house. After he entered the portable secret realm, Luosha had already prepared dinner, and the little girl was carrying a pot of stewed meat to the table. Since he had Luosha, this little girl, Su Fan has lived a happy life with someone serving him every day. The little girl is like a hard-working little bee, busy all day long, practicing, cooking, doing housework, and having to take time to chat with Sister Zhen. Anyway, she has never been idle from morning to night, but Luosha enjoys such a day very much, and she never gets tired of it every day. "Uncle, you are back. I made your favorite radish stewed beef brisket today." After hearing what the girl said, Su Fan smiled at him, and then sat at the table. As a result, Luosha handed him the chopsticks and picked up a piece of beef to taste. The 4th-level unicorn ribs were stewed by the little girl until they were boneless, and the thick oil and red sauce could stimulate people's appetite just by looking at it. It tastes good." Hearing Su Fan's praise, Luosha was so happy that she picked up another jar of spirit wine and poured him a glass of spirit wine. Su Fan took a sip of the wine, and then said, "You are about to break through the late stage of foundation building." Luosha nodded and said, "I have already felt the opportunity for breakthrough. It will probably be in the next few days." After hearing what the little girl said, Su Fan sighed silently in his heart. It's really incomparable. Look at other people's progress in cultivation. After only a few years of hard work, they are almost in the late stage of foundation building. Looking at myself again. It's really hard to describe. If he hadn't practiced the evil method, he might still be stuck in the late stage of foundation building, and he couldn't even break through the golden elixir realm. But last time he devoured the blood of nearly 10,000 Sulan monks, which also improved his realm. I don't know why, this time he used the evil method blood transformation magic mist to devour so many blood, and there was no side effect at all, and even the long-lost devil thought did not appear. Su Fan certainly would not think that it was related to the blood of those Sulan monks. It must have something to do with his blood-colored runes. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but have a crazy idea in his heart. He swallowed the blood of so many Sulan monks without any side effects. If he swallowed the blood of tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of Sulan people, he would be able to break through the nascent soul realm very quickly. But this idea was extinguished by Su Fan as soon as it came out. Although this idea seems very good, he must not have this idea before he understands his blood-colored runes. Buzz! Suddenly, the identity J talisman on Su Fan's waist suddenly vibrated violently. He took off the identity J talisman from his waist and was stunned. He saw that the violent J talisman was emitting a dazzling light and flashing continuously. This is a war preparedness alarm. Something big must have happened. It seems that the people of Yunmang Star region really took a preemptive plan and have now sent people to kill into Donggil Star region. Luosha next to him was also frightened. She hurried over and grabbed Su Fan's arm tightly. "Uncle, what happened?" Su Fan smiled and said, "Don't worry, it's a good thing." He stood up and disappeared from the spot with a slight shake. As soon as Su Fan came out of the secret realm, he heard a long and shrill alarm. There was even more chaos outside the yard, with shouts of fear everywhere. He walked out of the yard. It was evening and the sky was getting dark. The sun, which was about to set, quietly turned red, and a blood-like glow appeared at the end of the distant sky and earth. Su Fan turned his head and looked in the direction of the main city of Angus City. There was a huge flame that had ignited, and the originally dim sky was now like a day. He smiled slightly. The cultivators of the Yunmang Star region are really warriors. Chapter 517. This feeling is really so good. Su Fan never expected that the Yunmang Star region was so strong that it actually launched a preemptive attack on the Sulan people entrenched in the Donggate Star region. What he didn't expect was that the scale of the Yunmang Star region's attack was so large that it actually reached Angus City. Angus City is tens of thousands of miles away from Guxi City. It seems that the cultivators of the Yunmang Star region have infiltrated many places in the Donggate Star region in the past 6 months. Regardless of whether the Yunmang Star region succeeds or not, it is indeed much stronger than the Kingquan Star region in terms of courage. There is no way who can make them stronger. Look at the Kingquan Star region again. Until today, it has not opened up the time and space shuttle point of the Donggate Star region. And looking at the scale of the spells in the direction of Angus City, the Yunmang Star region should have sent almost all the high-level cultivators above the nascent soul. It's like a gamble, and if it doesn't succeed, it will die. Of course, the Yunmang Star region may have also seized the security loopholes of the Sulan Star region, formulated a thorough attack plan, and sent countless high-level cultivators to infiltrate the enemy's interior to launch an attack. At least now, it seems that the main city of Angus City must have suffered heavy losses. Although it did not reach the level of destruction of Kunrong City last time, after all, he destroyed the core area of the underground. But Yunmang Star region must have sent a lot of high-level monks. Once these old monsters at least in the nascent soul realm attack without scruples, the effect of the attack is absolutely like destroying the world. The once powerful Sulan people and the mechanical puppet army that swept across countless star regions were unable to exert their strength at all, and could only allow these old monsters in Yunmang Star region to wreak havoc inside the main city bases. Sulan Star region has always taken the initiative to attack other star regions, and has never experienced such a surprise attack. The satellite city where Su Fan is located has become extremely chaotic. Now all the places attacked by Yunmang Star region are estimated to be similar, and they can't organize an effective counterattack for a while. In fact, from the destruction of Kyushinji base and Kunrong City's main city base, Su Fan easily succeeded twice in a row. It can be seen that there are many problems inside Sulan Star region, and it is already difficult to reverse the situation. But now these problems in the Sulan Star region have been covered up by countless victories in the past. Even if the Sulan people withstand the sudden attack of the Yunmang Star region this time, they will probably be injured. At least, they will not be able to organize enough forces in a short period of time to launch the overwhelming invasion in the past. Moreover, a star region like this that relies on invasion and plunder to maintain its own spiritual resources will quickly fall into an irreversible situation, even if it fails once. Fight, it's better to fight to death. No matter who wins or loses, it is extremely beneficial to the Kingquan Star region. Looking at the countless chaotic people running past him, and the destructive magic power in the direction of the main city in the distance, Su Fan couldn't help but let out a long breath. Since he infiltrated the Sulan Star region, it seems that there is a string in his heart that is always tightly stretched. In particular, he deeply felt the enemy's extremely powerful strength, which made him experience what despair is for the first time. The feeling of powerlessness is like a mountain pressing on him. At this moment, Su Fan was relieved all of a sudden. The string that had been tightly stretched in his heart seemed to snap with a snap, and his state of mind suddenly became extremely clear. It must be said that this feeling was really great. Although Su Fan had a bad impression of the Yunmang Star region, at this time he still thanked their ancestors for 18 generations. Boom boom, Su Fan was standing here and was enjoying himself when he heard a loud noise that shook the earth. Then, an extremely powerful hurricane suddenly swept in from a distance, and wherever the hurricane passed, skyscrapers turned into dust. Countless monks and puppets in the Sulan Star region were also swept up by the hurricane and then torn into pieces. At this moment, the sky was filled with dense wreckage of monks and puppet fragments, which turned into a bloody rain all over the sky, and scattered everywhere with this violent hurricane that overturned the world. The densely packed star domain motherships suspended above the base also fell down with a crackling sound, and the giant ships thousands of feet long fell to the ground and shattered. Fuck. It was the first time that Su Fan had experienced the reckless attacks of these high-level masters in the world of cultivation. The power of this devastating attack was no less than the nuclear weapons of the previous life. Without thinking, Su Fan activated the blood escape ability, and saw a flash of blood all over his body, and he had disappeared from the spot. As soon as his figure disappeared, a violent hurricane roared in, uprooting the street and house where he was just now, and then swept into the air. Su Fan launched several blood escapes in succession, and only then did he avoid the impact of the violent hurricane. With a bang, he hit an invisible barrier and bounced back. He had already escaped to the outermost perimeter of the Angu City base in one breath. Although his body was strong, he was still hit and his whole body was in pain, and he grimaced in pain. He struggled to get up from the ground, turned around and looked into the distance. The satellite city he was just in no longer existed, as if it had been peeled off the ground with a shovel. Not only the satellite city where Su Fan was just now, but nearly 100 satellite cities around the main city of the base were basically flattened. At this moment, Angu City was like the end of the world. Bang! Bang! As waves of dull sounds came, countless broken limbs and arms of Sulan monks and puppet fragments fell from the sky like heavy rain. There were more broken limbs and arms and puppet fragments that hit the barrier of the base's defense formation and slid down one after another, leaving dense blood marks on the originally invisible barrier. In a blink of an eye, the broken limbs and puppet fragments in front of the invisible barrier had piled up like a mountain. Su Fan launched several blood escapes, and his speed was far faster than those broken limbs and arms and puppet fragments floating in the air. He quickly activated a 4th-level protective fairy talisman and propped up an aura shield to cover himself. At this time, the battle was far from over, and countless extremely powerful auras were fighting desperately in the sky. The sky was shattered, the dark sky was torn apart, and the wind and clouds between heaven and earth were surging, like giant dragons roaring in anger. Especially in the high sky over the main city, the sky within a radius of dozens of miles became violent, filled with countless strange phenomena. Several magnificent auras that Su Fan had never seen before were like a magnificent trend spreading out, and the terrifying power of the majestic atmosphere passed by. Countless majestic and incomparable terrifying auras rushed into the sky, gradually turning into a piece of overwhelming aura, so dazzling that it could not be added. This group of high-level monsters had completely lost their temper, and at this moment the sky was almost leaking out of them. Although Su Fan was already in the middle stage of the Golden Core realm, and both his physical body and soul were extremely powerful, the aftermath of these high-level powerful battles still shook him dizzy. His bones and meridians were almost shaken apart. If he stayed any longer, he would be shocked silly. When the gods fight, the little ghosts suffer. It's better to stay away at this time. Su Fan quickly took out a magic sword from the ring, and his body was covered with blood. He disappeared from the spot in an instant. His figure had passed through the invisible barrier and appeared in a mountain forest tens of thousands of meters away. At this time, the sky was completely dark, but the battle over the Angu City base in the distance was still in full swing. But from the situation on the battlefield, the high-level masters of the Sulan Star Domain were obviously at a disadvantage. Although they controlled high-level puppets hundreds of feet in size and frantically launched attacks on the high-level masters of the Yunmang Star Domain, in terms of single-handed combat capabilities, the high-level masters of the Sulan Star Domain were obviously a little powerless. Now that the Angu City base has been destroyed, the low-level monks in the city have also suffered heavy casualties, and the high-level monks of the Sulan Star Domain have long been unable to save the situation. In addition, the high-level monsters in the Yunmang Star Domain were too powerful, so after a fierce battle between the two sides, the high-level monks in the Sulan Star Domain immediately had the idea of retreating. Boom! With a loud sound that shook the earth, the invisible barrier of the defense formation of the Angu City base was broken. A series of extremely powerful auras roared in all directions, and the high-level monsters in the Yunmang Star Domain also chased after them. Angu City suddenly became quiet, and the sky above the entire Chengshi was filled with a strong bloody atmosphere. At this time, the sky was extremely dark, and the world was as silent as death, with only the sound of the wind sobbing. Su Fan patted the spirit beast bag on his waist, summoned the ghost crow, and then jumped onto its back. He drove the ghost crow to the main city of the Angu City base in the distance. When he flew over the main city, he couldn't help but feel deeply moved. The originally prosperous and lively Angu City base has been completely wiped out from this world. Looking down from the air, the ground was full of ruins, and the corpses of the Sulan people were piled up like mountains. The huge city base was like a ghost cave. Su Fan landed in the central area of the main city and saw that the core area of the entire Angus city had become an extremely huge deep pit. It was obvious that the underground core area of Angus city had been destroyed, just like the original Kunrong city, and triggered a spiritual storm. It seems that there are capable people in the Yunmang Star region. It must be that a high-level powerful person has infiltrated the city. Facing the full strength attack of the old monsters in the realm of transformation, or even the realm of refining emptiness, the city with the strongest defense can't withstand it. Su Fan destroyed Kunrong city with cleverness, while the powerful people in the Yunmang Star region relied on brute force, but they could defeat 10 skills with 1 force, so the effect might not be much worse. At this time, his eyes condensed, and he completely released his spiritual consciousness, and everything in the hundreds of feet radius was in his sight. Huh? Facing the powerful spells of those high-level powerful people in the Yunmang Star region, there are still fish that survived. Su Fan waved his hand and summoned Sister Zhen and Yaksha. The 2 ghost slaves were stunned by the ruins of the city, which looked like the end of the world. Go down and take a look. If you find any living Sulan people, kill them all. Sister Zhen and Yaksha were immediately excited. So many people died in Angus city, and there were at least millions of ghosts floating around. Not only that, although the whole city was destroyed, there must be countless spoils left behind. The 2 ghost slaves had an idea at the same time. This was a great opportunity. Swoosh, swoosh, Sister Zhen and Yaksha rushed into the huge pit under the city with great excitement, just like chicken blood. The 2 ghost kings made several piercing hisses, and countless ghost soldiers and ghost generals were summoned by them, spreading underground. Endless ghost soldiers and ghost generals rushed madly to the corpses of the surrounding Sulan people and took off all their rings. Sister Zhen and Yaksha kept casting spells, collecting the ghosts floating in the air into their top-grade ghost weapons. From time to time, the 2 ghost kings also put complete mechanical puppets and various valuable spoils of war into their storage rings. Anyway, they were very busy. In fact, Su Fan came here to pick up the spoils. His only worry now was that the storage ring was not enough and could not hold the countless spoils of war. In order to launch a surprise attack this time, the Yunmang Star region sent high-level monks above the nascent soul realm. Now this group of old monsters are frantically chasing and killing the high-level monks of the Sulan Star region, trying to weaken the top combat power of the Sulan Star region as much as possible before the Sulan people recover. How can they take care of this place now, and the main force of the Donggyun Rising in the Yunmang Star region will not arrive immediately, so this time gives him time to collect the spoils. Anyway, Sister Zhen and Yaksha, the 2 ghost kings, are responsible for looting the spoils, so he doesn't have to worry about it at all. These 2 guys are experienced. They will command countless ghost soldiers and ghost generals under their command. They will definitely scrape the Angus city 3 feet deep and will not miss even a trace of valuable spoils. Su Fan thought about it, and waved his hand to summon Luoxia from the secret realm with him. As a native of Kishan realm, she has a blood feud with the Sulan Star region. He wanted to let the little girl see the miserable situation of the Sulan people, which was also a revenge. As soon as Luoxia came out, she was stunned. Seeing the tragic scene around her like the end of the world, she didn't recover for a while, until she saw the corpses of the Sulan people all over the ground. She came back to her senses. Her tears flowed down, and she knelt on the ground with a thump. Su Fan sighed. The little girl's parents, clan leaders and other relatives all died at the hands of the Sulan people. Seeing so many corpses of the Sulan people at this moment, she must be very excited. He turned around silently and walked to the side, wanting her to vent to her heart's content. Su Fan knew that although the Yunmang Star region had taken the first-hand advantage and successfully launched a surprise attack, it greatly weakened the manpower of the Sulan Star region. However, the extremely powerful Sulan Star region must have a very rich foundation, and it cannot be defeated by the sneak attack alone. When the high-level officials of the Sulan Star region recover, they will inevitably shrink their forces and launch a crazy counterattack. The tragic war between the 2 star regions is still to be fought. After he has plundered the spoils here, he will contact the Kingkwang Star region as soon as possible and convey the situation here. It is estimated that the old monsters in the Kingkwang Star region will probably be as relieved as he is. The Yunmang Star region is really powerful. This surprise attack they launched will at least buy King Kong Star region 100 years. With this 100 years, King Kong Star region will do a lot of things. At this time, Su Fan suddenly found that his skin was a little itchy. He raised his arm and rolled up his sleeves, and was stunned. He saw that the dense blood-colored runes on his body appeared again. Su Fan turned around quickly and found that Luo Xiao was kneeling there and praying to the witch god with a pious face. It's bad. Normally, it would be fine for this girl to pray to the witch god, but in this environment, the corpses of the Sulan people were everywhere, and the boundless and thick blood had almost covered the sky. Luo Xiao, stop it quickly, but no matter how Su Fan shouted, Luo Xiao seemed to be deaf and could not hear his shouts at all. This was the end of the matter. The response of the gods had made this girl lost. At this moment, Luo Xiao had obviously communicated with a witch god, and the god would definitely take this opportunity to make trouble. Thinking of this, Su Fan wanted to go over and wake Luo Xiao up. Who knew that just when he was about to take a step, he found that a huge breath suddenly fell from the sky, and Su Fan found that he could not move. Boom! With a dull roar, a blood-colored storm roared and rolled up with him as the center. Dense blood lines, like little snakes, emerged from the piles of corpses of the Sulan people around him, and then slowly gathered around him. At this time, the blood-colored runes on Su Fan's body began to flash with dazzling light. In a blink of an eye, the blood-colored storm formed around him had become more and more fierce, and in the end it almost covered the entire Angus city. At this time, the whole world changed color, and the blood of the piles of corpses of the Sulan people on the ground was sucked out and swarmed around Su Fan. Countless corpses of the Sulan people also began to slowly turn into pale white skeletons. Su Fan was completely panicked. What was the witch god going to do? As soon as he had this thought, the endless blood-colored storm surrounding him was suddenly swallowed by the dense blood-colored runes on his body. Fuck. This is a bad dish. The blood and energy from tens of millions of Sulan corpses in the entire Angus city have been sucked here. If he devours them all, he will definitely burst. Chapter 518. If you want to get something, you have to pay for it. At this moment, almost all of the blood and ki of the countless piled-up corpses of the Sulan people in the entire Angus city were sucked out, and they swarmed towards Su Fan frantically. Groups of Sulan people turned into pale white dry bones, and even many of the dying Sulan monks who had not yet died were drained of their blood and ki and turned into bones. At this time, Su Fan was in a miserable state. At this time, an extremely rich blood storm had formed within 1,000 feet around him. The scarlet blood storm was so rich that it was almost viscous. Even dozens of miles away, a choking bloody smell could be smelled. Fortunately, there were almost no people around Angus City. The old monsters in the 2-star fields might have been thousands of miles away, and the Sulan people who survived outside the city had already fled far away. So even though there was such a big commotion in Angus City, it was not known to people. The most incredible thing is that while this thick blood-colored storm was spinning wildly, it was constantly throwing out the impurities in the blood, making the blood in the scarlet storm even purer. But at this time, Su Fan had no mind to pay attention to these details. He was now undergoing an extremely severe test. Because the blood-colored storm with a radius of thousands of feet around him was constantly pouring into his body. If such a huge amount of pure blood was swallowed by him, Su Fan could not think of any other result except exploding and dying. Although he knew it, Su Fan could not control his body at all at this time, and could only watch countless blood pouring into his body. He desperately urged the blood-transforming magic mist technique, trying his best to dissolve the blood and ki that were pouring in. But the boundless blood-colored storm poured into his body like a shocking wave. Although the blood-transforming magic mist is an evil method that can quickly dissolve blood and ki, there is too much blood and ki pouring into his body. How could he dissolve such a huge amount of blood and ki at once? At this moment, Su Fan's body was red as blood, and the whole person was stretched like a cartoon character of Michelin tires. Even his pair of red eyes were bulging like a frog, and they could burst at any time. Su Fan had thought that he might die, but he never thought that he would die in such a way. He couldn't help but lament in his heart that his death was too aggrieved. At this critical moment, the sky above Angus City suddenly shook violently. At this time, thick clouds gathered above the dark sky. Lightning flashed and rolled continuously between the gaps in the thick clouds. The dark clouds fell lower and lower, and the continuous lightning was like a silver snake dancing wildly. Boom! Suddenly, there was a shocking explosion in the sky. In an instant, the sky and the earth changed color. Lightning arcs continued to burst in the thick thunder clouds, and the dazzling light illuminated most of the sky, almost tearing the entire sky. The whole sky seemed to have been pressed down, and the violently rolling dark clouds stirred the sky into a boiling ball, constantly emitting sharp and piercing sonic booms. The red storm on the ground also began to rotate violently, and the entire land was almost dyed blood red. Seeing such a shocking phenomenon of heaven and earth, Su Fan was completely confused. God knows, I didn't do anything, how could I make such a big noise? Boom boom. Another violent roar of heaven and earth instantly shook the four directions. Su Fan only felt his body tremble, and his whole body suddenly became hot. The dense blood-colored runes on his body suddenly emitted a dazzling light. Then, a huge magic circle was formed in a radius of dozens of feet around him, covered with dense and strange runes. The most frightening thing is that those blood-colored runes are exactly the same as those on Su Fan. Su Fan was immediately furious. What the hell? But he understood it all at once, and finally knew what the runes on his body were used for. This was obviously something that the witch god had made. He was now a flesh altar. Boom! A red pillar of blood suddenly shot up into the sky, piercing the dark sky in the distance. At this time, the dark sky above Su Fan's head also exploded, and the thick dark clouds disappeared in an instant, turning into an unfamiliar bright starry sky. However, at this time, the speed at which Su Fan's body swallowed blood also slowed down. He hurriedly urged the blood mist like crazy, constantly dissolving the blood in his body, and his originally swollen body slowly returned to normal. Su Fan breathed a long sigh of relief. It seemed that he didn't have to explode and die. As for what kind of plane the witch god wanted to make, he didn't care anymore. As long as he didn't die, he would let him do it. Suddenly, an unprecedented strong momentum suddenly fell from the sky. The whole world seemed to be pressing down on him, and an incomparable terror was crushing him like a tidal wave. Su Fan felt an extremely cold breath pouring into his body from the top of his head. He instantly lost consciousness and knew nothing. At this time, the Tao seed in his body suddenly started to spin. It's the breath of that old demon. As a voice sounded, the cold breath slowly overflowed from Su Fan's body, and he woke up all of a sudden. Su Fan couldn't help but shudder. At this time, he had regained the ability to move, and hurriedly looked around. He saw that the surroundings were pitch black, the stars were shining in the night sky, and there was silence everywhere, only the shrill sound of the wind was sobbing. The sudden change in the world that shocked him just now seemed to have never happened. Su Fan turned around and saw Luo Xia lying not far away, completely unconscious. He hurried over to check and found nothing wrong, so he breathed a sigh of relief and waved his hand to send her back to the portable secret realm. Swoosh, swoosh. At this time, Sister Zhen and Yaksha jumped out of the deep pit, and the two ghost slaves' eyes were full of fear and panic. The sudden change in the world just now scared them so much that they hid at the bottom of the deep pit trembling. Hurry up and call your men to leave here immediately. Hearing Su Fan's words, the two ghost slaves instantly disappeared into the air and went to call their ghost soldiers and ghost generals. Su Fan raised his head and glanced at the dark sky. The noise just now was too loud. It is estimated that the high-level masters in the two star fields thousands of miles away can sense the sudden change in the world here. It is better to leave quickly and don't waste time here. Although the old monsters in the two star fields will not be able to come back for a while. The means of those great masters who have transformed into spirits and refined the void are too powerful and must not be taken lightly. Swoosh, swoosh, Sister Zhen and the ghost slave have already put away their men, jumped up from the deep pit underground, and drilled into the top-grade ghost weapon on his waist. Su Fan summoned the ghost crow and leaped onto its back, then soared into the sky and disappeared into the vast night in an instant. He drove the ghost crow all the way from the mountains to the mountains outside the city. He flew for half an hour before finding a safe place to land. Su Fan asked Sister Zhen to find a hidden cave in the mountains, and then ran in a few steps. He took out a palm-sized piece of gray fur from the ring, stimulated it with spiritual energy, and turned it into a cloak nearly 10 feet long and covered himself with it. About an hour later, an extremely huge and terrifying pressure swept across the sky above the cave. Even though he was hiding under the fur of the virtual beast, Su Fan's hair still stood up and cold sweat flowed down. It was not until a long time later that Su Fan breathed a sigh of relief, and the heart that had been holding back was finally put back into his stomach. Fortunately, he had this piece of fur of the virtual beast. Otherwise, even if Su Fan ran to the horizon, He would not be able to escape the careful investigation of the old monsters in the Yunmang Star region. Su Fan's body suddenly disappeared from the original place. There was only a jade spoon where he was just now, covered with a palm-sized piece of gray fur. He entered the portable secret realm and saw Luosha and Zhenji chatting happily together. Seeing Su Fan coming, the little girl ran up and held his arm affectionately. "Uncle, what do you want to eat today? I'll make it for you." Seeing that Luosha didn't have any abnormality, Su Fan was relieved. "Let's make a pot today. I want to drink something later." After hearing Su Fan's words, Luosha nodded excitedly and turned around to run to work. Today, Ungu City was breached, and countless Sulan monks died without a burial place, which made the little girl very excited. Moreover, today she prayed to the witch god and received a gift of the witch god. Her progress has advanced a lot, which is enough to be equivalent to 10 years of hard work. At this moment, a middle-aged monk was floating above the ruins of Ungu City with his hands behind his back. At this moment, a stream of light whistled in the night sky in the distance, and an old man with white hair came to his side in an instant. "Uncle Wuyan, what happened to the bloody light that shot up into the sky just now?" Saint Wuyan shook his head and said, "I was held back by my opponent at that time. When I killed him and rushed back, this place had already recovered as before." When he said this, he looked at the piles of bones of the Sulan people around him. It should be that a certain woman monk used the corpses of the Sulan people in the city to perform a blood sacrifice here. The white-haired old man frowned when he heard it, and said, "Humph. Woman dared to cross the border." Wu Ian Saint waved his hand and said, "There are many descendants of women in Donggate Star region. This may be the hometown of someone over there. What he did has no problem with us." After he finished speaking, he asked in a deep voice, "How is it going over there?" "Two escaped. And the rest have been killed. I just don't know how the results of the battles in other places are." Wu Ian Saint smiled and said, "Everything is going well at the moment. At the latest tomorrow, we can open the door of space." At this moment, Su Fan was sitting cross-legged in the hall of the cave in the secret realm, frowning and thinking. He just opened the game panel, and the changes in the data on it made him a little creepy. He found that his realm had actually broken through to the late Jinden stage, and was only one step away from the great perfection. If Su Fan practiced normally, he would need at least dozens or hundreds of years to reach this step. Who would have thought that just a short while would save him so much time? Now, he only needs to spend a few decades to cultivate to the late stage of Jinden and begin to prepare to break through the Yuanying realm. Although the progress of the technique is so fast, Su Fan did not feel excited at all, but instead felt deeply alert. There is no free lunch in this world, and there are not so many good things that fall from the sky. If you want to get it, you have to pay. But Su Fan has repeatedly checked his condition, but did not find any sequelae. This is really strange. In the past, when Su Fan practiced the evil method of blood transformation magic mist, it was not a lot of troubles, and it took many years to slowly resolve these troubles. Su Fan does not believe in miracles at all. There is no such thing as the best of both worlds in this world. He knew very well in his heart that this must be something that the witch god did, so he was so worried. Su Fan kept recalling the scene at that time, and only remembered that a cold breath poured into his body from the top of his head, and then he knew nothing. Could it be that the witch god wanted to take over his body, but there was clearly nothing wrong with his soul? The more Su Fan thought about it, the more he felt that this was unreliable. He raised his hand and rolled up his sleeves, and the dense runes on his arm had disappeared. He knew that the witch god had no good intentions. As expected, he covered himself with blood-colored runes. The purpose was actually to make him serve as a physical altar. These gods are really not good people. If I meet them again in the future, I will hide as far away as possible. I can't afford to offend you, but I can't afford to hide. Uncle, the meal is ready. Just as Su Fan was thinking about it, Luosha's shout came from outside. No matter what, the world is big, and eating is the most important. Yesterday evening, before he had time to eat, the old monsters from the Yunmang Star region came to kill him. At this moment, he was already starving. Su Fan got up from the ground, walked out of the house and came to the yard outside. I saw two ghost slaves, Sister Zhen and Yaksha, squatting in front of a pile of stored rings like a small mountain, excitedly checking each one. Both of them had red eyes, and they took the trouble to pour out the contents of each storage ring, picked them out one by one, and then sorted them again and put them into the storage rings one by one. These two are also money grubbers, especially Sister Zhen, who took everything for herself and had already accumulated countless rags. Su Fan scolded her a lot, but Sister Zhen still enjoyed it. She was simply a rag collector. He ignored the two money grubbers and went straight to the dining table in the middle of the yard. At this time, Luosha had already set up the dining table in the yard and set up a pot, and next to it were filled with beef and mutton slices, duck intestines, yellow throat, tripe, shrimp balls, vegetables and other ingredients. The pot on the dining table was already boiling, and Su Fan's appetite was immediately aroused. He walked over and sat in front of the dining table. He picked up a thin piece of meat with chopsticks, repeatedly rinsed it in the pot, then picked up the meat from the pot, dipped it in the sauce bowl in front of him and put it in his mouth. Oh my! This tastes amazing. Luo Xiao is in a very good mood today. She came over with 2 plates of freshly cut meat slices. Uncle, it tastes good, right? Well, girl, you are getting better and better at cutting meat. Luo Xiao laughed, put the meat slices in her hand on the dining table, and then picked up the spirit wine jar and poured a glass of spirit wine for Su Fan. Uncle, I'm happy today, let me have a drink too. After hearing what the little girl said, Su Fan smiled and nodded. Seeing that the uncle allowed it, Luo Xiao immediately excitedly poured herself a glass, then picked up the wine glass and took a sip. Ah! It's so spicy. The little girl's embarrassment amused Su Fan, and he shook his head. This is spirit wine, you thought it was juice, you'd better not drink it. Luosha raised her little face and hid the wine glass behind her. No. I'm happy today, I must drink a little. Hearing the little girl say this, and knowing that she was in an excited mood today, Su Fan didn't say anything else. Just drink it, who made her happy today? Luosha took another sip of the wine glass, opened her mouth and kept fanning it with her little hands, then turned around and went back to cutting meat. But what Su Fan didn't notice was that the moment the little girl turned around, her eyes suddenly changed. At this time, Luosha's eyes no longer had that touch of clarity, but were replaced by a deep and calm like the abyss of the sea, revealing a cold and indifferent feeling. Su Fan was also hungry, so he didn't care about her, and just ate heartily. Chapter 519, Your Witch God is Really Generous. For more than a month, Su Fan never dared to go out again, and stayed in his own secret realm every day. In fact, he didn't need to go out to know that the 2-star regions must be fighting fiercely outside, but it had nothing to do with him. Although Angus City had been completely destroyed, the main battlefield of both sides was definitely not in this area, but Su Fan was very cautious and didn't want to take risks at this time. Anyway, there was food and drink in his own secret realm, and there was also a beautiful little girl to serve him, so life was so comfortable. After dinner that day, Su Fan lay on the recliner and drank a pot of spiritual tea that Luosha brewed for him. Swoosh! Sister Zhen suddenly appeared from nowhere, scaring Su Fan. What are you doing? Do you want to scare me to death? After being scolded by Su Fan, Sister Zhen pouted her little mouth aggrievedly. She turned her head to look at Luosha who was washing dishes in the distance, and then sent a thought to Su Fan. Master, Luosha has been acting strange these days. Su Fan received Sister Zhen's thoughts in his mind and was stunned for a moment. He turned his head to look at Sister Zhen, then glanced at Luosha in the distance, and then sent a thought to her. What's weird? I think it's fine, Master, I don't know what's going on. Most of the time it's fine, but sometimes Luosha is like a different person, Sister Zhen said with a trace of horror on her face, as if she had seen something terrible. After hearing Sister Zhen's words, Su Fan frowned immediately. Ghost bodies are originally very sensitive to breath. Now Sister Zhen is already in the realm of Ghost King. Sometimes she is even more sensitive to some things than he is. And Sister Zhen is with Luosha every day. If she feels something is wrong, then there must be something wrong. Tell me, that's right. Sometimes her eyes are scary. Su Fan was almost angry to death after hearing this. This useless thing, you are a ghost, okay. It has always been the evil spirits that scare people. When can people scare the evil spirits? Why is your look scary? I can't really explain it, I just feel that her eyes are sometimes eerie. Until this time, Su Fan finally took it seriously. Luosha, that little girl, was as pure as a piece of white paper, and her eyes were so clear that there was not even a trace of impurities. Sister Zhen suddenly remembered something, and sent another thought to Su Fan. That's right, just like when I was a kid and saw the statues of gods in the temple. Hearing Luosha say this, Su Fan's hair stood up all over his body, and the back of his head felt cold. He also knew what Sister Jin had sensed. He knew that the so-called witch god was not that simple, but he didn't expect that the gods would actually come down to earth and attach themselves to the silly girl Luosha. This is a bit difficult to deal with. After all, they are gods, and the witch clan already has the magical power of descending gods. If he told Luosha about this silly girl would probably be too happy. There is no way. As a devout believer of the witch god, Luosha would be crazy if she knew that the gods had come and attached themselves to her body. That's why this matter is difficult to deal with. Luosha doesn't reject it, so whatever he says is nonsense. Thinking of this, Su Fan turned his head and glanced at Luosha, who was happily washing dishes. And then sent a thought to Sister Jen. It's okay. Luosha practices witchcraft. What you saw may just be the time when the gods of prayer descended on her. After hearing Su Fan's words, Sister Jen patted her chest and breathed a sigh of relief. You scared me to death. Then I won't worry anymore. Sister Jen finally met a close friend who she could talk to. Of course, she didn't want Luosha to get into trouble. Su Fan waved and sent Sister Jen away. He was thinking about what to do about this matter, but he couldn't come up with any suitable ideas after thinking for a long time. In the end, he decided to pretend that he didn't know and pretend that nothing had happened. Whatever happens, the witch god has come down to earth. What can he, a small giant and cultivator, do to him? In fact, he knew in his heart that this so-called witch god was nothing more than a witch god. What descended was just his clone. Moreover, he descended to the Donggyun realm to make trouble for the Sulan people, and he would not do anything to him. Su Fan thought it over. It was better for Luosha not to know about this matter. He and the witch god knew each other tacitly, and they would live in peace. Uncle, look at my realm. At this time, Luosha came to Su Fan's side without knowing when, and frightened him, who was thinking wildly. Su Fan's eyes condensed, and he was stunned. It's only been a few days, and this girl's realm has reached the late giant in great perfection. Su Fan couldn't help but cover his face. Is there any justice in this world? Although he also saved dozens or hundreds of years of hard work, he relied on evil methods to devour the blood and ki of countless Sulan people to achieve this effect. But Luosha relied on cultivation to achieve success naturally and broke through to this point now. Originally, this girl has extraordinary talent, and coupled with the divine power of the witch god, it can be said that she is upright and has not taken any evil path. Although it seems that there are no side effects from swallowing so many Sulan people's blood and ki this time. But Su Fan knows very well that he is not a devout believer of the witch god. Why should he help you without any reward? So he has no bottom line in his heart, and he can't guess what price he will pay in the future. Anyway, Su Fan never believed that there is such a thing as a pie falling from the sky. He glanced at Luosha, forced a smile, and said, "Girl, you are progressing very fast." Luosha was so happy to hear that, she laughed and said, "Uncle, I got a gift from the witch god. The gods have come down to earth, and now they are attached to you. If you don't give you some sweet things, the witch god will be very unhappy." "Really? This is because you have been praying to the witch god all year round, and finally moved him?" Luosha laughed and nodded vigorously, saying, "Uncle, the witch god also gave me 2 extraordinary magical powers." "Well, your witch god is really generous." What else can Su Fan say? He can only pretend to be happy for the girl, but who can he tell about his bitterness in his heart? He picked up the teapot and poured himself a cup of spiritual tea, picked it up and took a sip. Su Fan suddenly felt that this spiritual tea had become unpalatable. "Girl, I'm going to go out and take a look. You should practice well and don't be lazy." After he finished speaking, he stood up and walked out. He didn't want to stay in this place anymore. Su Fan flashed out of the secret realm, then hung the jade key on his waist, and put the palm-sized virtual beast for into the ring. He walked out of the cave. It was already midnight outside. The forest was dark, and the mountain wind swept the sound of pine waves in the mountains, like waves rolling. In the distance, there were thousands of shadows of mountains, thin clouds floating, and the moonlight was green and bright. He slapped the spirit beast bag on his waist, called out the ghost crow and flew towards the direction of Ngu City. Su Fan drove the ghost crow out of the mountains and came to the vicinity of Ngu City. He saw lights flickering in the ruins of the city in the distance. He slapped the ghost crow and landed, then activated the Atomai body, and took advantage of the dark night to float towards the ruins in the distance. After atomization, Su Fan carefully floated to the edge of Ngu City. At this time, the city was already a broken ruin, with patches of pale bones everywhere. It was silent and gave people a gloomy and terrifying feeling. Su Fan controlled the mist to drift through the ruins between the ruins, and after a while, he came to the edge of the deep pit in the main city. At this time, a building had been built on a flat piece of land at the edge of the deep pit. Pavilions and towers stretched for several miles, covered by the spiritual shield of the defense array. Judging from the architectural style, it should be the base of the Yunmang star domain set up here, indicating that the war between the two star domains did not affect here. Su Fan controlled the mist and did not go deep into the base of the Yunmang star domain, but floated into the deep pit. He restored his human true body, then slapped the top-grade ghost weapon on his waist, summoned Yaksha, and asked it to scout the bottom of the deep pit. After a while, Yaksha sent back a thought. At this time, there were countless monks from the Yunmang star domain at the bottom of the deep pit, repairing the spiritual veins and array plates left by the Sulan people underground. Su Fan took advantage of the dark night and carefully came to the point where Yaksha was, and saw a few lights flickering in the distance. He focused his eyes and found the breath of several foundation-building monks. Su Fan activated his mist body and floated over, and saw several monks squatting on a formation plate to study something. He focused his eyes and used the soul bewitching function of the 9-nether hiding technique. Several foundation-building monks were stunned there, with a look of confusion on their faces. Now Su Fan has reached the half-step giant in great perfection realm, and the strength of his soul has been strengthened again. He just sent out a divine thought, and several foundation-building monks fell into a state of soul loss and could not extricate themselves. Su Fan walked to the side of several people, looked at the formation plate on the ground with countless dense inscriptions, and then began to use the soul bewitching technique to ask them for some information. After a while, Su Fan turned into a mist again and left. Several foundation-building monks shuddered and instantly recovered from their confusion. What happened to me just now? Why did I feel confused for a while? You're fine, but I just dozed off. Don't scare me in the middle of the night. If you scare me again, I'll leave right away. After the atomization, Su Fan came to the ground and floated out of the city. Through the interrogation of several Yunmang star domain monks, he also had a general understanding of the current situation. After the successful raid by Yunmang star domain, the Sulan people entrenched in Donggyun star domain suffered heavy losses in one fell swoop, and nearly 10 base city clusters and more than a dozen superplanes were destroyed. Because Yunmang star domain sent out the main force of the raid, which almost included all the high-level monks in Yunmang star domain, the Sulan star domain not only lost most of its elite forces, but also lost a lot of high-level combat power above the nascent soul realm. When has the Sulan star domain ever experienced such a tragic defeat? In the past, when they rushed to attack, they had never made a defensive plan, so they fell into extreme chaos after the raid. However, in the Yunmang star region, which has been in a chaotic environment of 4 tribes for many years, several strict plans have been formulated. After their successful raid, they immediately established a space gate connecting the 2 star regions, and endless elites of the demons, insects and monsters madly poured into the various planes of the Donggyun star region. The Sulan star region was completely stunned by this series of crazy offensives. It was not until more than 10 days later that the monks of the Sulan star region recovered and began to shrink their forces in a big way, which stabilized the situation on the battlefield. But at this time, the Yunmang star region has occupied most of the plains of the Donggyun star region. At least for now, they have taken the initiative on the battlefield. Moreover, the Yunmang star region has mobilized countless cannon fodders of the Zerg, demons and monsters, and is still launching crazy attacks on the Sulan people. After understanding the current situation on the battlefield, Su Fan couldn't help but be amazed. He didn't expect that the Yunmang star region was so fierce that it forced the Sulan star region into such a dilemma. It must be said that compared with the Qingquan star region where the strength of the Yunmang star region is indeed strong. Moreover, the 4 races in the Yunmang star region have been fighting for many years, and have accumulated rich experience in large-scale wars. From their surprise attack on the Sulan people this time, it can be seen that they have mobilized almost all the high-level cultivators above the nascent soul stage in the entire star region, and they are absolutely fierce and accurate in their fight. Su Fan found that the cultivators in the Yunmang star region have a bit of the spirit of gambling on the fate of the country in the little notebook of his previous life. If their surprise attack fails, or does not achieve the expected effect, the entire star region will fall into an irreversible situation. Anyway, Su Fan does not like such high-level star regions. Although the strength of the King Kong star region is relatively weak, the high-level leaders are very sober and very rational. They would rather mobilize the entire star region decades in advance than take blind risks. He must quickly get in touch with the King Kong star region and report the situation here to those old monsters. What Su Fan fears most now is that the King Kong star region will be involved in the star region war. If the Yunmang star region provided the technology of the Starry Sky Gate to the King Kong star region and asked the two star regions to jointly launch an attack on the Sulan people, what if those old monsters agreed in a fit of anger? Based on his understanding of the Sulan star region, they were not so easy to defeat. A centipede is dead but not stiff. Although the Yunmang star region currently has the initiative on the battlefield, once the Sulan people recover, the final outcome of the war is really hard to determine. Because the Sulan people have such a deep foundation, it can be seen from their puppetry that as long as they stabilize the front line, they will continuously send endless mechanical puppets to the battlefield. Su Fan drove the ghost crow into the vast mountains, found a hidden micro-spiritual vein, and then began to set the star region coordinate points. He had set it up several times and was already very skilled. It took only a few days to set up the star region coordinate points and the cross-domain remote communication array. It was not until Su Fan sent the situation of the battle between the two star regions back to the King Kong star region that he was relieved. Not long after, the communication array disc on Su Fan's waist began to vibrate slightly. He quickly took off the communication array disc from his waist, and after activating it, he received a message from the demon lord Dongming. The Yunmang star region is ready to teach us the Starry Sky Gate technology, and hopes that our two star regions will form an alliance to jointly eliminate the Sulan people. Su Fan smiled bitterly and said, I have come into contact with people from the Yunmang star region. Based on my understanding of them, it is best not to get involved with them. If they can't defeat the Sulan people, our King Kong star region will still have to face the invasion of the Sulan people more than 100 years later. The high-level officials of the King Kong star region are understandable to think this way. But there are not many good people in the Yunmang star region. Once the two sides join forces to completely eliminate the Sulan people, the King Kong star region may face the threat of the Yunmang star region next. The problem is that if the two sides join forces, they still can't defeat the Sulan people. In my opinion, this war will not be over for at least 100 years. No matter who wins or loses in the end, both star regions will be seriously injured, and the Dongyun star region will be turned into scorched earth. It will take hundreds of years to recover. After hearing Su Fan's words, Dongming Demon Lord was silent for a long time. Okay, I know. Dongming Demon Lord cut off the communication array after he finished speaking. From his tone, it can be heard that the top leaders of King Kong star region obviously have differences on this matter. Su Fan sighed and put away the communication array. In any case, he has already said his thoughts truthfully. As for how the top leaders of King Kong star region decide in the end, it is not something he can influence. Anyway, his words are not taken seriously, and he is just a small giant and cultivator. Who'll listen to him? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 520. This is also a restless person. After ending the call with Dongming Demon Lord, Su Fan couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Su Fan really didn't want King Kong star region to get involved now, but this was not something he could decide at all. In fact, no matter what choice you make, there are pros and cons. Those high-level masters who have the right to speak in King Kong star region are all old monsters who have lived for thousands of years. They must look at the problem from a much more comprehensive perspective than he does. Thinking of this, Su Fan no longer thought about those trivial things. Now the most urgent thing is to think about how to face the witch god attached to Luosha. Although Su Fan pretended that nothing happened, he knew in his heart that this would definitely not be hidden from the clone sent down by the Witch Gate Master. Whatever happens, he can't do anything to him anyway. Su Fan drove the ghost crow back to the cave where he was hiding, and then took out the jade key from the ring and entered the portable secret realm. Luosha and Sister Jin were chatting in the secret realm. Seeing Su Fan coming back, the little girl hurried over. Uncle, what's going on outside now? Su Fan smiled and gave a general account of the current situation outside. After hearing his words, The little girl immediately became energetic. Uncle, let's go out and kill the Sulan people too, but who the hell would go to the battlefield of the 2-star fields at this time? The cultivators in the main battlefield of both sides add up to millions, which is no different from seeking death. Once trapped in this cruel meat grinder, let alone a giant and cultivator, even a Yuaning's dare not say that he can survive. Get out, why kill the Sulan people? Hurry up and cook, I'm hungry. Su Fan glared and yelled at Luo Sha. The little girl pouted unwillingly, turned around and went to cook. But after Luo Sha said this, he also felt that it was not a big deal to stay here all the time. Although he would not interfere in the frontline battlefield, he could go to the rear of the Yunmang Star Field to take a look, so that he could get the information about the war between the 2-star fields in the first time. It was decided that he would change his identity and infiltrate the rear of the Yunmang Star region in the near future. Jiuangshan, a vast area in the eastern part of the continent, has now become the main battlefield of the 2-star regions. The airport outside the Kunsha city has been expanded several times, but it still cannot meet the needs of a large number of flying boats. I saw a dense crowd of large and small flying boats in the sky, lining up to land at the airport of Kunsha city, and then countless monks poured out of the flying boats. Su Fan got off the flying boat with a flow of people. He looked up and looked at the flying boats covering the sky, and couldn't help but sigh. Compared with the Kingquan Star region, the war potential of the Yunmang Star region is obviously much stronger. It may be that the 4 races in the Yunmang Star region have been fighting all year round, and the monks there have long adapted to the atmosphere of war, and even without much preparation, they can mobilize countless monks to go to the battlefield. Now his identity is a foundation-building monk who has just come from the Yunmang Star region to support. Now, the 4 major races in the Yunmang Star region have opened countless space gates in various planes of the Donggate Star region, sending cultivators of various races to the battlefield continuously. Because the process of crossing the space gate will cause certain damage to the soul of low-level cultivators, those who have just arrived in the Donggate Star region will recuperate for a few days to restore their souls. This also gave Su Fan an opportunity. He took the opportunity to confuse a foundation-building cultivator and replaced his identity, and then came to Kunsha City. Su Fan's current identity is Li Bin, a foundation-building cultivator who mainly practices puppetry. Puppet cultivators like him are often arranged in the base behind the battlefield, and this person is lonely and has few friends. It is precisely because of this that Su Fan chose this identity. Li Bin. Hurry up. At this time, someone in the distance called his name, which also made Su Fan sober up from his chaotic thoughts. He hurriedly ran a few steps to catch up with the team in front. Why are you always so slow? Su Fan just caught up with the team, and saw a young female cultivator in her 20s, who was scolding him with a frown. After being scolded by the little girl, Su Fan just smiled and said nothing. The fellow disciples beside him all looked at him with gloating, and some even covered their mouths and laughed. It seems that this boy is not very popular. After the little girl who led the team finished speaking, she might feel that her words were a bit harsh, and the next words were much better. Move faster in the future, there are so many people here, if you fall behind, where can we find you? Su Fan hurriedly said, I won't do it in the future. The girl rolled her eyes at him, then turned around and waved her hand. Let's go, everyone, keep an eye on the people around you. After hearing her words, everyone responded loudly and followed the girl to leave heroically. It seems that this girl has quite a lot of prestige among this group of people. Su Fan followed the team to a valley outside the city. Judging from the buildings here, it should have been a market in the past. Now this place has been transformed into a base, with monks running around everywhere. In the following days, Su Fan settled down in this base. There are tens of thousands of monks in this base, and their main task is to make various puppets. There are large workshops built in the base. The human monks in the Yunmang Star region are not much better than those in the Kingquan Star region in the attainment of puppetry. Moreover, during this period, the front line needs only a few large war puppets. With Su Fan's current level, it is not a big deal. After all, he has studied the puppetry of the Sulan Star region for many years, and now his attainments in puppetry are definitely better than others. For more than a month, Su Fan was slacking off in the workshop every day, and his life was so comfortable. Every day after work, he would go to the square of the base, where there was a huge light screen, which played the battle reports from the front line and various exciting battle scenes every day. But he basically didn't watch the images on the light screen, because the things played on it were specially edited to fool fools. But there are often monks gathering in groups of 3 or 5 in the square, spreading all kinds of gossip from the battlefield. Don't underestimate these people who spread rumors everywhere. If you analyze them carefully, you can still hear some clues from these gossips. After more than a month of summary, Su Fan also summed up some of his own judgments from many gossips. That is, the current battlefield situation, Yunmeng Star region is no longer as smooth as before, and the war seems to have fallen into a stalemate. It shows that the battle line of Sulan Star region has stabilized the situation after the continuous contraction in the past few months. With Su Fan's understanding of Sulan Star region, once the war situation is stabilized and they can fully exert their strong war potential, the next step may be to launch a counterattack. He couldn't help but worry about Yunmeng Star region, fearing that they could not stop the crazy attack of Sulan Star region. The situation that Su Fan most hopes to see is that the 2 star regions are on a stalemate, and it would be best if they fight for hundreds or thousands of years. Anyway, he doesn't have a good impression of these 2 star regions, and it would be better if all the people are dead. That night, Su Fan went to the square again. He came under the light curtain and pretended to watch the image on the light curtain. In fact, his ears were not idle. He heard the voices of everyone within a radius of dozens of feet. "Brother, I just asked my family, Kingman City is indeed lost. This time you believe it, not only Kingman City is lost, but also several immortal cities on the south line have been abandoned. Will the Sulan people attack us here? That won't happen. The main reason is that the immortal cities on the south line have formed a salient. Retreating just flattens the battle line." Hearing this news, Su Fan quickly took out a jade slip from his ring and placed it on his forehead. After a while, he put the jade slip away and frowned immediately. Kingman City and several nearby mortal cities are in the same direction as Kuncha City. Although they are far away from here, this is not a good sign. This is the first time they have suffered a setback since the Yunmeng Star region launched a surprise attack. This means that the Sulan Star region has completely stabilized the front line and has begun to organize a small-scale counterattack. It seems that this battle is worth fighting. Su Fan left the square and returned to his dormitory in the base. Because of the war, the conditions of the base were very general, and each monk could only be assigned a single dormitory of 5 or 6 square meters. But for Su Fan, it was nothing. After all, he had his own portable secret realm and could enter and exit freely at any time and anywhere. Su Fan walked into the dormitory, waved his hand to set up an isolation warning magic circle, and then his figure disappeared in the dormitory. After entering the secret realm, Luosha was busy preparing dinner. Seeing Su Fan coming back, she waved at him a few times. Sister Zhen and Yaksha, the 2 ghost slaves, squatted in front of a pile of storage rings, excitedly sorting out the spoils. These 2 money-loving people have been busy for several months, but there are too many storage rings, and they have not been sorted out until today. But there was no trace of irritation or impatience on the faces of these 2 money grubbers. They still took up the storage rings one by one and checked them, then took out the things in sight and sorted them out. It was just the 2 of them. No one else could do this job. Anyway, Su Fan would not spend several months for these spoils. Swoosh! At this time, Sister Zhen suddenly appeared in front of Su Fan, which scared him. Before he could start to scold her, Sister Zhen had already held a handful of storage rings in both hands and presented them to him. "Master, these are the things we sorted out. They are all relatively rare and top-quality resources. Take a look." Su Fan's eyes condensed, and he saw that the storage rings were already full. How many spoils did these 2 ghost slaves grab? With so many storage rings, where can you let him put them? He can't string them together and hang them around his neck. What would he do then? He was too lazy to check and waved to Sister Zhen. "I won't look at it anymore. Please keep it for me." Sister Zhen nodded excitedly. It was like a magic trick. She just turned her hand and the rings disappeared. "Uncle, let's eat." Hearing Luosha's voice, Su Fan waved and sent Sister Zhen away. Then he sat down at the dining table and took the chopsticks handed over by the little girl. "Uncle, take me out one day. I'm almost bored here." Su Fan sneered secretly. "It was you who wanted to go out. It was obviously the witch god you worshipped who wanted to go out." I don't know how the witch god influenced Luosha. The little girl has been asking him to take her out every day. Although this powerful clone is attached to Luosha, it seems that he can't leave the girl's body for the time being. It seems that this is also a restless person. Anyway, Su Fan will definitely not let her go out. Who knows what kind of trouble this witch god will cause when he goes out. This witch god descended to the Donggale star region, and he must have his purpose. Su Fan certainly would not let him go out to mess with him. The next morning, the sun had risen, and the fog around the base was swept away. Su Fan came to the workshop and walked into his own workshop. His daily job was to engrave runes on various parts of the puppet. As the war continued, the Yunmang Star region also absorbed a lot of experience from the Sulan people. Now the various puppet workshops in the rear have also adopted the assembly line operation of the Sulan Star region, making full use of various resources and rationally planning the various processes of the puppet. Su Fan's working time is very free every day. As long as he completes his own task, the rest of the time is arranged by the monk himself. He walked to the huge component in the workshop and used his spiritual consciousness to control the magic tool carving knife to engrave it bit by bit. This difficulty is not a problem for him at all, and with his spiritual strength, he controls the magic tool carving knife to engrave runes while studying and pondering the knowledge of the puppetry of the Sulan Star region. Even so, he didn't want to be too outstanding, otherwise he could complete the task of the month in less than 10 days. At this time, the formation outside the workshop was triggered, and Su Fan frowned. Li Bin is a solitary person. When he was in the sect, he didn't even talk to anyone. He always kept to himself. Su Fan put the ancient book in his hand into the ring, then put down the magic knife, walked over and opened the door of the workshop. He saw a beautiful girl standing outside the door. She was the captain of his team, the girl who scolded him that day. Su Fan wondered why she came. During this period, he deliberately made himself not outstanding, and even the speed of completing tasks was the last few in the team. "Senior sister, what do you want to talk to me about?" The girl smiled at him, then walked into the workshop. He came to the huge component and stroked the dense runes on the component with his hand. "I can't tell, I didn't expect your foundation in puppetry is so solid. What the hell is this? I deliberately concealed my shortcomings. How did you see it? Yesterday, a real person guarding the base saw the parts you engraved and came to me to praise you, saying that you have good talent and the engraved runes are spiritual. This is so." Su Fan knew where the problem was. Although he had always been hiding his shortcomings and didn't pay much attention when engraving. But he was a giant and cultivator after all, only one step away from the late stage of great perfection. And with his mental power, plus the fact that he has been studying and figuring out the mechanical puppets of the Sulan Star field for these years, even if he does it casually, he will be much higher than others. "Senior sister, you are too kind. My qualifications are just average," the girl laughed and said. "Don't be modest. My family is prosperous by puppetry, and I can't tell how deep you are." After she finished speaking, she waved her hand at him and said, "Don't work here in the future, come with me." Su Fan was immediately anxious when he heard it. "I'm doing well here, why should I go with you? Can I not go?" "Of course not." The girl left the workshop after she finished speaking, and Su Fan had no choice but to follow her. How hasty. Why didn't he think of this at the beginning? It's too late to regret it now. Chapter 521. This is not forcing yourself to make mistakes. Su Fan followed the senior sister and came to a workshop in the base. Compared with other workshops in the base, the area here is much smaller. The sister led him to a workshop. Although the workshop is not big, it is good, with an area of more than 100 square meters. The facilities here are very luxurious, and even the materials of the workbench are very exquisite. For example, the quality of various tools is also extremely extraordinary. Not only that, there are also facilities such as tea rooms and study rooms next to it, and 2 key training disciples are also assigned as his assistants. The sister turned her head and looked at Su Fan, and smiled. "This is your future workshop, and the welfare and benefits will be improved accordingly." After hearing what the other party said, he immediately understood that he was promoted and given a raise. He had heard his fellow disciples talk about this luxurious workshop. This is a place that many fellow disciples dream of. Every disciple who has such a workshop will have unlimited prospects. Of course, the core components of the puppets are processed and manufactured here, and the level of rune engraving of the cultivators is also extremely high. This kind of sweet thing in the eyes of others is useless to Su Fan, and may even become a burden and insecurity factor for himself. But what can he say now that things have come to this point? He can only pretend to be very excited and bow deeply to the senior sister from the same sect. "Thank you, senior sister," the girl smiled and said. I have already fought for this position for you, you can't embarrass me. Su Fan smiled bitterly to himself. You are so kind, why don't you ask me if I am willing? But of course he couldn't say that, he could only look grateful and say a lot of words to express his determination. Although this girl has some arrogance of a family child and the kind of innate sense of superiority, her character is beyond reproach. Looking at the back of the girl leaving, Su Fan smiled bitterly and shook his head. He turned around and looked at this luxurious workshop, then sat down in front of the workbench and stroked the table with an excellent feel. At this time, two pretty little female cultivators walked in from outside. Disciple welcomes Uncle Master, Su Fan nodded, as a greeting to them. He wanted to ask about the situation here, but the two girls had already come over and took out the various work processes in the workshop and the puppet parts he needed to make in the near future. The two little girls were equivalent to his secretaries. Here Su Fan was only responsible for engraving runes. As for other complicated and trivial matters, he didn't have to worry about them at all. Anyway, there was something to do as a secretary, and nothing to do, whatever you wanted to do. After listening to their introduction, Su Fan also roughly understood what he should do. He waved to the two girls and said with a smile, "Okay, you go and get busy. I will call you if there is anything." The two little girls were stunned when they heard it. They looked at each other, and there was a sense of disappointment in their eyes. They all came from small families. Their families did everything they could to arrange them to this place, hoping to learn some skills from these puppet masters with profound attainments. Who knew that this Uncle Master was so unkind and actually sent the two away directly? A girl turned her eyes, turned around and walked into the tea room next to her. She brewed a pot of spiritual tea for Su Fan, brought it to him, and leaned forward intentionally or unintentionally. "Uncle, your skills are profound. Can we sisters learn from you?" Another girl also came up and hugged Su Fan's arms with both hands. "Uncle, we sisters can do anything. Can you teach us?" Su Fan was immediately confused. "You are going too far. Isn't this forcing me to make mistakes?" To be honest, if it was a different time and place, he might have done it. But Su Fan is now borrowing someone else's identity, and he can't make any mistakes. If someone finds out that something is wrong, it will be related to his life and property. He also guessed what the two girls meant. In order to avoid some unnecessary trouble, he had to do something. Thinking of this, Su Fan took out a jade slip from his ring and handed it to the two girls. "This is some of my experience in puppetry, you can take it and study it." This was a trophy he had seized from a Sulan man before, and it recorded the puppetry experience of a puppet master in the Donggyeon Star region. It was of no use to Su Fan, but it was definitely a priceless treasure for two female cultivators from small families. The girl who made tea for him took the jade slip, put it on her forehead and looked at it for a while, and a hint of surprise suddenly appeared on her face. She and her junior sister hurriedly bowed to him. Master Uncle's teachings, disciples will never forget. Watching the two girls leave happily, Su Fan breathed a sigh of relief, and then gently pressed down the flag that had been raised under him with his hand. If he didn't send these two girls away, he would make a fool of himself. Although swallowing the essence of the high-level demon bloodline made his strength greatly improved, the side effects were also very puzzling, and he couldn't stand any stimulation. Su Fan closed his eyes and took a long time to suppress the evil thoughts in his heart. "This is fucking." He picked up a palm-sized puppet component on the table, looked at it carefully for a while, and then began to manipulate the magic knife to engrave on the puppet component. After being promoted and getting a raise, he is now mainly responsible for some core components of puppets. The importance of these components is self-evident, so Su Fan's workload every month is much less. In the afternoon, Su Fan had finished his work for the day and was sitting cross-legged in the study reading a book when the formation outside was triggered. He went outside to open the door and found that it was the same senior sister who came again. The girl walked into the workshop and saw the finished puppet core components on the table. She glanced around the room again and turned back to look at Su Fan with some surprise. The two girls in this workshop are actually a welfare of the sect. What she didn't expect was that the two little girls didn't stay in the room. The girl walked to the workbench again, picked up a few core components of the puppets one by one, looked at them for a while, and showed a satisfied look on her face. "I never realized before that your attainments in puppetry are so profound." Su Fan almost laughed out loud. These parts were engraved casually, and he didn't pay attention to them at all. "Thank you for your praise, senior sister. I'm still far from that," the girl smiled and said. Call me senior sister Luo Bing from now on. Su Fan bowed and thanked her immediately. He understood what the girl meant. He would be her ma'am from now on. Okay, you're busy. Luo Bing walked out after she finished speaking. When she reached the door, she stopped. She turned around and looked at Su Fan again, then nodded with satisfaction. There's a party tonight, come too. Su Fan complained bitterly when he heard this. The girl obviously saw his potential and wanted to pull him into her circle, and even let him marry into her family. I'm an undercover agent. If I keep doing this, I'll definitely be exposed. Senior sister, I won't go. The girl was immediately confused when she heard this. She didn't expect that someone would refuse her invitation. Not everyone can enter her circle. But she immediately understood. This Li Bin is a loner and unsociable. It is said that he didn't even have a friend in the sect before. But this kid has a clean background and no messy relationships behind him. Moreover, his attainments in puppetry are very promising, so she wants to include him in her family's branch. Do you have something to do in the evening? Oh, I can't go. What's the matter? Let me hear it. What's the right for me to tell you if I have something to do? I'm studying some ancient books on puppetry these past few nights. I'm afraid I can't go. Luo Bing couldn't help but laugh secretly. He is really a nerd. She said in a deep voice with a straight face, this is also called something. You must go in the evening. Luo Bing turned around and left the workshop after speaking, without giving Su Fan a chance to refuse. This is fucking. It seems that this woman will not let him go. She will definitely not give up until she pulls herself into the family. The bad thing about the family members is that they always treat this kind of thing as if you throw a bone out, you have to pounce on it and lick it a few times. It turns out that place is so good, no one disturbs you every day, you can just fish and swim. If it doesn't work, just run away. In the evening, Su Fan had dinner in the portable secret realm, and then sat cross-legged in the narrow dormitory, waiting for Luo Bing to arrive. As a result, the girl did not come to him in person, but sent a family branch to pick him up. Su Fan was taken to a luxuriously decorated courtyard. When he came to the depths of the courtyard, he saw that many people had come to a garden inside. He had participated in many gatherings of the children of the sect family before, and this kind of occasion was torture for him. There was nothing new here. There were also a group of men and women of extraordinary origin, plus some flattering fellow disciples. There were also many beautiful female cultivators, either posing a pure look, or constantly flirting there, which was simply boring. Su Fan didn't want to get involved, he just found a place where no one was around and sat there, then pricked up his ears to listen to the chat of several family members not far away. The gossip of these people is much more reliable than the information in the square outside. The front line is so tragic now. Wasn't our offensive going smoothly a month ago? Why would I lie to you? Or can the family call me back? Are the Sulan people so difficult to fight? My second uncle said that they suffered extremely heavy losses. That was at the beginning. The Sulan people were caught off guard by us, and now they have stabilized the front line. I heard that those old monsters are preparing to unite with several nearby star regions to attack the Sulan people. Huh? Those star regions are still waiting and watching, and there has been no response until now. They are all a bunch of incompetent rats. Su Fan couldn't help but sigh. After all, they are family members, and their news sounds much more reliable. He was just enjoying listening to it when he saw Luo Bing leading a female cultivator over. Why are you sitting here? It took me so long to find you. Luo Bing laughed and scolded him, then turned around to introduce the female cultivator behind him. This is my sister, Luo Yao. When she was at home, she kept asking me to introduce her to some junior brothers who are proficient in puppetry. After hearing what senior sister Luo Bing said, Su Fan hurriedly nodded to the female cultivator. But the girl opposite was obviously not thinking about this. Her eyes kept looking at the group of people next to her. Luo Bing hit Luo Yao's arm, then glared at her fiercely. Xiao Yao, this is junior brother Li Bin, who has extraordinary attainments in puppetry. You two should have a good chat. After she finished speaking, she turned around and greeted others without caring whether the sister was willing or not. The two sat there, and the atmosphere was very awkward. In order to break the awkwardness, Su Fan coughed lightly. Junior sister is also practicing puppetry, right? Who knew that Luo Yao didn't pay any attention to him after hearing this, and her eyes were always looking at a family member not far away. Su Fan was also happy about this. Since the other party didn't want to pay attention to him, he would just stay here. It was better than the two of them chatting awkwardly here. It seemed that Luo Bing had made up her mind and wanted him to marry into her family, regardless of whether the girl next to him was willing or not. What was the difference between this kind of matchmaking and pimping? This Luo Yao looked like a fickle person. If he really married her, he would have to change his hat every day. He couldn't handle the green grassland. Anyway, there was no one who could do this as an undercover agent. It seemed that he could only change his identity. Although Su Fan's ability to disguise was good, he could only fool these foundation-building cultivators. If the Yuanying's engine didn't check carefully, he could also deal with it. But if he met the old monster of the god of transformation, he would be exposed in an instant. No, he definitely couldn't stay in this space anymore. He had to find a reason to leave in the next few days, and then change his identity to continue lurking. At this time, Luo Yao, who was sitting next to him, suddenly stood up and ran to the side of the courtyard. She caught up with a young cultivator and started chatting with him. Su Fan smiled as he watched the two chatting passionately. After a while, they left the yard arm in arm with adultery. This pair of bastards. Su Fan sat here for a while, and then saw that no one was paying attention to him, so he found a chance to slip away. The next morning, not long after Su Fan entered the workshop, Luo Bing came to his door. "Junior brother, how was your chat with Xiao last night?" What a joke. She didn't pay any attention to him at all, and even made an appointment with someone else. Not bad. Xiao is a good girl. She is so simple. Su Fan almost couldn't help laughing when he heard it. If she was pure, then those female bodhisattvas in the 8 great hutongs and on both sides of the Qinhui River would be considered chaste and heroic women. Oh, seeing that Su Fan didn't care much, Luo Bing smiled and said, "What do you think of her? I can help you match her up. Xiao will listen to me, but let's just go with her. No matter how bad I am, I won't find a slut." Su Fan didn't say anything, thinking about how to refuse, or saying that he likes men. No, with Luo Bing's personality, she might be able to bring him a cousin with a homosexual tendency tomorrow. When he was worrying, something suddenly happened in his heart. Su Fan pretended to be hesitant and made a desperate look. "Sister, I only like you." What the hell? After hearing Su Fan's words, Luo Bing was stunned and didn't know what to say for a while. "Sister, I have liked you for a long time." Luo Bing coughed awkwardly and said as calmly as possible, "Brother, it is impossible for us." Of course he knew it was impossible. "If you want to marry me, I won't do it." At this moment, Su Fan was possessed by the movie Emperor. He stared at Sister Luo Bing with red eyes, and his eyes burst into flames of passion. He shouted loudly, "Sister, I swore to Deozu that I would not marry you in this life." After hearing this, Luo Bing's face changed immediately. As a cultivator, this kind of words can't be said casually. Su Fan didn't care about that. He didn't even know who Deozu was. Luo Bing turned away, not daring to face Su Fan's eyes. The burning emotion made her whole body hot. "Junior brother, what are you talking about? We can't be together." It's not like she hasn't been confessed to before, but it's the first time she's seen someone confess to her in such a clumsy way like Su Fan, especially the determination in his eyes, which made her heart beat faster. Su Fan roared loudly, "I don't care, I only like you." Luo Bing finally couldn't bear it anymore, and she took a deep breath. "Junior brother, just pretend I didn't hear what you said today." After she finished speaking, she turned around and fled out of the workshop, all the way to the outside of the workshop, and then patted her chest. This nerd. After she finished speaking, her little face blushed, and her heartbeat began to accelerate again. She dodged her foot fiercely, and then left in a hurry. It wasn't until senior sister Luo Bing ran away that Su Fan laughed. "Little guy, I can't scare you to death." Su Fan had never confessed to anyone in his 2 lifetimes. "But I haven't eaten fat pork, but I haven't seen fat pigs run. There are too many scenes and plots like this in the soap operas in my previous life." And he also used the roaring acting style of a certain Taiwanese star. Although it looks stupid, the effect is really good. Sister Luo Bing was obviously frightened by him and fled here in a hurry. It is estimated that this woman will not come to harass me again for a long time in the future. Su Fan walked into the tea room humming a little song, sat cross-legged there, brewed a pot of spiritual tea for himself, and then poured a cup and drank it happily. Chapter 522. Could it be that the Sulan people are coming to kill us? For more than a month, Su Fan had a quiet time. Luo Bing never came to see him again. The only time she came was with a basis guardian, and she didn't dare to look at Su Fan since she entered the room. Su Fan had to act out the whole show, and his fiery eyes never left Luo Bing. Even though the girl didn't dare to look at him, she could clearly feel it. It was not until the base's guardian left that Luo Bing fled in panic, almost making Su Fan die of joy. The two secretaries in the workshop did flirt with Su Fan several times, but he declined them all. Now Su Fan has very little work. After completing his tasks every day, he studies the puppetry of the Sulan star field in the workshop, and goes to the square of the base every now and then to inquire about the news. Moreover, even 3 meals a day are taken care of by Luosha, and he has become a completely hands-off uncle, and his life is so comfortable. At noon that day, Su Fan was engraving runes in the workshop, and saw someone outside the door touching the formation. He put down the puppet parts in his hand, stood up, walked over to open the door, and saw Luo Bing standing outside. Su Fan pretended to be surprised and said excitedly, "Senior sister." Luo Bing ignored him with a stern face, walked straight into the workshop, came to the table, picked up the puppet parts he was engraving runes on, took a look, and then turned to look at Su Fan. "I'll ask you again today, what do you think about your relationship with Xiaoyao, big sister? Even if you want to be a pimp, you should introduce a better one. Why find a slut to deal with me? Senior sister, you know I only like you." Luo Bing took a deep breath and said, "How many times have I said that we can't?" After hearing her words, Su Fan looked distraught. "Sister, I can wait for you." Luo Bing got angry immediately after hearing this, and said with a look of regret, "What's wrong with Xiaoyao? You have a good talent in puppetry. As long as you marry into our Luo family, I guarantee that you can break through the Jinden stage, and even the Yuanying stage is not impossible." At this point, she smiled bitterly. "The children of our family do not have the right to choose their feelings. The future marriage is entirely arranged by the family. This pie is really big. If it were someone else, it would definitely be a blessing. It's a pity that I'm an undercover. If you agree, I will let Xiaoyao come over in the next few days, and then transfer you back to the sect." Su Fan shook his head resolutely and said, "Sister, I will marry you." Luo Bing dodged her foot fiercely, glared at him fiercely, and then was about to leave. "Sister, let's elope, find a place where no one is." After hearing Su Fan's words, Luo Bing stopped, turned around and smiled at him for a while, then turned around and trotted away. She left the workshop and wandered around the base aimlessly. Since Su Fan confessed his love to her last time, although the way he confessed was very clumsy and looked silly, for some reason, Luo Bing has been restless these days. Although she was born in a high-ranking family and grew up in a honeypot, as she grew up, she envied other fellow disciples more and more. Although the children of the family were born with superior backgrounds, they had to shoulder the responsibilities of the family from the day they were born. As for love, it was just a luxury for them. She was at the age of a young girl in love and had infinite visions for the future, but she had long known that everything was impossible and could only suppress her inner thoughts. Unexpectedly, Su Fan's voice broke the ice that she had deliberately wrapped around her heart, causing a slight ripple in her heart. Although Luo Bing told herself again and again that the two of them were impossible, she could not control the waves in her heart at all. These days, her mind was full of Su Fan's shadow. No. Absolutely not, forget him. Thinking of this, Luo Bing took a deep breath, and her originally chaotic mood gradually calmed down. Su Fan never dreamed that the scene he added temporarily would bring so much trouble to Luo Bing. In the afternoon, he finished today's work and came to the square of the base. Today, as usual, there were many people standing under the light curtain. Su Fan also came over, pretending to watch the images on the light curtain, but in fact he was listening to the chats of other people in the square. There has been almost no valuable news recently. The two sides seem to be deadlocked, and no one has launched a large-scale offensive. Su Fan listened for a while, and he shook his head disappointedly. "You guys fight, why do you always waste time like this?" Of course, although the two star regions are very peaceful, it is possible that they are both holding back some big moves. These days, Su Fan contacted the Demon Lord Dongming again. The senior officials of the King Kwang Star region still have considerable differences on joining this war. And from the news he recently inquired, there was no news from the other star regions, and they were probably watching the progress of the war. Not finding any useful intelligence, Su Fan turned around and wanted to leave the square. Su Fan just turned around and suddenly found that the communication array disc on his waist was vibrating violently. He was stunned. This communication array disc is the standard equipment of all the monks participating in the war in Yunmang Star region. It will only vibrate violently in an emergency. At this time, all the monks in the square were like him, and the communication array discs on their waists were vibrating violently. Master. Senior brother. What happened? How should I know? Something big must have happened. The communication array disc is vibrating so violently. It must be something big. Could it be that the Sulan people launched a counterattack and broke through our defense line? At this moment, the square was completely in chaos, with shouts and curses everywhere, and many monks were running around like headless flies. Su Fan hung the communication array disc on his waist and frowned as he looked at the chaotic square. What puzzled him was that if the Sulan Star region launched a counterattack, why would the communication array discs of the monks and the rear base receive a warning? Fuck. Could it be that the Sulan people are coming to kill us? With his understanding of the Sulan Star region, they might be able to open up a space channel in the rear of the Yunmang Star region. Thinking of this, Su Fan suddenly became uneasy. He couldn't stay in this place any longer. Once the Sulan people opened up a space channel in the nearby area, the rear of the Yunmang Star region would face an overwhelming number of mechanical puppets. Not to mention the foundation building and key training disciples in the base. If he was surrounded by the mechanical puppet army, even he would have to kneel. And in this way, the Yunmang Star region would definitely fall into passive position, and the entire front would be in danger of collapse. Su Fan didn't even think about it and was about to launch a blood escape to leave here. But before he could cast the spell, the communication array disc on his waist vibrated again. He thought about it and took off the communication array disc. Li Bin, where are you? After hearing Luo Bing's words, he frowned immediately. Sister, what happened? Li Bin, come to the teleportation hall of Kuncha City immediately. Why? The Sulan people are coming to kill us. Now, a large number of Sulan puppet armies have been found in all directions of Kuncha City. Come here immediately, it will be too late if you are late. Su Fan sighed secretly. The thing he was most worried about happened. He was covered in blood and disappeared from the spot. When he appeared again, he was already standing outside the gate of Kuncha City. Su Fan ran to the gate, but found that Kuncha City had been completely closed, and many monks returning to the city were stopped outside the city. He took off the communication array from his waist and contacted Sister Luo Bing. Kuncha City has been closed, and I was stopped outside the east gate. Wait there, Sister Luo Bing said, and cut off the communication array. Su Fan put away the communication array, then turned his head and looked into the distance, only to see flying boats roaring into the city from all directions. He suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart, and his intuition told him that it was too late even if he wanted to escape now. For now, perhaps the only way to escape Kuncha City was to take the teleportation array. From Luo Bing's urgent tone just now, it can be heard that those family members should be rushing to the teleportation hall in the city. Kuncha City and the countless bases outside the city are still guarded by tens of millions of monks from the Yunmang Star region, and they will all be surrounded by the mechanical puppet army of the Sulan people. Li Bin, at this time, a shout from a distance made Su Fan, who was thinking wildly, shudder. Senior sister, I'm here. Hearing Su Fan's voice, Luo Bing, who was standing at the city gate, hurried over and grabbed his arm and ran into the city. The two entered the city, ignoring the regulations prohibiting flying in the city, took out the flying magic weapon and whizzed to the square outside the teleportation hall. At this moment, the teleportation hall was also closed, and there were already many people outside. Luo Bing pulled Su Fan's arm and squeezed into the crowd. She showed her identity jade card to the monks guarding here, and then successfully entered the teleportation hall. Boom! Just as the two were about to enter the hall, they heard a loud noise. Su Fan looked back and found that the defense formation of Kuncha City had been activated. An extremely huge spiritual light shield had completely enveloped Kuncha City. And in the farther sky, dense black spots could be vaguely seen, just like a surging tide, rushing towards Kuncha City. Li Bin, let's go, Luo Bing shouted, grabbed Su Fan's arm and ran into the hall. The two came to the inside of the hall, and several middle-aged monks were waiting there anxiously. When they saw Luo Bing's figure, they all breathed a sigh of relief. You damn girl, where have you been? Hurry up, the middle-aged giant and monk in the lead yelled at Luo Bing. Boom boom, suddenly, there was a loud earth-shaking sound, and the entire teleportation hall was shaken violently. Luo Bing, who was running towards the teleportation array, accidentally fell to the ground. Su Fan picked up Luo Bing and held her in his arms. With a flash of lightning, he had already stepped into the teleportation array. Boom boom, boom boom. At this time, there were continuous earth-shaking loud noises outside the city, and the debris on the teleportation hall that was shaken off fell down with a crackling sound. With a flash of dazzling light, Su Fan and others had disappeared from the teleportation array. When Su Fan opened his eyes again, he had appeared in an unfamiliar hall, and he breathed a sigh of relief. At that time, the Sulan people had already begun to attack Kuncha City. From the strength of the attack just now, it was known that at least several cultivators above the nascent soul realm had taken action. It was too damn dangerous. If it was delayed for a while, the teleportation hall of Kuncha City would be shaken down. Junior brother, can you put me down? Su Fan, who was thinking about random things, heard the voice of senior sister Luo Bing, and then he realized that there was another person in his arms. He quickly put Luo Bing down, and the little girl's face was already red. Senior sister, thank you. Su Fan's words were absolutely sincere. If it weren't for Luo Bing, Su Fan would definitely be surrounded by the mechanical puppet army of the Sulan people, and it would not be so easy to escape at that time. Before the girl could speak, a giant and cultivator next to him came over angrily. Who is this kid? Luo Bing hurriedly said. Second uncle, this is one of my junior brothers. Before Luo Bing finished speaking, her second uncle was already angry and scolded him. Because of him, you almost put us all in. Facing the scolding of the second uncle, Luo Bing could only lower her head and listen silently, not daring to refute at all. She had always performed well in the family, but this was the first time she was scolded by the elders. It was also the first time she was so willful that she ran out of the city to pick up her junior brother. Luo Bing knew that if she didn't take her junior brother away this time, she would regret it for the rest of her life. Although the process was quite thrilling, fortunately, she brought the person out, which also made her feel relieved. HMPH, Luo Bing's second uncle roared for a while, then glared at Su Fan fiercely, snorted angrily and left the teleportation hall with people. Looking at the backs of several people, Su Fan turned his head and saw that Luo Bing's face was a little ugly. Senior sister, in fact, at this time, he didn't know what to say, so he didn't say anything about gratitude. People risked their lives to take him into the city, and took him into the teleportation hall to escape from Kuncha City. In addition, senior sister Luo Bing was severely scolded by the elders of the family for saving him. In any case, this favor was huge. In this case, what's the use of him saying more words of gratitude? Senior sister Luo Bing shook her head and forced a smile. It's okay, let's go too. The two walked out of the teleportation hall. A lot of people had gathered in the hall outside and were arguing loudly there. Su Fan listened for a while and understood the reason for the quarrel. It turned out that the place they teleported to was Chishu City, but the puppet army of the Sulan people also appeared nearby. The cultivators who withdrew from the front wanted to change to the teleportation array and go to the main base of Yunmang Star region in Jihuangshan, but they were told that all the teleportation arrays leading to the main base were closed. This also disappointed everyone. Those who could withdraw from the front line were the family members of the major sects. When the battle was going well, they were of course willing to go to the battlefield, but now the situation on the battlefield has become obviously critical, and these family members are of course unwilling to stay on the battlefield. No matter where they are, ordinary cultivators are cannon fodder. The tens of millions of cultivators around Kuncha City alone, and most of them are foundation building and key training disciples, have been surrounded by the Sulan people. With the brutal temperament of the Sulan people, these cultivators should not survive. Junior brother, let's go. Hearing what senior sister Luo Bing said, Su Fan followed her out of the teleportation hall and came to the square outside. At this moment, the defense formation of Chishu City has been activated. The city is filled with a tense atmosphere of war, and there are chaotic people running back and forth in a hurry. Su Fan turned his head and glanced at the teleportation hall behind him. The counterattack of the Sulan people this time should have been planned for a long time. It is estimated that when they withdrew their forces and gave up a large area, they should have left a lot of back doors. It was not until the defense line of the Sulan people stabilized that they used the back doors left behind the Yunmang Star region to build space gates one by one and launched an extremely sharp counterattack. Chapter 523, Am I Wronged? Su Fan followed senior sister Luo Bing to the square, where the Luo family members who had withdrawn from Kuncha City were gathering. Junior brother, You should follow our Luo family in the future." After hearing what senior sister Luo Bing said, Su Fan was of course very happy. At this time, the Sulan people were approaching, so of course he had to follow the family members, otherwise he would be sent to the front line as cannon fodder. "Thank you, senior sister, but your family, if you had listened to me earlier and formed a Taoist couple with Zhao, there would be no need for such trouble now." Luo Bing smiled and said, "Don't worry about this, I will take care of everything." At this time, several young men from the Luo family came over, and they all stared at Su Fan with unfriendly eyes. The leading foundation building cultivator looked at Su Fan, and then said to Luo Bing, "Third sister, second uncle asked you to go over?" Luo Bing nodded, and then said to Su Fan, "Let's go over." But before Su Fan took a step, he was blocked by several young men from the Luo family. "Third sister, second uncle asked you to go alone." Hearing the other party say so, Su Fan sighed secretly. It seems that he should leave. Judging from the attitude of the Luo family, even if Luo Bing forced him in, he would be excluded and looked down upon by the Luo family in the future. Instead of this, it is better to leave as soon as possible. Anyway, he has escaped from the encirclement of the Sulan people. For him, escaping from here is not a big deal. "What are you doing? He is my junior brother." Seeing that senior sister Luo Bing was angry, the foundation building cultivator of the Luo family was not moved at all. "This is what second uncle meant. I will explain to second uncle. All of you get out of here." "Luo Bing, come here." Senior sister Luo Bing was about to speak when she heard the angry shout of second uncle in the distance. She turned her head and glanced at Su Fan, and said, "Junior brother, wait for me, I will be back soon." "Senior sister, I won't go with you." After hearing Su Fan's words, senior sister Luo Bing suddenly became anxious. "Junior brother, you." Before she could finish, Su Fan waved his hand and said with a smile, "Senior sister, I can't repay you for saving my life. If you call me in the future, I will repay you with my death." After hearing his words, several young men of the Luo family couldn't help but sneer. In their opinion, Su Fan, a small foundation building cultivator, was so overestimating his own abilities. The Luo family didn't need your help. Now that the Sulan people were approaching, people like him who had no family background had their fate doomed. They could only be thrown to the front line as cannon fodder. Su Fan ignored the sneers of the Luo family. They were a bunch of idiots. How could they know the weight of his words? He was Su Fan, a ruthless man who slaughtered all the top 100 elites of the demon race alone, and a great hero who could turn the tide and save the elites of the human race in the space-time arena alone. To get a promise from him, the Luo family couldn't ask for it even if they burned incense and prayed to Buddha for 100 years. After Su Fan finished speaking, he turned and left. Senior sister Luo Bing caught up and grabbed his arm. "Junior brother, don't leave. I'll go and ask my second uncle." Su Fan shook his head and said, "Senior sister, you've helped me enough." Senior sister Luo Bing sighed. She knew what those people in the family meant, and she knew that even if she went to ask, she might not be able to get her junior brother to follow her. Thinking of this, she took out a few fourth-level talismans from her ring and stuffed them into Su Fan's hands. "Junior brother, if you have anything, please contact me at any time." Su Fan was stunned. Although he had boxes of various fourth-level immortal talismans and bone talismans in his hands, this might be all the inventory that senior sister Luo Bing had. He looked at senior sister Luo Bing with a smile, took a few fourth-level talismans from her, and then turned and left. Looking at Su Fan's back, senior sister Luo Bing stood there blankly, watching her junior brother disappear into the crowd. After leaving the square, Su Fan had not taken a few steps when he and a group of cultivators around him were stopped by several giant cultivators. "You have been recruited by Chishu City, all come with me." Although some people objected, under the pressure of Jinden's Henren, everyone could only follow several Jinden monks to the wall of Chishu City. Chishu City was once the main city of a base of the Sulan people. After being destroyed by the Yunmang Star region, the underground spiritual veins were restored and rebuilt. Su Fan stood on the wall. Countless people had gathered here, and almost all the monks in the city were forcibly recruited. Now the teleportation array leading to the main base of Chishu City has been closed, so there is no choice but to wait for reinforcements. Fortunately, this place is already on the edge of the counterattack direction of the Sulan people, and has not fallen into the encirclement of the Sulan mechanical puppet army. But at this time, the vanguard of the Sulan mechanical puppet army is not far from Chishu City, and will kill to the city of Chishu City at any time. Su Fan wanted to run, but he obviously felt two extremely powerful auras in the city. Although the rear of the Yunmang Star region is very empty, a town like Chishu City still has two Hushan Shianzan sitting in it, and there are also dozens of Yuanying realm monks. Moreover, the city defense formation and various defense facilities of Chishu City are also very complete. At least before the reinforcements from Yunmang Star Domain arrive, it is still relatively safe for the time being. Su Fan and more than 100 puppet monks were assigned to Puppet Squad, responsible for controlling more than 100 war puppets. There are hundreds of such war puppet squads in the entire Chishu city. It must be said that after all, as a star domain that has been fighting for many years, the learning ability of Yunmang Star Domain is extremely strong and the efficiency is also very high. They tried their best to digest and absorb some of the advanced experience of the puppetry of the Sulan people. In just a few months, they rushed to produce a large number of war puppets that are nearly 100 feet high. Of course, the power of these rushed war puppets cannot be compared with the mechanical puppets of the Sulan people, but at least the idea is right. Putting these war puppets that are nearly 100 feet high at the forefront of the battlefield can at least consume some of the mechanical puppet legions of the Sulan people. Su Fan looked up at the war puppet standing in front of him. Compared with a huge body that was nearly 100 feet tall, he was as small as a grain of sand. He jumped onto the escalator of the war puppet and arrived at the control cabin after a few ups and downs. Su Fan simply familiarized himself with the various steps of controlling the war puppet and couldn't help but smile bitterly. In his previous life, he had read some exciting science fiction mecha novels, but he didn't expect that he would be able to control mecha one day. However, the war puppets in the world of cultivation are much more powerful than the mechas in the world of science fiction. Su Fan was driving this war puppet, which was not only equipped with a powerful defensive aura shield, but also had extremely strong melee strength. The two huge iron arms were equipped with shields and battle axes, both of which were made of top-grade refining materials. Not only did they have the powerful power to split mountains and waves, but they were also engraved with various runes and had powerful spell power. Moreover, this war puppet could also fly short distances and jump hundreds of feet at a time. Although its body was extremely large, its movements were extremely agile. Not only that, this war puppet can also release dozens of various third-level spells. As long as the spiritual power is sufficient, it can launch an unlimited number of spells. Anyway, such a powerful war puppet, at least on the cruel battlefield, is definitely stronger than a giant and cultivator. Using a small cultivator in the foundation building period to exert the strength of the giant in realm, even if it is a disposable consumable, it is still quite cost-effective. In addition, with the flying puppets and the battle flying boat, facing the mechanical war puppets of the Sulan people, it can definitely hold up for a while. In fact, Su Fan knew in his heart that these cultivators who controlled the war puppets were no different from cannon fodder. Once they rushed up, they would be looking for death. Moreover, the number of war puppets of the Sulan people was more, and with the endless mechanical puppet army, their wave of people would not last for a moment and would be annihilated in the battlefield. This kind of life of seeking death, Su Fan must not do it. However, at this time, a group of old monsters in the city were watching too closely, and he did not dare to act rashly. As long as the war started, the old monsters in the city would have no time to pay attention to these small cultivators of foundation building. After getting familiar with the operation of the war puppet, Su Fan came down from the cabin. At this time, the communication array on his waist vibrated slightly. He picked it up and saw that it was a message from senior sister Luo Bing. Su Fan sighed. He originally just wanted to scare her away by acting casually, but he overacted and the girl seemed to take it to heart. He owed her such a big favor for nothing. Junior brother, where are you? Senior sister, I was assigned to a city defense team, responsible for repairing puppets. Su Fan did not tell the truth. He was afraid that senior sister Luo Bing would come to intervene. He didn't want to owe her a favor anymore. Oh. That's not bad. Stay there with peace of mind. Now Chishu City has been completely closed. When the teleportation array is opened, you will come back to the sect with me, but forget it. I'm an undercover agent. Why would I go to your sect? Oh. Thank you. Senior sister, why are you being polite to me? You must take good care of yourself. Contact me immediately if you have any problems. Su Fan ended the call with senior sister Luo Bing, smiled bitterly and shook his head. What a good sister. Now that she has reunited with the family, he doesn't have to worry about her anymore. It is estimated that she will be able to return to the sect in Yunmangstar region soon. He can't repay this favor. Su Fan returned to his dormitory. Because the war situation took a sharp turn for the worse, many monks who escaped from the front line gathered in Chishu City, so the conditions for these monks who were forcibly recruited were very poor. There were dozens of people in their team, all crowded in a hall of more than 100 square meters. Su Fan didn't even have the opportunity to return to the portable secret realm. Su Fan walked into the dormitory and sat cross-legged on his bunk. Dozens of people were crowded in such a large place, so it was very noisy from morning to night. He closed his eyes and listened silently to the discussions of the people around him. It is said that the teleportation array leading to the main base has been closed. We can only defend Chishu City, it's better to close it. Even if the teleportation array is opened, it won't be our turn, don't worry, I heard that all planes have begun to mobilize, and reinforcements should be here soon, don't even think about it. By the time the reinforcements arrive, we will probably be dead. The Yunman monks in Chishu City generally have no confidence in the future battle. There is no way. The elite main forces of the Yunmangstar region are deployed at the forefront. Most of those who stay behind are low-level monks who are building foundations and practicing Qi. Su Fan shook his head. Anyway, it is impossible to expect these people to defend Chishu City. At this time, he suddenly felt a sense of crisis. What if the Sulan people also left some back doors in Chishu City? What should I do? The more Su Fan thought about it, the more he felt that this was possible, but at this moment he was powerless and could only take one step at a time. Whatever happens, I don't want to think about it. Su Fan fell on the bunk and simply fell asleep. After a while, he could hear even snoring. At midnight, the moon was bright and the stars were sparse. The night wind was blowing gently, and it was very quiet. Under the moonlight, the lights in Chishu were like stars in the dark night, illuminating the entire night. Boom boom, suddenly, a loud noise broke the silence of the night, and the whole Chishu City shook violently. The streets in the city were cracked, and the houses and buildings collapsed one after another, and some places even sank deep into the ground. Then, the huge spiritual shield covering Chishu City was shattered with a loud noise. Su Fan, who was sleeping soundly, was directly shaken up from his bunk, and then fell heavily to the ground, knocking him unconscious. What's going on? Before he could fully wake up from his confusion, the roof of the dormitory collapsed, burying the monks in the hall with crackling sounds. Fortunately, this hall only has one floor. Although the monks in the dormitory were crushed under the ruins, they were all foundation-building monks after all. Most of them still crawled out of the ruins. Even if some were crushed, they were rescued. Su Fan followed the crowd to the street and was stunned by the scene in front of him. There were collapsed houses everywhere in Chishu City, and even the streets were full of gullies several meters wide. There were screams of fear and curses everywhere. The whole city was completely messed up. The defense formation was broken. At this time, a monk next to him pointed at the city wall in the distance and let out a shrill scream. Su Fan and others looked in the direction of his finger. Everyone panicked. Once the defense formation was gone, Chishu City would be an undefended city. The cities in the world of cultivation, without the protection of the defense formation, could not withstand the attacks of powerful monks. Su Fan's eyes went dark. He guessed correctly. The Sulan people really left some means in Chishu City and actually destroyed the city defense formation. If the defense formation is gone, what the hell is there to defend? Everyone returned to their positions. Those who disobey orders will be beheaded. At this time, a voice came from the sky above Chishu City. Although the voice was not loud, it seemed to ring in everyone's ears. This is the god of transformation. Su Fan raised his head and looked at the two vague shadows in the dark sky with blurred eyes. The two shadows' arms kept swinging, and after a while, they propped up a spiritual shield to cover Chishu City. Seeing that Chishu City was covered by the formation again, all the monks in the city cheered. Su Fan did not cheer, but shook his head with a wry smile on his face. Although the two old monsters of the god of transformation arranged a powerful fifth-level formation, no matter how strong the defense of the fifth-level formation was, it could not be compared with a city's defense formation. The defensive formation of a city or a sect is a super formation carefully constructed by a formation master using underground spiritual veins. Just to build a city defense formation, countless resources are needed, and it takes months or even years to complete the layout. The defensive effect can be imagined. Su Fan knew without guessing that the Sulan people were not far from Chishu City. Everyone, return to your positions and activate the war puppets. At this time, a giant Henren ran over from a distance and shouted loudly to Su Fan and others. Su Fan raised his head and glanced at the two phantoms floating above the dark sky. He hesitated for a moment, and finally followed everyone away. He originally wanted to slip away in the chaos, but now the two old monsters of the God of Transformation are still floating over the city. At this time, it is better to be cautious. Su Fan followed everyone to the square under the city wall and climbed onto his own war puppet. He got into the control cabin and sat there looking down through the window. At this moment, the entire Chishu city started moving, like a huge machine running rapidly. The war is about to begin. He is an undercover agent, but he was also involved in this war. If he died on a battlefield in a foreign land, it would be unfair to him. Chapter 524. He really didn't want this. Boom boom boom. Su Fan was just daydreaming when he heard a loud noise. The 5th level immortal formation that the two old monsters had just set up suddenly shook violently. Even Su Fan, who was sitting in the control cabin of the war puppet, was dizzy and dazed. This is the attack of the God of Transformation. Then, a series of earth-shaking loud noises continued to come, and the spiritual shield supported by the 5th level immortal formation became increasingly dim. Looking at the intensity of this attack, it must be an attack launched by several God of Transformation outside the city. After all, it was the method of the God of Transformation. The violent roar shocked Su Fan so much that he felt sweat in his chest and almost vomited blood. Su Fan was already pretty good. Many of the monks in the war puppet cabins next to him had vomited blood, and some even fainted. The low-level foundation building and key training monks in the city were even worse, and some were even directly shaken to death. Bang sound. The 5th order immortal formation, set up by the two old monsters of the God of Transformation, was finally broken. Everyone, get ready. At this time, a hurried shout came from the control cabin where Su Fan was. He did not act rashly, because the two extremely powerful auras that had been floating above Chishu City had not left. In front of the two old monsters of the God of Transformation, Su Fan had no luck at all. Even if they blew a breath on him, they could blow him to pieces. Everyone, pay attention, get out of the city. After receiving the order, the many monks responsible for controlling the war puppets controlled the war puppets to jump high and land outside Chishu City. Su Fan had no choice but to control the war puppet to jump over the city wall. Bang! He controlled the war puppet that was nearly 100 feet high and fell heavily to the ground outside the city, but the scene in front of him shocked him. He saw that the entire Chishu City had been surrounded by dense mechanical puppets. Whether on the ground or in the air, the overwhelming mechanical puppets almost covered the entire sky and earth. Looking at such a shocking scene, Su Fan couldn't help but feel his scalp tingling. He finally saw the war potential of the Sulan star region. No wonder it could sweep across so many star regions. Anyway, facing such a large-scale mechanical puppet army, the King Kong star region must kneel. Su Fan looked at the war puppet standing in front of countless mechanical puppets, which were more than 100 feet tall, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Look at the war puppets of the Sulan people, and then look at the one he controls. There is simply no comparison. What the hell is this? Boom. Boom. At this time, dense and powerful spells and magical powers roared out from the Chishu City and fell into the group of mechanical puppets outside the city. Each powerful spell can wipe out a large area of mechanical puppets on the ground, but the mechanical puppet army of the Sulan people is really too huge. The Sulan people's mechanical puppet army outside the city had just been wiped out, and it was instantly filled with endless mechanical puppets. At the same time, countless flying puppets and battle-flying boats also flew out of Chishu City in an overwhelming manner. They whizzed over Su Fan's head and collided fiercely with the flying puppets of the Sulan people flying from the opposite side. The high-level monks of the two star fields also flew to the sky to fight each other. One after another, powerful spells and magical powers released an incomparable and majestic power. The sky was almost leaked by them. At this moment, fierce battles were taking place everywhere outside Chishu City, and the battlefield was extremely cruel. At this time, the war puppets of the Sulan people on the opposite side moved. The huge bodies of more than 100 feet rushed towards Chishu City, and then jumped high one after another. A few leaps had already pounced in front of Su Fan and others. Bang! Several young Mang monks who reacted slowly were violently knocked away before they could control the war puppets to fight. The huge body, which was nearly 100 feet tall, was knocked back and hit the war puppets behind it. Before the two sides could fight, the war puppet teams in the Yunmang Star region fell into chaos. Su Fan hit at the back and saw the chaos in front of the team. Before he could react, he saw a war puppet flying towards him. He quickly controlled the war puppet to hide to the side. Just as he stood firm, a war puppet of the Sulin people, which was more than 100 feet tall, was already waving a huge sword and whistling towards him. The sword was too fast, and it was already in front of Su Fan in the blink of an eye. It was too late for him to hide, so he simply fell to the ground. The huge body of the war puppet, which was more than 100 feet tall, made him somersault on the ground, and he also jumped up. The monks in the control cabin of the Sulin people's war puppet were all dumbfounded. He never dreamed that Su Fan could operate like this. You should know that controlling a war puppet of more than 100 feet requires very high mental strength. Ordinary foundation building monks cannot do such movements at all, because the mental strength of the foundation building period is not enough to support such complex movements. Just when the Sulin monk was stunned, Su Fan had already controlled the war puppet to pounce on him. Seeing that Su Fan had rushed to his front, he controlled the war puppet to raise the huge shield on his left arm and fiercely blocked it in front of the puppet. But Su Fan once again stunned him. He saw Su Fan controlling the war puppet to make a forward roll, and then the war knife on the puppet's right arm slashed fiercely. Bang! The inertia of the huge body of the war puppet of more than 100 feet tall, coupled with Su Fan's full strength in controlling this war puppet, the huge war knife slashed fiercely on the right leg joint of the other puppet. Although the spiritual shield of the other puppet blocked the war knife, the huge force still made the other puppet fall crookedly to the ground. Before the Sulin monk could react, Su Fan had already controlled the puppet to rise from the ground again. Su Fan controlled the puppet's sturdy left arm to swing up the shield that was more than 10 feet high, and slammed it hard on the opponent's puppet's head, knocking the opponent's puppet to the ground. The control cabin of the Sulin war puppet was right on the head. The huge impact force immediately shocked the Sulin monk in the control cabin and made him bleed from all 7 orifices. His eyes went black and he knew nothing. Seeing that the opponent's war puppet had no reaction, Su Fan could not miss this opportunity. He controlled the puppet to rush up and picked up the huge sword to chop. In a few strokes, the spiritual shield of the opponent's puppet was cut through. Su Fan controlled the puppet to stab into the control cabin of the opponent's puppet. This knife not only directly pierced the huge head of the Sulin war puppet, but also chopped the Sulin monk in the control room into meat paste. Su Fan controlled the war puppet to stand up. He felt that controlling the puppet was not that difficult, and the Sulin monk on the opposite side was too weak. How could he know that with his strong mental power, he could easily control a 4th-order puppet, and controlling a 3rd-order war puppet was like playing. Moreover, Su Fan was best at close combat. Although he was not used to it at the beginning, he became more and more proficient after doing a few moves. At this moment, the war puppets of both sides had already started fighting, but the war puppets of the Yunmang Star region were obviously a little powerless and were beaten back by the war puppets of the Sulin people. In addition, the Sulin monks had been trained in puppet control for many years, and their combat effectiveness was obviously better. Many war puppets of the Yunmang Star region were cut into several pieces and fell to the ground. Even some cruel Sulin people tore the war puppets of the Yunmang Star region into pieces. Su Fan lay on the window of the control cabin and looked at the sky above Chishu City, and found that the 2 old monsters of the Yunmang Star region were still floating in the air. The 2 star region's gods were not in a hurry to take action, and they were always suspended in the air and confronted each other. This made Su Fan suffer. As long as the 2 old monsters of the Yunmang Star domain did not make a move, he would not dare to act rashly. At this time, the situation on the battlefield had gradually become clear. The war puppets of the Yunmang Star domain had lost more than half of their strength and could not hold on for long. At this time, several war puppets of the Sulin people rushed towards him from several directions. Su Fan frowned immediately. He was not afraid of them, but if he did so, he would definitely be entangled by them. His heart moved, his eyes suddenly focused, and he controlled the war puppet that was more than 100 feet high to jump up suddenly, and jumped hundreds of feet away in one breath. There was a loud bang. The war puppet that was more than 100 feet high fell into the dense army of mechanical puppets. Su Fan controlled the war puppet, picked up the more than 10 feet long sword, and swung it in a full circle. Whirlwind slash. Su Fan was excited and habitually performed the 9 extremes chain slash move. The surrounding strong winds suddenly rose, and a violent tornado hurricane with a radius of thousands of feet was formed in an instant, even causing the great situation of heaven and earth. Countless mechanical puppets were swept into the air, and then they were smashed into pieces by the violent hurricane. Su Fan never thought that his sword would almost sweep away the mechanical puppets with a radius of thousands of feet. He made such a big noise, and powerful divine consciousness swept here from all directions of the battlefield. This is fucking heaven and earth. He really didn't think of this. But Su Fan had no chance to think about anything else, because several war puppets of the Sulan people had already rushed towards him. At this time, he didn't have time to care about those. Su Fan took out several 4th-level fog charms from the ring, and then suddenly threw several 4th-level fog charms out of the control cabin. Thick smoke suddenly spread everywhere and spread in the area where he was. Although the smoke could not hide the divine sense of the old monsters in the sky, it made the several Sulan monks who were controlling the war puppets behind him lose their way. His eyes condensed, and the war puppet that he controlled leaped violently, and once again landed hundreds of feet away, smashing into the dense army of mechanical puppets. Sacrifice slash, infinite slash, tide slash, ghost wheel slash, void slash. Su Fan also gave it his all, and plunged into the dense army of mechanical puppets, controlling the war puppets that were more than 100 feet tall to swing the sword and chop. He controlled the war puppets alone, and cleared a nearly 1,000-foot wide open area on the battlefield. Wherever Su Fan passed, there was almost no grass, leaving behind countless mechanical puppets' broken limbs and arms all over the ground. He almost broke through the Sulan people's mechanical puppet army by himself. And every time he arrived at a place, he would throw out a few 4th-level fog talismans, so that the several Sulan monks who had been chasing him could not determine his location at all. Su Fan didn't know where to escape to. Anyway, the farther away from Chishu City, the better. Bang! At this time, 2 war puppets over 100 feet tall suddenly landed in front of him. This is a 4th-level war puppet. Su Fan recognized the 2 war puppets at a glance. It seemed that the giant and cultivators behind the Sulan people had noticed him. In fact, the high-level cultivators in the Sulan starfield had noticed him a long time ago, but the battlefield was at its most intense stage, and they had no energy to care about this little foundation-building cultivator. But they couldn't let this kid continue to rush forward, otherwise he would have to kill through the Sulan people's battle line. So the 2 giant and cultivators who were holding the line in the back hurriedly controlled their 4th-level war puppets to block Su Fan's way. It's all here, so there's no reason for Su Fan to retreat. And the war puppets controlled by several Sulan cultivators who had been chasing him closely have already caught up. So facing the 2 4th-level war puppets, he didn't retreat but advanced, controlling the war puppets over 100 feet tall to rush forward frantically. The 2 giant and cultivators from the Sulan Star region were stunned. This guy was too fierce. The 2 giant and cultivators from the Sulan Star region sneered at the same time. A mere foundation-building cultivator, facing the 4th Order war puppets controlled by 2 giant and cultivators, not only did he not turn around and flee, but he took the initiative to rush up and die. You have to know that the 4th Order war puppet is much stronger than the 3rd Order one. Whether it is the material or the structure, it is completely different. Su Fan is of course clear about these principles. He is not a fool who only relies on reckless actions. He first threw out a few 4th Order mist talismans, then smashed the window of the control cabin with his fist, and took out his magic sword from the ring. The war puppet of more than 100 feet just rushed to the 2 giant and cultivators, and was cut in half by a knife of a 4th Order war puppet. The huge body fell to the ground with a bang, stirring up countless smoke and dust. Bang! At this time, another powerful fireball came roaring, heading straight for the control cabin where Su Fan was. At this moment, Su Fan's eyes condensed, and he had disappeared from the control cabin. Almost at the same time, the control cabin where he was just now exploded. A giant and cultivator from the Sulan star field looked at the war puppet collapsed on the ground and the burning control cabin, and sneered. It was really overestimating one's own ability. A small foundation-building cultivator dared to challenge the 4th-level war puppet controlled by the giant in realm. With a bang, a group of black shadows suddenly crashed into the control cabin of the giant and cultivator. When he reacted, he found that a pitch-black sword had pierced his chest. This giant and cultivator from the Sulan star field died quite unjustly. He would never have thought that Su Fan could actually crash into the control cabin directly. After all, The defense barrier of the 4th level war puppet is not an ordinary spiritual shield. Even a giant and cultivator would have to work hard to break it. But who made him meet Su Fan, this cheater? This guy's mysterious magic sword can easily penetrate all kinds of barriers of the Sulan people. Su Fan took off the other party's ring, and a flash of blood flashed on his body, and he disappeared from the control cabin again. Although another giant and cultivator from the Sulan starfield had already noticed that something was wrong, before he could react, Su Fan had easily entered the other party's control cabin and killed him with a sword. At this time, Su Fan turned his head suddenly, and a hint of surprise suddenly appeared on his face. The two old monsters of the Yunmang starfield, who had been floating over Chishu City, saw that their battle situation had fallen into an unfavorable situation, and they had begun to attack brazenly. Su Fan knew that his chance to escape from the battlefield had finally come. His eyes condensed, and he activated the atomized body. His figure instantly turned into a thin mist and floated out through the window of the control cabin. It's better to escape from the battlefield quickly. Su Fan saw that in such a cruel battlefield, no matter how good he was at fighting, it would be useless. Facing the overwhelming siege of the mechanical puppet army and the threat of more than 100 Yuaning's engine, even if he had 9 lives, it would not be enough for him to die. Although the atomized body could not hide from the divine sense detection of Yuaning's engine and Huishan Xianzhen, they were all caught up in a brutal battle at the moment, so how could they pay attention to him, a small foundation-building cultivator? Bang! Bang! After the atomized Su Fan, he just controlled a thin mist to float to the ground, and more than 10 4th-level war puppets had already fallen from the sky and landed heavily on the ground. But the giant and cultivators who controlled these 4th-level war puppets could not detect his existence at all. Su Fan did not delay any further, and quickly controlled the thin mist to float out to the periphery of the battlefield. You guys fight, I won't waste time with you here. Judging from the current situation on the battlefield, the cultivators of Yunmang Star region will definitely not be able to take back Chishu City. Even if the reinforcements from the rear arrive, it may not be able to change the situation in Chishu City. Chapter 525 I'll take you out. Su Fan in the atomized state turned into a thin mist, slowly spreading out of the battlefield. At this moment, the entire battlefield has become a mess, and no one pays attention to Su Fan who can be atomized, which makes it easy for him to walk through the battlefield. Su Fan passed through the dense mechanical puppet army of the Sulan people and came to the back of the Sulan battlefield. Although this place is far away from the battlefield, there are only fewer mechanical puppets, and there are more monks in the Sulan starfield. Su Fan certainly doesn't want to stay here. He controls a thin mist and floats away all the way until he is completely out of the battlefield before removing the atomized body. Finally, he escaped from the cruel battlefield, and he didn't want to die in the war between two unfamiliar starfields. If he died for the King Kong starfield, it would be worth it. After all, his Taoist partner and children are there, but it would be better if all the people in these two completely unfamiliar starfields died. No, it's okay if the others die, but senior sister Luo Bing is still good to him. Su Fan owed someone a big favor. If he was allowed to leave like this, he really couldn't do such a thing. Thinking of this, Su Fan took off the communication array from his waist and sent a message to senior sister Luo Bing. After a while, senior sister Luo Bing replied to him with a message. Junior brother, where are you? Senior sister, I'm out of the city, there is no danger for the time being. Junior brother, don't go back to Chishu City. If you have a chance, break out of the city immediately. After hearing what senior sister Luo Bing said, Su Fan frowned immediately. At least there is no need to be so pessimistic for the time being. She is a member of the family and can take the teleportation array to leave Chishu City at any time. Senior sister, did something happen? The teleportation array of Chishu City has also been closed by the main base. Now the entire Chishu City has no other way out except to fight to the death. Chishu City can no longer be defended. After hearing what senior sister Luo Bing said, Su Fan couldn't help but smile bitterly. It seems that even if Yunmang Star region launches a counterattack again, it will organize forces in the rear. Chishu City has been abandoned by the high-level officials of Yunmang Star region. Senior sister, where are you? Junior brother, don't worry about me. Don't count on the teleportation array in the city. If you have a chance now, escape to the outside of the city quickly. It will be too late if you are late. Su Fan knew that Chishu City could not hold on for much longer. It is estimated that only a few of the millions of cultivators in the entire city will survive in the end. He exhaled deeply. He really couldn't do such a thing as letting him leave at this time. Senior sister, where are you? After hearing Su Fan's words, senior sister Luo Bing smiled bitterly. The family is already organizing a breakout. It's too late for you to come here now. Which direction are you going to break out in, junior brother? It's too late for you to come here now. Our Luo family and several other families are already organizing forces to break out from the south gate. I know, junior brother, I can't protect you this time. Take care of yourself. Su Fan cut off the call with senior sister Luo Bing and couldn't help but sigh. The family members in Chishu City have given up resistance and are currently preparing to break out, but who will be responsible for the fate of the millions of cultivators in the city who don't know the truth? Of course, the life and death of the cultivators in the Yunmang Star region has nothing to do with him. But he can't watch senior sister Luo Bing die on the cruel battlefield. He is not a saint, but he has principles. That is, he never owes favors to others. South Gate, he muttered, then activated his Atomai body and floated towards the south gate of Chishu City. No matter what, at least he has to meet senior sister at the south gate of Chishu City. The battle outside Chishu City was still extremely fierce. The cultivators from the two-star regions had already fought each other, and now extremely tragic battles were breaking out everywhere. The high-level officials of Chishu City had issued a death order, vowing to live and die with Chishu City. However, many family members in the city were concentrating all their strength to break out of the city, while other cultivators were just cannon fodder to cover their breakout. Senior sister Luo Bing looked at the city wall in the distance anxiously. She suddenly received a notice from the elders of the family that the family was about to organize forces to escape from Chishu City. She sent several children from the family to the city wall to look for Su Fan. As a result, several children from the family inquired and found out that Su Fan had already controlled the war puppet to go outside the city. Senior sister Luo Bing certainly knew the danger of controlling the war puppet, so she immediately contacted Su Fan, and only felt relieved when she heard his voice. She knew that it was impossible to call Su Fan back at this time, so she had to tell Su Fan to break out immediately. At this time, the family members had almost gathered. She took a deep breath and turned around. There were hundreds of cultivators from the Luo family and other families. They were ready to break out. Although the fierce battle outside the city was in full swing, the family cultivators in Chishu City had received the news that Yunmang Star region had abandoned Chishu City. At this time, the only choice was to escape from Chishu City. As for those cultivators who were fighting desperately outside the city, they were not within their consideration. Those lowly cultivators died. Everyone boarded the flying boat, following the shouting of a giant cultivator from the Luo family. All the Luo family cultivators began to board several flying boats one after another. Senior sister Luo Bing looked in the direction outside the city and couldn't help but sigh. Junior brother, take care of yourself. Thinking of this, senior sister Luo Bing boarded the flying boat with the family members. Bang! With a dull loud noise, the hatch of the flying boat was heavily closed. Senior sister Luo Bing's heart also sank. She didn't know if her junior brother could escape from Chishu City now. What if he was stopped by the Sulan people? But in this cruel and chaotic battlefield, she had no way to deal with it. Buzz! With a buzzing sound, the flying boat began to slowly rise into the air, and then roared towards the southern direction of Chishu City. Not only the Luo family, but now all the family members in Chishu City have organized forces to break out of the city. Only those ordinary cultivators are still fighting hard on the defense line, and they didn't expect that they were abandoned. Several airships of the Luo family roared out of Chishu City. Just now, several Yuanying's engine had helped the family members in the city to open up an escape route and covered them outside the city to break out. After the family members in the city broke through the siege, all the high-level cultivators in the Yunmang Star region will also evacuate Chishu City one after another. The cultivators who were fighting inside and outside the city had no idea of this news at all, and were still fighting hard with the Sulan people. Senior sister Luo Bing lay beside the porthole of the flying boat, looking at the dense army of mechanical puppets of the Sulan people outside, and her heart sank to the bottom of the valley. In such a tragic battlefield, it is conceivable how difficult it is to rely on one's own strength to break through the siege. I hope the junior brother can escape. Boom! Suddenly, there was a violent roar in front, and a flying boat full of family members was shot down by a huge flying puppet. The flying boats next to it changed direction and fled in all directions. Although several Yuanying's opened a passage for the family members in the city, they were immediately blocked by the high-level cultivators from the Sulan Star region who rushed over. Several flying boats of the Luo family were also scattered, and the flying boat that senior sister Luo Bing was riding flew madly out of the city. But it was bitten by a group of flying puppets and kept chasing after it. Boom! The flying boat was hit by a spell, and the boat's body shook violently, and staggered to the ground. Everyone, pay attention, prepare to abandon the boat. Hearing the shouts of the family elders, senior sister Luo Bing hurriedly followed everyone to the hatch of the flying boat. Bang! The hatch of the flying boat opened, and a violent gust of wind blew in from outside, blowing senior sister Luo Bing's long hair upside down. Abandon the boat! With a sharp scream, the children of the Luo family began to jump out of the flying boat one by one, and senior sister Luo Bing followed the children of the family and dived into the flying boat. She waved her hand and threw out a flying magic weapon, and then controlled the flying magic weapon to rush away. Senior sister Luo Bing turned her head and looked behind her, and saw that the dense flying magic weapons in the distance were frantically chasing the figures of the Luo family. She knew in her heart that if she wanted to escape from Chishu City now, she would definitely be in danger of death. Senior sister Luo Bing tried her best to control the flying magic weapon under her feet, increasing the speed to the maximum, but she still couldn't get rid of the pursuers behind her. Fortunately, they have already escaped from Chishu City. At least they will not be surrounded by the mechanical puppet army of the Sulan people. Ah! A member of the family beside her suddenly screamed and fell from the sky. Senior sister Luo Bing wanted to rescue him, but it was too late. She could only watch her brother fall to the ground. The other members of the family had no intention of saving him at all. They continued to drive their flying magic tools and ran desperately, fearing that they would fall behind and be caught up by the Sulan people. No. We found the mechanical puppet army of the Sulan people in front. At this time, a Luo family monk shouted loudly. Senior sister Luo Bing hurriedly looked forward and saw countless flying magic tools of the Sulan people in front of them, which were pressing towards them like covering the sky and the sun. She couldn't help but smile bitterly in her heart. This time, the family was afraid that they would be defeated here. Facing such a large-scale puppet army of the Sulan people, even if the family's nascent soul monks came, they could not protect all the family members. Now there is the puppet army of the Sulan people in front, and there are a large number of Sulan people chasing behind. If you want to break out of the encirclement, you can only rush forward. Senior sister Luo Bing gritted her teeth, took out a few fourth-level talismans from the ring and slapped them on her body. Several spiritual shields of different colors instantly propped up several spiritual shields in front of her. She gritted her teeth and decided to die. Senior sister Luo Bing began to mobilize her spiritual energy, increased her speed to the maximum, and rushed towards the dense puppet army in the distance. Hundreds of Luo family members around her saw her rushing up, and they all took out their best means and rushed behind her. Bang! At this time, a war puppet over 100 feet tall suddenly fell from the sky and landed heavily on the ground, just blocking the way of senior sister Luo Bing. Oh no, it's a fourth-level puppet controlled by a giant and cultivator. Senior sister Luo Bing secretly cried out that it was not good, and hurriedly controlled the flying magic weapon to try to bypass the war puppet. Unfortunately, it was too late, and a spell had already whistled in front of her. Although several spiritual energy shields barely blocked the attack of this spell, the huge force still shook her down. Bang! Senior sister Luo Bing fell heavily to the ground. She struggled to get up from the ground, but found that the war puppet that was more than 100 feet tall had already jumped to her side. Swish! The war knife that was more than 10 feet long had already whistled and chopped down. Because this was a powerful fourth-level war puppet, she had no intention of resisting, and could only close her eyes and wait for death. Junior brother, farewell forever. Boom! At this time, a violent roar came, and senior sister Luo Bing did not feel any pain. She opened her eyes quickly and was stunned by the scene in front of her. She saw that the war puppet that was more than 100 feet tall had fallen down. This was a fourth-level war puppet controlled by Jiandan's Hanren, and it fell beside her in an instant. Could it be that Yuanying's engine took action? Just when she was confused, she saw a figure appear in front of her. Junior brother, senior sister Luo Bing exclaimed in disbelief. She never thought that she would meet Su Fan in this place. She rushed up and threw herself into Su Fan's arms. Junior brother, you are okay, so good. Su Fan looked at senior sister Luo Bing who was hugging him tightly, and smiled helplessly. Senior sister, this is not a place to stay for a long time, it's time to go. After hearing Su Fan's words, senior sister Luo Bing finally reacted, and her little face flushed and retreated from Su Fan's arms. Junior brother, follow me, I will take you out. Su Fan almost laughed out loud when he heard it. And you still took me out. I hurried over here. If it was a little bit worse, you would have died under that sword. Okay, let's go. After seeing Su Fan, senior sister Luo Bing, who had no confidence to rush out, actually became energetic. She took out a flying magic weapon from her ring, threw it into the air, and jumped up. Junior brother, let's go. Senior sister Luo Bing stood on the flying magic weapon, waved to Su Fan, and then took the lead in driving the flying magic weapon and whizzed away. Su Fan smiled bitterly, took out a flying magic weapon, followed her closely, and rushed to the outside of the battlefield. At this time, several Yuanying's engines in the 2-star fields in the sky were fighting desperately. The mechanical puppet legions deployed by the Sulan people on the ground and in the air were also dispersed, and they were chasing the monks who escaped from Chishu City everywhere. Many people did not break out of the siege, and were surrounded by dense mechanical puppets one by one and torn into pieces. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone, see you in the next video.